The tale begins in a jungle where a boy, Yulji-ho, hunts down a deer and 3 ducks, and he excitedly picks up his deer on his shoulder, while thinking everyone will be excited at home. However, when Yulji-ho goes back, his grandfather, Yulji So-moon, the head of the Yulji family clan, orders him to visit the Namgung family, which shocks him. Yulji So asks Ho for this favor because, at the moment, only he can help them. Meanwhile, Ho's parents, Yuk Ji-myeon and Yulji Hwe So are also present there, but Yulji-ho says he doesn't want to help. Yulji-ho says he is the firstborn and will lead Yulji's family in the future, so he asks why he should help a stranger's family when he doesn't know who they are. Suddenly, Yulji Hwe So scolds Ho and says he talks big for a person who left to become a soldier, but came running back after he beat up his superior. Yulji Hwe tells Ho that the family he is going to help is also his mother's family and his grandmother Nam Gung-hai's family as well. Hwe says Ho can say they are not related by blood, but furiously asks how he can say they are complete strangers. Still, Ho argues that if Hwe likes the Namgung family so much, then he should go, but not him. This makes Hwe furious, but meanwhile, Ho's aunt Hwanya arrives there and says Ho's father is the head of the family, so he can't leave and asks if he wants his grandfather or grandmother to go instead. Ho gets sad and says he is the heir, but Hwanya asks if he wants them to send Ryong, who just started learning the wolf step. Ho is upset because there is no other choice, and his grandfather, Yulji So, says it may feel unfair, but it is what it is. Ho says that out of all the people, Ho should know that no one else fits the job. At night, Ho is sitting outside with Yulji Ryong and says he heard Ryong is learning wolf steps, to which Ryong replies he has finally realized why the big brother has called the Guryeonungcheon, the river of endless patience. Ho laughs and says what Ryong has now is the easy part because the real hardship begins now. Ryong is shocked and tells his brother Ho to stop kidding, but suddenly, he notices Ho is thinking about something seriously. Ho wonders what happened to the Namgung family and says if it is not something made up a father can drive out his troublemaker of a son to Zhongyuan. Ryong says it's all true that 50 years ago that Guan Pi of Pichen Palace and his army of the Dark Path Miram and Yongdu Meng's Light Path Miram clashed. Ryong says at the end of the long battle, Guan Pi fell to the guardian deity. However, Guan Pi's daughter, who had risen as the third head of Pichen Palace, claimed victory against the guardian deity, and the Dark Path Miram won the war. Despite defeating Yongdu Meng, the Pichens' fight left a scar on both the dark and light paths, and among those hurt, the Namgung family suffered the most. The head, Namgung Sangan, was killed by Guan Pi. The heir, Nam Gungjin, had succumbed to his injuries from his battle against Hwanya. Nam Gungsuk, who had left the clan due to his weak body, succeeded as the next heir. The families who had been aided by the Namgung family traced their roots in hopes of reviving the Namgung family, but a family that had already fallen and turned to dust could not be revived, so the Namgung family met its downfall. Even though 50 years have passed, the scar from the battle has yet to be healed. Suddenly, Ho asks Ryong what he would do and if he would go, to which he replies he would go. Ryong says grandmother looks worn nowadays, and after hearing about the downfall of the Namgung family clan, she has been down. Ryong says Aunt Hwanya also blames herself for the downfall of the Namgung family. Suddenly, Ryong says Ho never knows, and he might find a wife on his trip to Zhongyuan. Ryong, seeing his big brother seriously, immediately apologizes that he should not have said that, but Ho says it's fine. In the morning, when Ho is about to leave, his mother asks if he has decided to go, to which he replies there is no one else but him, so he should go then. Suddenly, Hwanya gives him a sword and says it's a weapon that represents who he is. H1 says it's a precious sword despite what it looks like and warns him not to sell it for his pocket money. Ho's grandmother gives him 2 books, one of which is the Namgung family's foundation, Unbounded Sword Arts, and the other is his great-great-grandfather's book of wisdom from his mother's side of the family. Ho's mother gives him some snacks made by the Yulji family and tells him to make sure to visit his grandparents on the way, to which he replies he'll do that. Meanwhile, Yulji So says he and Ho's father have traveled those roads, and Ho might face trouble along the way, but with abilities like his, he can make it. He tells everyone that he'll be back soon and prays that everyone stays healthy and peaceful. After that, Ho rushes towards his journey, and he meets Ryang on the way, who is training wolf steps. When Ho passes by Ryang, he asks if Ho is leaving, to which Ho replies he is, and until he returns, Ryang is the oldest member of the Yulji family. Ho says he'll give Ryang a present before he go, which makes Ryang wonder what it is, and suddenly an eagle arrives there which startles Ryang, which makes the rocks fall from the bucket he is carrying on his back. Ho says he is lighting some weight off Ryang's shoulders, so he should be grateful. Ryang says may God be with his big brother, and Ho immediately rushes towards Zhongyuan with his eagle following him. On his path towards Zhongyuan, Ho has to get on a ship, due to which he feels nauseous because he has seasickness. Ho, while lying on the floor, says he is going to die, but 2 guys near him on the ship tell him to throw it all up if he is feeling that much sickness. One of the guys, for a young fellow like Ho, it seems like he has a weak body, but Ho asks them how long before they dock, to which one of them replies there are 2 days to go, and the other says Ho says the energy to shout, so he'll be fine for now. Ho feels devastated to hear that 2 days are still left and thinks he should not have come. Ho faints, and he sees a girl, OK Ryong, in his dream who has beautiful eyes. Suddenly, fire captures everything, and Ho worriedly searches for OK Ryong, but when he finds her, she has died. Meanwhile, the enemies see he is the only one alive, and they say he has a nice bow, but Ho furiously kills them all and says he will not leave a single survivor. Suddenly, he hears someone telling him to wake up, and when he wakes up from the dream, he cries. The guy near him asks what kind of dream it has to be for Ho to weep and tells him to help them in preparing food. The other man says starting a fire on a boat is not an easy job, so he should help them. While blowing fire, the man says a fire can only be started after the wind has settled, the waves have settled, and the captain and navigator have given their blessings. The other man says Ho must be hungry after throwing it all up, and the other says he should give Ho a once-in-a-lifetime experience, but Ho wonders what he means. While the food is cooking, they ask if Ho is on his way to Namgung's family and says if he gets seasick, then it would be better to travel by land. Ho replies his mother's side of the family is in Henan, and his home is in Baekdu, which is quite a distance away from Henan. Ho says his mother's orders were to visit his great-great-grandparents before he made his way to the Namgung family. One of the guys asks why Ho is going through all this trouble to visit the Namgung family, and says if Ho's objective is training in martial arts, he must think twice about it. The other guy agrees with his fellow and says today's Namgung family is different from the old one. The guy says after the death of the family head from the battle against Peichin Palace 50 years ago, everything has gone downhill from then on. The man says the Namgung family is no longer counted among the top 5 families, and Ho wonders how bad it is for that to happen. Meanwhile, one of the guys says he has heard all that's left of the Namgung is the family head and a daughter, and the family head doesn't have long to live. The other guy, while having the soup, says if Ho only considers the symbolism, then the Namgung family is the best of the light path, Mirams, so visiting them should not be that bad. Meanwhile, Ho thinks it seems like it's not going to be easy, and the guy, while giving soup to Ho, says these days, people say to take the Namgung family out and the Ak family of Shandong in. When Ho asks about the Ak family, the guy says it's a family that has emerged as a prestigious clan, and that he thinks a member of that family is on this boat. Simultaneously, as Ho takes a sip of the soup, he immediately runs to throw it out. But when the guy asks if he is still feeling sick, Ho furiously asks what he has done to the soup. The guy asks what he means, but suddenly, he remembers Ho is from Joseon and says he heard people from Joseon don't like spices. The guy says it seems it is true, but Ho furiously says if he knew that, he should have warned him. The guy apologizes, but Ho wonders how they eat that stuff. Suddenly, Ho's eagle starts flying above him, so he asks his eagle Cheolwang what is wrong. Meanwhile, a man on another ship says a prey has come of its own accord and orders his men to fire at once. As they fire, Ho wonders what that sound is, and suddenly, their ship gets attacked. Everyone gets shocked, and Ho wonders where the shots are coming from. But suddenly, a man points towards a pirate ship and tells everyone that they are attacked by them. They recognize it's the Titanic Dragon pirates, but the captain thanks God that it's only them. When Ho asks the captain what he means, the captain replies that if they surrender, these pirates will let them live at least, and they can talk things through. Suddenly, the ship gets hit again, so the captain asks the workers what they are doing, and tells them to wave the white flag immediately. As they wave the white flag, the pirates' leader tells them to lay down the bridges, and they raid the other ship. Ho immediately identifies the head of the Titanic Dragons, whose name is Yongbu. The captain of the ship on which Ho is traveling introduces himself to Yongbu, and Yongbu says he'll consider their waving white flag as their will to surrender. Yongbu asks the captain if he must know their ways, to which he immediately replies he knows. But Yongbu says it wouldn't make much of a difference if they tried to resist now. The captain says they don't have any intention to do so because he knows the rules of the pirates very well. Bong says that they should speed their work up a bit and says if they pay for the toll, they have no intention of taking everything from there. Yongbu says he'll let them all live, and it's a deal, but when the captain asks how much the toll is, Yongbu replies that it is 3 million. The captain gets terrified and says it is too much, but Yongbu says if he cannot pay this, then he should just say so. Yong says he has no problem with that, but he doesn't know how his men will react. This terrifies the captain's men, but some other martial artists present on their ship get furious. They want to resist, but their leader tells them to wait. Suddenly, the captain agrees to pay 3 million, but in return, he wants the safety of everyone and his ship. Yongbu grabs the captain's shoulder and says he promises the name of Titanic Dragons. After some while, they start collecting money from everyone on the ship. But when the pirates ask Ho to give his money, he ignores them and continues scratching his ear. The pirates ask if he cannot see all the others giving up their money, but Ho flicks the earwax at his neck and tells him to shut up because he talks too much. Ho immediately grabs the pirate's axe, and the pirate tries to talk, but his voice is lost. Ho says he has disabled his vocal cords. The pirate gets scared, and Ho says he is a rude person who is so young yet has nothing else to do, so he does dumb pirate stuff. Ho says he is already in a bad mood and furiously asks if that pirate wants to die. But suddenly he hears Yongbu asking someone what the hell he is doing. Ho sees the martial artists and their leader challenge the pirates, so Yongbu asks if they want to fight, to which the martial artist's head replies they don't have to fight. Meanwhile, Ho, while watching this, thinks he is right. They have taken up arms, and he already expects it to go this way. The man challenging the pirates says he is Ak Jian from the Ak family, which shocks Yongbu, And Ho also cannot believe this guy is talking about the Ak family of Shandong from the book that Ho read some time ago. Ho knows the Ak family of Shandong ruled over Murim in the past only to walk to their downfall. After the birth of a prominent figure, Ekjuk, the family underwent a rage-fueled resurgence of its noble reputation 30 years ago. People nominate the Ak family of Shandong as one of the 5 great families to replace the fallen Namgung family. Yongbu wonders why it has to be this family, but he cannot back down now. Yongbu hears his men whispering about what the hell is wrong with him because he just has to order them to fight. Yongbu thinks they are idiots because they don't know about the Ak family. But suddenly, Ak Jian says he has something to say and tells them to listen to him. Ak Jian says that the country of Han has its own law and order, and his family may have built a reputation for itself in Shandong, but it is only in the Shandong region. Ak Jian says he agrees that at sea, they must follow the rules of the sea, and though he is willing to fight with his life on the line, he says he has a proposition. Yongbu tells him to go on, so Ak Jian says he thinks 3 million is over the line and asks how about 2 million. Yongbu gets shocked, and his men get furious, but he stops them and says there is no way because anything less than 3 million is out of the question. Ak Jian says he is putting him in a tight spot and proposed that they should decide it with a duel once and for all. But Ho gets shocked and wonders what crap is that he is talking about in a match all of a sudden. Everyone is confused, and pirates also wonder if it is okay to decide like this. Ak Jian says whoever loses has to follow the winner's wish. Yongbu tells Ak Jian to let him think, but Ak Jian tells him there is no need to shed blood, and without anyone's life on the line, they'll see who overwhelms the other in the battle. Suddenly, a pirate guy arrives there and says it seems like it is going to be fun, and they should do this. Yongbu immediately bows to his boss, and that guy tells Ak Jian that he is Hwang. Ak Jian tells him his name and thinks he is huge. Ho is also amazed to see the real commander of the pirates. Ho remembers he had seen huge dudes when he was in the military, but this Hwang is amazing. Hwang tells Yang that it is better to leave things to him now, and Yongbu says he understands. Meanwhile, Ho thinks it'll be interesting to see Hwang and Ak Jian fight. Suddenly, Hwang jumps to attack Jian, but he dodges the attack, and the ship jolts with Hwang's jump. Hwang tries to attack again with his axe, but Jian dodges it, and it hits the floor of the ship, which breaks the floor from there. The captain gets worried and Ho wonders what is happening because if Hwang is only using brute force or he has something up his sleeves. Hwang tells Ak Jian to stop running around and come at him, to which Jian replies he was just about to do that, and with an instant movement he rushes to attack Hwang. Jian's sword reaches Hwang's neck, but Hwang says he got it and attacks with his giant axe. Jian immediately blocks the attack with his sword, but he gets pushed back because of the pressure. The pirates cheer for their boss, but Ho thinks Hwang is hiding something because the blade of the Ak family failing to reach Hwang doesn't make sense. Jian's sword is affected, and he thinks his sword may not be one of the greatest noble swords, but it is still a highly valued sword. Suddenly, Hwang asks if this is all that Jian has got, to which he replies that it is not all, but he realizes he needs to stay alert. Hwang starts attacking again, and when Jian again starts dodging attacks, Hwang says Jian can't win by running away like that. Jian replies that he is aware of that, but in this process, the ship is being destroyed, and Jian thinks there is no technique behind Hwang's movements. Jian thinks Hwang is attacking all willy-nilly, and for him to be overwhelmed by a novice who has not even mastered any martial arts techniques is embarrassing. Suddenly, Jian disappears in the air, which shocks the pirates, and he appears behind Hwang to attack him. But his sword doesn't hit Hwang. Jian gets shocked and pushed away by Hwang's attack again. Jian can't believe Hwang has mastered Weigong, which is a martial art that focuses on physical aspects. Hwang tells Jian to stop the flattery, but Jian asks if he can ask Hwang's master's name, to which Hwang replies that he doesn't have one. Hwang says he saw it in a book and trained himself, but Jian gets shocked and thinks he has seen well-trained masters before, but a self-taught fellow to be this good is his first. Jian thinks he shouldn't have looked down on Hwang, and since this is the case, he decides to face him with full dignity. Jian says he'll fight with everything he has got, but Hwang, with a laugh, says he is filling him with anticipation and challenges Jian to come at him. Jian gets ready to end this in one strike, but Yang and everyone are shocked to see he is going to use Sword Kai. Jian attacks with an unparalleled wind strike, which is going to make the ship roll over, and Ho wonders if he misjudges Jian's abilities. The pirates get shocked, and Jian thinks it's over, but suddenly, Hwang gets out of the dust and rushes to attack Jian. Jian tries to move away, but his foot gets stuck on the broken floor, and he falls. Hwang is about to stab Jian, making him wonder if this is the end, but suddenly, an axe hits Hwang's axe, making him miss the aim. Hwang asks what this is, and Ho apologizes for that, but he asks if Hwang has to cut an arm off because it is clear who the winner is. When Hwang asks what he wants, Ho is about to say something, but he smells some herbal spices, and he throws them up in the sea. Ho thinks he is going to go crazy, and suddenly he tells the pirate with an eye patch who is standing in front of the door from where the smell is coming to shut the door. The pirate asks what the hell this stupid guy is saying, to which Ho replies that he is telling him to shut the door. The pirate furiously asks if he wants to die and says he'll give him a quick death, so he should shut his mouth, but Ho furiously asks what he says. Ho tells the pirate that if he doesn't want to close the door, he should just say it and say it's such a nasty temper for a pirate. The pirate gets furious, but suddenly, Ho calls Chiolwang to close the door for him. Chiolwang arrives with a gust of strong wind and starts pecking the pirate's head, who is wearing an eye patch. After that, when Chiolwang sits on Ho's shoulder, Ho says he told him to close the door and not to shed blood. Eventually, Ho tells the worker of the ship, in an intimidating tone, to close that door because his nose is sensitive. The worker runs to close the door, and Ho tells Hwang that they should continue their conversation. Ho asks if his name is Hwang, and he replies that he is right. Ho thinks it's interesting that after all the fighting, Hwang still has energy. Ho knows Hwang means sea bear, so he asks what kind of name it is, but Yongbu furiously asks who Ho think he is talking to. Yongbu asks the pirates what they are standing around for and orders them to rip Ho's mouth apart. The pirates get ready to attack him, but Hwang orders them not to take another step, which shocks Yongbu, and he says Ho made fun of the boss. Hwang tells them that this boy is not a pushover and thinks he couldn't recognize his abilities because he was vomiting all over the place, but when the ship was shaking, he showed incredible balance. Hwang thinks that Ho's command over a hawk shows that he is not an ordinary guy. Suddenly, Ho, with a laugh, says Hwang doesn't have to stop his men, and as the hawk flies up again, Ho says before they fight, he has one condition. When Hwang asks about the condition, Ho replies that if he wins, Hwang will become his underling. Yongbu gets furious and calls Ho arrogant, but Hwang asks what if he wins. Ho says he has quite the confidence and that if he loses, he'll do whatever Hwang wants him to do. Ho says he can give up his life and become his underling, and he'll do as Hwang says. When Ho asks what he thinks, Hwang replies it's a fair deal and tells Ho to raise his weapon, but Ho says his body is his weapon. Everyone is shocked, but Hee-wong rushes to attack him and says he shouldn't regret it later. Hee-wong's blade is about to hit Ho, but Ho seamlessly changes his position and calls Hee-wong slow. Hee-wong tries to cut off his head, but Ho leans back and asks if he can even kill a fly with this speed. Hee-wong starts to get tired, but he continues to attack, and Ho continues to dodge them. The captain is worried because his ship is getting destroyed, but the pirates are worried for their boss. Hee-wong furiously wonders why he can't land a strike on Ho, and Ho says he has given plenty of opportunities to Hee-wong, so now it's his turn. Suddenly, Ho, with an instant movement, gets close to Hee-wong and kicks him in the ribs. Ho says Hee-wong's body is pretty solid, but he also puts some force behind his attack and says he'll see if Hee-wong can take another kick. Ho hits Hee-wong in his rubs again, and it hurts him, but Ho is amazed Hee-wong has not been knocked out yet. Ho says he is pretty good and thinks no wonder Ak-Jian had trouble fighting Hee-wong because he was a no match for him. Hee-wong tries to hit again, but Ho immediately jumps back and says there is no reason to hurry and they should take their time. Ho said when he was younger, he asked two of his grandparents, who also happened to be his masters, how to face a very solid enemy in battle. He says the answer is simple: either break through by force or rot the weak insides. Meanwhile, Jian is shocked that Ho is talking about the heavy-handed inner strikes and thinks Ho is right because with that, he would also have been the winner, but he fought blindly. Suddenly, Ho says they have had enough talk and he should finish it. Hee-wong yells at him to come at him. Ho instantly gets close to Hee-wong and tells him to defend with all his might. But Hee-wong is in shock, and Ho kicks his face. Hee-wong falls, and Ho, while saying that this is the end, again kicks down Hee-wong's face on the floor. Yong-bu is shocked to see this, and Ho pulls out Hee-wong's head from the floor, which makes Hee-wong realize Ho is really strong, but he thinks the fight is not over yet. Suddenly, he unexpectedly punches Ho in the face, but Ho is standing still, and while cleaning blood from his lips, he says it stings a little. Hee-wong is stunned, and Ho says that now it's his turn, so he should clench his teeth. Ho starts slapping Hee-wong's face from both sides, and everyone on the ship is baffled by this scene. As Ho stops, Hee-wong thinks the world is spinning, and he falls to the ground. Ho asks how it feels and asks if his head is spinning and if it feels like it's going to explode. Ho asks if Hee-wong wants to know the reason and says inside the ear there is a nerve system responsible for his sense of balance, and no matter who the person is, if he is hit there, he is bound to lose his sense of balance. Ho tells Hee-wong to keep this in mind for the future and asks if he has heard of an indestructible body. Ho says it's reaching a level where the skin gets so tough that the water or fire doesn't have an effect, and even reaching that level of toughness on the outside doesn't mean anything. Ho says that the outside is merely the imperfect half and is only good for showing off because to reach a level of the truly indestructible body, he has to be able to protect his brain and all the organs inside his body. Ho says alongside that even if the sky falls down and the earth crumbles, Hee-wong should show true motionlessness, and only then will he achieve a truly indestructible body. Ho says that the martial arts Hee-wong are trained in is the outer type, and the final stage is to reach an indestructible body. So from now on, he should make his goal to acquire an indestructible body and train timelessly to reach it. Ho says if Hee-wong needs help, it is bothersome, but he'll help him, and that's all he has to say. Hee-wong understands he has lost completely both in martial arts and power, but weirdly, he is not filled with anger. Hee-wong thinks it is the humiliation of a lifetime, but he gets the feeling that he should follow alongside Ho, so he says okay. Simultaneously, Yong-bu asks the pirates why they are standing around and orders them to slice Ho's head and bring it to the boss. Yongbu yells that they must not let Ho live. They should tear apart his body, feed it to the dogs and bury everyone else at the sea. Ho, with a smile, warns them to watch what they do better. But Yongbu furiously calls him impudent and says he doesn't know who he is dealing with. While Yongbu is talking, suddenly, Ho grabs his neck, making him wonder when Ho will get near to him. Ho, while choking him, says he warned him to watch what he did and says if he started killing people as soon as he got on board, all of the pirates would already be dead. But since they didn't do it, Ho says he just stood by. Ho says he despises people like Yongbu, who bully the poor and weak, robbing them of what little they own and slaughtering them right after. Ho, with anguish in his eyes, says he'll never forgive people like him and slams Yongbu against the wall of the ship. Ho challenges other pirates, but they wonder what to do because the boss ordered them to attack. Simultaneously, Hwang tells everyone to hold on a second and ask the pirates what the hell they are doing. Hwang asks if they are trying to make him a loser who can't accept his loss and orders them to drop their weapons. Hwang says they are a group made of pirates, but they never go back on their word, so everyone drops their weapons, and Hwang asks Ho to forgive them. Ho says, as expected, he likes Hwang, and Hwang gets emotional, but Ho asks if that is something for which to shed tears. Ho clears his throat and says that since he won, Hwang should know what to do, to which Hwang replies that he knows. Hwang orders the pirates to give everything they took back and get off the ship at once because he'll leave to serve his master. Yang says Hwang can't do this, but Hwang says it's already been decided and tells Yang to inform his father about this. Yongbu is worried, but Ho tells him not to worry too much because he doesn't plan on keeping Hwang for long and says he'll send him back as soon as he finishes what he has to do. Ho says he'll make Hwang into a real dragon, so Yongbu agrees and orders the pirates to retreat. While leaving, Yongbu tells Ho to take care of his boss, and Ho tells him not to worry. After some while, the Titanic pirates tried to return everything they took, but as per the merchant's request, who had to keep selling goods, they agreed to pay half the original amount of the toll. In that, there was Yulji Ho and Hwang's silent agreement, so the encounter with the pirates ended. Yulji Ho's journey to Zhongyuan in order to rebuild the Namgung family, and Hwang, who is a leader turned servant, their journey had begun. 2 days had passed since the encounter with the Titanic dragon pirates, and the ship was heading for the dock. Ho, while reading a book, says he never thought there was a more idiotic way of teaching martial arts than his family, and says whoever wrote this book deserves a trophy. Ho says its way to an indestructible body is admirable, but wonders who the hell takes it seriously to put it into action. Meanwhile, 2 guys hit Hwang's body, and when Ho asks if they aren't tired and if Hwang has not had enough, they reply that there is still a little bit left to the hour limit. Ho asks what they mean that there are still a few minutes left and says it's been exactly an hour, so they should stop. Hwang obeys Ho's order and says he understands, so they stop. The 2 guys beating Hwang were Cho Bun and Nwe Jian, who were Hwang's underlings. They are uninvited guests who grew up with Hwang like brothers and said they would rather die if they couldn't come along. Hwang tells them to take a break, too, and they agree, but Ho doesn't like this scene. Suddenly, Ho calls them Bun and Nwe, but one of them tells Ho not to play with their names like that because he hates it when he calls them Bun and Nwe. The other tells him to be careful and asks Ho what he has to say to them, to which Ho replies that they make him Bun Nu, which means they make his heart suffer pain. Ho says he knows they are childhood friends, but he'll make one thing clear. When they ask what it is, Ho asks what their boss Hwang's current position is, to which they reply he is Ho's underling. Ho says that is right, and then asks what makes the 2 of them to him, To which Hwang replies they are Ho's servants, so they must follow him. Cho-bun and Nwe-jeon are silent, so Ho says he didn't ask Hwang. Nwe-jeon hesitantly says they should have done what Ho said first, and they apologize to him, to which Ho replies that it is right, but he says it is in the past anyway. Ho tells them not to call him a master, but Hwang says that won't do, and he is Ho's underling, so calling him master is very reasonable. Ho says he doesn't have to be Hwang's master, and this makes him uncomfortable, so he suggests they call him Big Bro or Boss. Suddenly, Ho suggests forming a pact of brotherhood, but Hwang gets shocked and says he would rather die. Ho gets irritated by his stubbornness and accepts he lost, allowing Hwang to call him whatever he wants. Ho asks if Hwang is fine after all those hits, to which he replies he is fine because he does that all the time, so he is used to it. Ho says he can see Hwang is working on his inner Kai and asks if the book he just read is about inner Kai cultivation, to which Hwang replies that he is right. Hwang says he has started cultivating his inner Kai, and Cho-bun and Nwe-jeon joined him. When Ho asked how long they had been cultivating, Hwang replied that they had started around 5 or 6 years after the death of Commander Yang. Ho, while picking up the book he was reading, says that it is good and there is a right time for everything, even in martial arts. Ho says Hwang must never miss the right time, so starting from today, he says he'll oversee his training. Hwang gets surprised and he immediately thanks Ho, and Ho says Cho-bun and Nwe-jeon are to train from today. Both of them get shocked that they'll train in martial arts, and Ho says their training will be different from Hwang, but the basics will be the same. They also thank Ho, but Ho thinks they don't know how much Kai's potential is radiating from them. Ho thinks Hwang has got the basics down, and if he had a good teacher, he would have been better. But to be at the level he is now is astonishing. Ho, looking at the book, thinks there are 2 martial arts techniques in this book: depth cultivation of root Kai, a type of inner Kai cultivation method, and another described in one word, utter devotion, a type of bodily training. Ho believes that just by mastering any one of these, Hwang would become a monster. Suddenly, Ho says that before they get training, he'll have to see their skill level first. He calls Cheolwang, who immediately arrives and sits on his shoulder. Nwe-jeon asks Master Ho why he would call for the bird, but Ho tells Nwe-jeon to show what he got, which startles him. Nwe-jeon asks how he can fight against a falcon, but Ho asks if he is saying he can't beat his falcon. Ho, with a smile, says if he were Nwe, he would watch himself, and suddenly, Cheolwang, in a split second, disappears in the air. While Nwe-jeon is wondering where the falcon is going, it immediately appears behind Nwe-jeon by flying towards him. Nwe-jeon bends to dodge the falcon but wonders what that thing is. Meanwhile, Ho is glad he dodged the falcon and thinks Nwe-jeon is different from the other pirates in his group, but he wonders how long he can dodge. Cheolwang continues attacking, and it scratches Nwe-jeon's chest, making him bleed, which makes him furious. Nwe-jeon tries to hit the falcon with the wooden bat, but he can't hit him even once. He yells that the falcon keeps attacking him from the outside of his attack arrangement. Suddenly, the falcon makes Nwe-jeon fall by flying towards him with intense pressure, and Nwe-jeon says if he was a little faster, it would have been easy. Ho thinks Nwe-jeon knows what his issue is and sees both Hwang and Cho-bun are seriously seeing this. He thinks they must have felt something from watching and thinks he is going to have fun training them. After some while, Nwe-jeon is lost to the falcon, and his eye is swollen because the falcon attacked it. Ho says he told Jeon to watch out, and Nwe-jeon remembers it, but he has nothing to say. Still, Ho says there is a fruit to Jeon's struggles, but Jeon, with shock, asks if even though he has blatantly gotten beaten. Ho tells him to think back on the fight he just fought and asks why he thinks he lost, to which Jian replies it's because he is too slow. Ho agrees and says he is not just slow but slow as hell. Ho says if he had a little bit of knowledge and training in a movement technique, he would have been able to get at least one hit. Ho said when He Wong fought against the martial artist from the Ak family, he won because of his body and luck, but he couldn't keep up with his opponent. He Wong agrees with that, but Ho tells him not to be so down because he still won. Ho says he is telling him this so he doesn't rely on his luck again, and says the moment He Wong starts regretting the fight, it's over. He Wong says he understands, and Ho tells them that there are many factors that play a role in winning a fight. Ho says they need enough internal kai for them to freely use martial arts and confidence that they can win when they are facing a strong opponent. Ho says they need the ability to turn their fear into bravery and an unwavering will that stands strong no matter the situation. Ho tells them that they are more factors than that, but he thinks the most important of all is to be quick enough to overwhelm their opponent's movements, or at least be fast enough to not get overwhelmed by their opponent's movements. Ho says for those reasons, he'll teach them the walk off the moon and clouds, which shocks them, but they are excited, and Ho says it's good to see them excited. Ho shows them he has marked out the path to master on the deck, and says there is about a day left before the ship is due to arrive, so they have a day to memorize the movements he is about to show them. When He Wong shockingly asks if they only have a day, Ho replies that he doesn't say they have to master them. Ho says the movements differ with every step, and every difference in a step has different practical principles. Ho says they only have to see his movements and have the order memorized. But he says if the ship docks and they have not memorized it yet, he'll make them fight Chiolwang. They get terrified, so they immediately start the movement training, and they do everything they can to avoid fighting Chiolwang. But the problem is that the ship has arrived at its destination ahead of schedule, so they can't avoid fighting Chiolwang. Ho says they are already at the docks and wonders if the ship is heading to Harnam Island. Meanwhile, NW Jian thinks they are screwed, and after some, Chiolwang makes a fool out of the three of them. Ho tells Chiolwang that he told it to go easy on them, but after their pride torn asunder, the three trained even harder. 4 days after getting on the ship heading for the Heenam Island, they reached a high enough mastery that Yulji Ho himself nodded in approval. He Wong asks how they are doing. Ho replies that it took quite a while, but the three of them are finally getting it. Afterwards, Yulji Ho taught them sword arts, unbounded sword arts, and the beginning and end of the Namgung family's martial arts. Yulji Ho taught the simple foundational basics in just 5 days, and after that, he focused on teaching the basic ways of the sword, and he also told them why he came to Zhangyuan. Ho told them where he came from and told them the story of the Namgung family, and He Wong and others listened to it seriously. The three, who were mere pirates before, were going to be a part of a big historical event. With that thought, laziness was not going to be tolerated, and after hearing Yulji Ho's story, they put all their focus on training. Mastering both the walk of the moon and clouds and unbounded sword arts, putting all their effort and time into it. A month had passed, and the ship was nearing Heenam Island when suddenly, Ho asked what the hell NW Jian was doing. NW Jian replies that he is working on unbounding, but Ho furiously asks how he is working on U-bounding and says he'll explain to him again, so he should listen carefully. He tells him that the first skill, Leap of the Kite, is fast and light, and the second skill, Unlimited Unbounding, is bold yet soft. Ho says the third skill, Unbounded Harmony, combines the first and second skills. It is fast and smooth, and it appears to be light, yet the solemn aura has to soar. Ho tells Nwegion that his movements are neither fast nor light and asks if he is dancing around, to which he replies he is not. But Ho asks if those showy movements were not the dance moves. He asks what happened to his step arrangement and says he gave him praise because he improved a little, but now he is slacking off. Nwe apologizes, and then Ho points to Chobun that he is focusing on the basics of sword arts, which is good, for which he thanks him. But Ho says his majesty of the sword has yet to reach Nwegion's level. Ho says Bun is not doing what Nwegion is doing, not because he won't, but because he can't. Ho tells them that fancy movements are not bad, but those kinds of movements are for those who have reached the highest level of mastery. Ho tells them that they are off focusing on mastering the simple basics, and whether it be sword arts or movement techniques, the important thing is not what's shown on the outside, but the ability to subdue their opponent with little effort or be able to protect themselves. After that, they start training again, and Ho thinks he didn't mean to dampen their spirits, but thinks for them to reach their potential. He needs to be a hard teacher. He thinks they are doing well themselves and thinks he didn't expect them to get to where they are in such a short amount of time. Suddenly, Ho sees Hwang training hard, and when he says he is the best, Hwang starts crying with joy. Ho thinks no matter how he looks at Hwang, he is a goon, but that is what makes him shine. Suddenly, they see they are about to reach the Haenam Islands, and Ho, seeing them, thinks this is the place where his mother's family, the Haenam faction, resides. After they reach the island, Ho feels the weather is extremely hot, so Chobun and Nwegion tell him to take off his clothes like them, but Ho says he is fine. Ho says no matter how hot the weather is, he cannot strip anywhere. Simultaneously, Hwang says a guy said if they walk towards Mount Soji, they'll be there on time. So he tells them they are almost there and they should just hang on a bit longer. Ho says they'll know how long it'll take if they keep walking, but suddenly, he notices some guys there and wonders if the disciples of the Haenam faction are training. Suddenly, Ho says the day is hot enough already. They have got a flock of stinky flies, but Hwang asks where, to which Ho replies, nothing, and laughs. Ho tells Hwang they couldn't hide their scent, but they seem to be quite a precious flock of flies. Ho says they'll know if they keep going, and suddenly, some martial artists stop their way. Ho realizes they are not friendly and wonders what he should do. Nwegion asks them who the hell they are, and Ho is impressed he is standing up for them. When those guys don't reply, Hwang furiously asks them who the hell they are and why they are blocking the way. Suddenly, the leader of those guys asks them why they are backing down now and asks Hwang where they are headed. Hwang replies that there is only one path there and says that the guy is asking a question with an obvious answer. When Hwang says they are going to the Haenam faction, the guy gets shocked and asks the purpose. Ho replies they have some business, but when that guy asks about the business, Ho says they are not looking for a cheating wife, so he asks why they are interrogating him. That guy furiously takes out his sword, calling Ho insolent, and says they, the Haenam faction, will not be shamed by mere pirates. Nwegion furiously asks who they are calling the pirates and wants to fight, but Ho tells him to wait. Ho understands they are the disciples of Haenam, which means they are the disciples of his great-great-grandfather, so he realizes that causing a disturbance won't do him any good. Ho tells them that they have a misunderstanding, they are not pirates, and he has come to greet his mother's family. The guy is shocked, and Ho says his mother is from Haenam and his name is Yulji Ho. Ho says he comes from the east to visit his elders, and he doesn't want any trouble, so he tells them to show him the way. Suddenly, that guy starts laughing and says Ho almost convinced him, but he asks if Ho is saying this is his mother's home, to which Ho replies that it is right. When the guy furiously says the Heenam faction would never allow marriage with pirates, Ho replies that they are not the pirates. But then the guy tells him to explain the drawing of a worm on the pirates' bodies. The guy asks if they thought he would not notice that it's a pirate's mark, and says if they are trying to fool someone, they should go to acting school. Hee-wang loses his temper and rushes to stab that guy. But he dodges his blade and tries to stab Hee-wang with a sword. But it doesn't even scratch Hee-wang's strong body. The guy gets terrified and immediately makes distance, but Hee-wang closes the distance in an instant, which shocks that guy, and Hee-wang pushes him away with a little force. The guy gets thrown away, and he gets unconscious while the other Heenam disciples try to wake him up. One of the disciples calls Hee-wang a coward because he ambushed their master, but Nwa says their master fell for it. The disciple is furiously taking out his sword, but their senior is injured, so they have to take him back. The disciple picks up his senior on his back and, while leaving, tells Nwa to wait and see. But Nwa tells him to see them now because he won't wait. Suddenly, Ho starts clapping while saying, "Good job," but Hee-wang immediately apologizes and says he should have known better. Ho tells him to leave it be, but Hee-wang says he'll accept his punishment. However, Ho asks what his crime is and says Hee-wang has done a great job because if he won't do that, he would have twisted their heads off their shoulders. Ho says Hee-wang read his thoughts well, which shocks Hee-wang, and Ho thinks Hee-wang's skill improvement is something to be happy about, but he thinks he cannot be too excited, given his own history with the Heenams. Ho thinks he'll explain the situation himself, and if that doesn't work, then he'll just get on his hands and knees to beg. On the other hand, a disciple, Chogu, goes to tell Sensei that they have some trouble, and when Sensei asks what it is, Gu replies there is an enemy invasion of pirates. Sensei is shocked, but he immediately picks up his sword and says he'll see himself. Sensei is Heenam's head, and his name is Kang Unjayo. Before leaving, he tells his wife, Yuk Jumkyong, to take care of herself. Jumkyong is Yulji Ho's aunt. On the other hand, Hee-wang and his underlings are fighting the disciples of the Heenam faction while Ho is watching them from the rooftop. As Nwa dodges an attack, Ho thinks he is doing well for himself. While watching his disciples fight, Ho thinks that if this goes on, he won't have to move a finger, but he still thinks they have a long way to go. Ho was not expecting this kind of warm welcome, and the whole mess started before he could try to talk it out. Ho didn't mean all of this to happen, but now, as he sees Hee-wang fighting, he thinks about how he can be so hard-headed with a body like his. Hee-wang is slower than his opponents, but he has a strong body, which makes it difficult for them to hit him. As Hee-wang tries to attack his opponent, Kang Yu, he dodges his attack, so Hee-wang tells him to stop running and face him if he is a man. Kang Yu says he won't fall for his provocation, and Ho realizes the opponent is not a novice and won't let his guard down like Ak Jayun, so it's hard for Hee-wang to get a hit. Ho thinks that if this goes on, Hee-wang will lose in no time, so he wonders what Hee-wang will do now. Meanwhile, Kang Yu tells Hee-wang to give up, but Hee-wang furiously yells at him not to mock him, and as he is going to attack him, he sees a rock near his foot. Suddenly, Hee-wang kicks the rock towards Kang Yu, but he immediately tilts his head to dodge it. While watching this, Ho thinks Kang is really good, and simultaneously, when Hee-wang tries to attack with his axe, Kang Yu avoids the attack and breaks the wall behind him. Kang Yu realizes if he had reacted a split second later, he would have been hit. Suddenly, Kang realizes Hee-wang is behind him, and Hee-wang tells him to come at him once more so he can end him once and for all. Kang Yu tries to say something, but he is stuttering, so Hee-wang asks what he is waiting for. Kang Yu, with a shaking voice, says the statue of Hee-ryung is broken, which is a sea dragon. It is said that the ancestor, the He-Nam faction's founder, craved that statue himself to glorify the sea dragon, who had helped him calm the sea and bring peace. It is the He-Nam faction's protected heirloom, and that statue has just been destroyed in front of Kang Yu. Suddenly, when He-Wang asks what Kang is saying about the sea dragon, Kang, with a fierce expression, looks towards He-Wang. Kang Yu says He-Wang is going to die, he'll kill him himself, and he'll pay for this with his life. But He-Wang calls him crazy and says he cannot kill him. Meanwhile, Ho thinks something is going on with this Kang Yu boy, and as he sees he is going to use Thoughtless Blade, which is his family's sword art, he wonders how he knows it. Ho immediately takes out his bow and rushes to stop him, because, at this rate, He-Wang's body will be ripped to shreds. Kang is about to stab He-Wang, but Ho immediately uses Shapeless Shooting, which breaks Kang Yu's sword, making him fall to the ground. He-Wang, seeing this as an opportunity, tries to stab him, but Ho also breaks his axe and tells everyone to halt. Ho says this is enough, but when He-Wang says he can finish the fight, Ho tells him to shut up. Ho asks He-Wang if he has forgotten where they are and who Ho is, so he immediately apologizes, and Ho tells Kang Yu to stop, too. Kang asks if he is kidding him, but Ho calls him a kid and says he is as stubborn as before. Kang Yu furiously asks who Ho is calling a kid and says he is not someone a mere pirate can mock. However, Ho, with a smile, thinks this kid's temper is the same as always, and as he walks towards him to tell who he is, suddenly, Jang Yom arrives in front of Kang and warns Ho not to take another step. Jang Yom says he is the warrior of the He-Nam faction's main branch and asks Ho who he is to cause trouble in the territories of He-Nam. When Ho says he is Yulji Ho, Jang Yom says he is not asking for his stupid name, but why he is here. Meanwhile, Kang Yu is shocked to hear the name, and he immediately tells Jang Yom to wait. Simultaneously, Kang also arrives there and tells Jang Yom to stop. Kang tells Jang that Yulji Ho is not just a stupid name, as he said, but when Jang Yom asks what he means, Kang asks if he doesn't know the family name Yulji. Kang Unjayo tells Jang Yom to back off, so he does that, and Kang Unjayo asks if Ho has come to visit his mother's family. Could he not have come without all the ruckus? Ho bows to his uncle and asks how he has been, to which he replies that he has been well up until just now. Ho apologizes, and Kang Unjayo says he is glad no one is injured. But as he looks at the broken sea dragon statue, he and the other elders get shocked. The elders, in shock, ask how this could happen, and Ho feels damned because he was about to get away with it quietly, but now he is totally screwed. When Kang Unjayo asks Ho if he did this, Ho replies that he believes the fight between the underling and the little one was the cause. Though Ho says the responsibility lies with him, he apologizes. Kang Yu is shocked and asks if he is really Big Brother Ho. Ho replies that, of course, it is him, and says it's only been a few years, and Yu doesn't recognize him anymore. Yu immediately apologizes, but suddenly, Kang Unjayo says this is not important right now, and that the important thing is what caused all of this. When Kang Unjayo asks what the reason for all of this is, Kang Yu gets nervous, but Unjayo tells him not to hesitate and to answer what caused the fight. However, Ho tells his uncle to let him explain the situation, and he explains everything in detail. As the family head and others listened, their faces got more serious, and Kang Yu and the other disciples of He-Nam couldn't dare to lift their heads. Kang Unjayo says this is pathetic and asks when the He-Nams, started being suspicious of their visitors. Ho apologizes and says he should have tried harder to resolve the misunderstanding. But Kang Unjayo says it's not his fault because no one can bear such an insult and manage to keep calm. Unjayo says it is the fault of the He-Nam people, who are blind and unable to tell visitors and enemies apart. Kang Unjayo says it is heartbreaking to see the statue in that state, but what is done is done. Ho again apologizes, but Kang Unjayo says what is done is done. Suddenly, Jang Yom says even if it was a misunderstanding, and they were precious guests who were related to the family, they should be held accountable for what they did to the statue. Unjayo says and tells the priest to look toward him and ask if he has the confidence to deal with Unjayo's late father-in-law's wrath. Jang Yom feels embarrassed and replies he doesn't have the courage to do that. So Unjayo tells him that the young man who came to them is the one his father-in-law treats more preciously than his own grandson. Unjayo says there is a reason no other priest is daring to say another word about the matter and says they don't have the courage to face his father's wrath. Unjayo says if Jang Yom asks for someone to take responsibility, Yom do it then because he doesn't have the courage to do that. After some while, when they tell everything to the previous head of the Heenam faction, Yuk-gun, about the incident, he says he is sorry for the ancestors, but it was a mistake, so they can't do much. Yuk-gun tells the members of the family to prepare an offering to the ancestors, pray for forgiveness and hire an expert sculptor to build another sea dragon statue. Unjayo tells his father that he'll do it, but suddenly, Yuk-gun tells him to wait and says hiring a sculptor would be good, but he'll sculpt one himself this time. When King Unjayo asks if his father will be okay with that, he replies he'll be alright as he has got nothing to do these days other than eat. Yuk-gun says he'll use this chance to build one with his own blood, sweat and tears. Ho says it is his fault, and he is sorry. But Yuk-gun says it is alright and asks by pointing towards the pirates if they are the ones mistaken for pirates. They immediately leave the food and introduce themselves to Yuk-gun. Yuk-gun says they look young, but they are tall and well built. When King Yu says Hwang was not affected by sword strike or sword kai, his father says the reason for that is not only because Hwang is strong, but because Yu is weak. Still, Yu says if the big brother had not interfered, he would have won. Kang Unjayo tells Yu to shut it and says martial arts is not something to be taken lightly enough for him to use a skill he has not mastered in a fight. Ho gets shocked and says he has noticed that Yu has been training his peerless triple unity blade, so Kang Unjayo replies that it is Ho's father's doing. When Ho asks what he means, Unjayo says 5 years ago, on his father-in-law's 70th birthday, Yu begged Ho's father for days until he gave in and taught Yu the sword skill. Yu tells Ho that he didn't know that the peerless triple unity blade was there at that time. Yu says he was very into entertainment, so he came across it by coincidence. When Ho asks if Yu learned anything else, something along the lines of Heart Sutra visualization or Wu Wai art, Yu replies no, and that he was only taught one sword art. Ho feels embarrassed because his father didn't teach Yu other skills and told him to train in a peerless triple unity blade. Kang Unjayo says he knows what Ho is worried about, but his father said, unlike other skills, Thoughtless Blade doesn't need much of one's inner kai. Kang Unjayo says Ho's father said that with Heenam's inner kai cultivation method, there'll be no trouble with training. Yuk-gun says that is right and Ho should not worry too much because the family's Xuanyang divine art will be enough. Ho is worried because the two of them misunderstand his father's words, and his father's standard of doesn't need much inner kai is not the same as theirs. Suddenly, when Ho's aunt asks how long he is planning to stay, Ho replies that he'll stay for a few days at most. When his aunt asks if Ho will see Myung, Ho immediately says he didn't see his little brother Kang Myung around anywhere. Ho's aunt says he doesn't have to passively point out that he was born 3 months earlier and says Myung is not there at the moment. Ho surprised asks if Myung goes somewhere far away. His aunt replies that he went to battle the Japanese. Ho's aunt says it seems down south. The Japanese have been invading frequently, creating a lot of casualties, and the invading forces were bigger than the embassy could handle, so they asked for help. Ho realizes that is why everyone is sensitive, and they mistook them for pirates, but he is sad that he won't be able to meet Myung. Suddenly, Yuk-gun asks why Ho doesn't stay at home and stops playing around. Yuk says he went to visit Ho several times, even after the two elders had passed with Yu and Myung, but Ho wasn't home every time. Yuk asks if Ho plans to visit him only after he dies of old age, but Ho apologizes and, with a laugh, says that is why he has come to visit him now. Yuk-gun wishes that he could tie Ho down and keep him there for a year or 10 years, but he says the world will keep spinning. Yuk-gun tells Ho to rest well during the few days of his stay, and Ho thanks him but also asks for a favor. Ho says during his stay, he would like to use the training grounds, to which Yuk-gun replies he can use them. Ho immediately looks towards Hwang and the underlings and tells them that the training starts tomorrow morning and it'll be different from the training they have been doing until now, so they should prepare themselves. They get attentive and immediately reply that they'll follow the order. The next morning, when Hwang is training, Ho sees he has gotten much better, but still not enough, so he tells Hwang that he is too focused on his steps to be more natural and loosen it. Hwang follows his advice, and when Ho sees Chobun and Nwajian standing, he scolds them and asks what they are looking at. Ho yells at them to not just stand there and continue training, so they immediately started. 15 days had passed since their arrival on Haenam Island, and Yulji Ho trained his underlings every single day. The focus of Ho's training was to improve his underlings' abilities. A few days ago, Kang Yu suggested a training match to Ho and asked if Ho wasn't curious about his underlings' skill level. Ho thought for a while and accepted the suggestion, which made Yu excited, and Ho thought it would be a good experience for his underlings. When the training match was held between the Haenam disciples and Ho's underlings, Nwajian gave up. The Haenam faction won against all 3 of Ho's underlings, which made Ho furious, and he wondered how they could not win a single match. Ho's underlings apologized to him, but Ho says they are going to train 10 times harder and tells them that they are going to train until they die. A few days later, Ho gathers them and informs them that they are going to leave Haenam tomorrow. Ho tells them that after today, they'll have no chance of redeeming themselves, so they should prepare themselves. Suddenly, the Haenam disciples arrive, and they say Ho is already there, and if he waited for long. Ho replies that they just arrived and asks where Kang Yu is, to which the Haenam disciple replies he heard Yu is called by the house head. Ho says he cannot do anything about that, so they should get started. But when Haenam asks what the rules shall be, Ho replies that they are the same as before. Ho says the first one to cut the opponent's clothes wins, so the match starts. Nwajian tells his opponent this time he won't win easily like last time, but the opponent says he is looking forward to it. Nwajian thinks he was unlucky last time and the time before that. He thinks he lost by a hair's breadth, so he decides to overcome that difference this time, and Ho wonders what Nwe will show him this time. As the fight begins, Nwajian dodges his opponent's attacks and uses Leap of the Kite followed by Unlimited Unbounding. The opponent realizes Nwajian is fighting hard this time, and it's because of his previous losses. But the Haenam disciple is determined that he cannot lose. As the Haenam disciple gets in an attacking position, Ho gets startled and immediately tells Hwang and Chobun to look at that disciple. When Hwang asks what it is, Ho replies that it is 9 mountains and 8 seas, one of the Haenam faction's sword arts. Ho says, just like its name, the first 9 movements are sharp and fast, and the 8 movements that follow are soft yet strong. When Bun asks if this means Nwajian will lose, Ho replies that he didn't say that, and they should just watch. While they are fighting aggressively, NWE Jian says he won't lose this time, and Bun is happy that NWE Jian is keeping up with the opponent's 9 mountains and the 8 seas. Ho says he can see that, but he thinks the fight has just begun, so NWE Jian should not get impatient. However, what Yulji was worried about came true. NWE Jian was getting more and more impatient. NWE Jian thinks he is overwhelmingly the opponent and jumps to attack the opponent. But Ho realizes he is making an idiot move. The opponent sees a chance and cuts off NWE Jian's fabric, which shocks Jian, and he cannot believe how this happened. The opponent says he is just a bit faster, and NWE Jian gets disappointed that he lost again. NWE Jian cannot believe how this happened, but Ho hits his head and asks if he thought he had won. Ho says NWE Jian fell for a trick, and even a baby can notice. Ho says he'll deal with him later and tells Choban it is his turn and wants him to win no matter what. A few minutes later, when Choban is standing still, Ho gets worried because one underling gets worked up too fast while the other is the polar opposite. Ho says Choban is a little too calm and that if he is that tense, he'll get worked up in no time. Ho tells Bun not to be too focused and to have a little fun, so Bun replies that he understands, but Ho says he cannot guarantee what will happen if Cho Hun loses. Hwang and NWE Jian beg Choban to win, and after some while, Choban manages to defeat the opponent. Choban tells the opponent that it was a splendid fight, and the opponent says same to him while Hwang and Jian clap for him. Ho says Choban did a good job and Choban says he was just lucky. But Ho says luck is talent, and he did well to not give up and sticking it out until he end. Suddenly, Ho says they are even know and ask if Hwang knows what it means, to which he replies he knows and tells Ho to leave it to him. Suddenly, Kang Yu arrives there and tells them to wait. But Hwang says he is late and he has come at the wrong time. However, Yu says Hwang would have lost anyway, but Hwang gets furious and they start arguing. Ho gets irritated that they are always fighting about something, but suddenly, he asks what is in Kang Yu's hands. Kang Yu replies that it is his flagon, which he has been raising, to which Ho replies he knows it's a falcon, but he asks why Yu is carrying it. Suddenly, Kang Yu furiously points towards Chiolwang and tells Ho to ask that brat the reason. Ho apologizes to Kang Yu, but Yu asks if he thinks it is a matter that can be resolved with an apology. Kang Yu says Ho's falcon cruelly plucked out every single feather of his falcon, but Ho requests him to forgive him just once. Ho says he has given up trying to tame Chiolwang's temperament and says he'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Simultaneously, something falls near Kang Yu's feet, and he starts to see it's a dead rat, which Chiolwang throw at him. Yu asks how dare he throw a dead rat at him, to which Ho replies that it was a warning, but when Yu asks what he means by warning, Ho replies that his falcon understands human language, and he is warning Yu to stop cursing him. When Hwang warns Yu that Ho's falcon is pretty strong, Yu gets shocked, and Hwang says one of his underlings who mocked Chiolwang almost died. Bun says he wouldn't mess with that bird, and NWE Jian also advises Yu to let it go, so he leaves that matter. Ho tells Yu to stop standing and cone with him because the spar is yet to end, and they must see who the winner is going to be. However, Kang Yu has something else he must do, and Ho asks what it is. After some while, Ho sits with 2 books in front of him, and when he asks what these are, Yuk Gun replies that it is something Ho will need, and that it's organized neatly. Ho says it's quite heavy, but Yuk Gun tells him to open it up, so he opens it and sees the history of Sorum written in it. Ho reads it has the location of Henam, Dengbingyun and Sound Mountains. When Ho asks what it is, Kang Unjayo replies that there are countless factions from the Just sect in Jianghu. Light paths consist of the 9 united sects and various families. Dark paths mainly consist of Peachin Palace, and the others not belonging to the other two. Kang Unjio says that he organized the renowned families of light paths and the 9 sects, and then wrote explanations for each faction. Unjio says he tried his best to explain in great detail, but there will be some parts that lack information, especially on Peachin Palace and factions of Dark Path. Unjio says it is not easy to get information about them, but Ho says it's more than enough for him. Unjio gets happy if that is so, but Yuk-gun tells Ho not to be surprised and to take a look at the other book. In the other book, Ho sees content about Il-seung's guardian deity, Il-P, the Dark Path leader, the current Lord of Peachin, and the very root of Dark Path's existence. Ho sees the book is filled with information on various important people, and realizes the second book is all about the people of the factions from the first book. In the second book, Unjio says the characters described first are different from others, especially the top 10 masters, aside from the legends of Light and Dark Miram. Unjio says those 10 are known as the 10 Kangho Masters, but Ho asks how he managed to collect all of this information because it is incredible. Unjio replies that they didn't write it, which shocks Ho, but Unjio explains that they are located on an island at the very corner of the sea. Unjio says they can't get their hands on that much information and asks if Ho has heard of Hao Moon. Ho says he is not sure, and he doesn't think he has heard of them, but Kang Unjio says he must the Gibang organization, to which Ho replies he has heard that it is an organization created by poor beggars to gather information. Kang Unjio says that is correct, and Hao Moon is a bit different from them, but they are pretty much the same. Unjio says the people of the lowest class, beggars, women who work in brothels, thieves, and pickpockets, came together and created the Hao Moon organization. Unjio says they were weak, so they gathered information to make ends meet and strive to become the best of the best in that field. Unjio says thanks to that, even with their low social status, they were able to build a reputation, and Ho understands it now. Unjio says the good thing is that Hao Moon's leader is near Henan, in Guangdong, and his father and that leader know each other. Unjio says that the day Ho arrived, they sent someone to gather information from Hao Moon and write these books. Ho is shocked because, in that short amount of time, they must have gone through so much trouble, so he immediately bows to thank his grandfather, Yuk-gun, and his uncle. Yuk-gun says there is no need for that and tells Ho to sit down. Unjio says that was quite difficult for them as well, but it also greatly helped them. Yuk-gun gives a box to Ho and tells him to open it, but when Ho opens the box, he is shocked to see it's Guangju, a gem that emits light in the dark. Ho is shocked because they are very precious, and Yuk-gun says that to revive a fallen family, Ho needs 3 things. Martial arts can become the root of the family, and talented family men master that art and, most importantly, money, so he prepared those gems for Ho. Yuk-gun says it is not much, but Ho should take it as a present from his grandpa. Ho says this is too much, and he thanks his grandfather, but Yuk-gun says, in actuality, it's not him who bought these because how can a retired old man have enough money? Yuk-gun says he asked Kang Unjio for help, so Ho should thank his uncle for making the big decision, but Unjio says because of the Japanese, he couldn't get his hands on more. Unjio says it may be too little, so he should think of it as a small gift, but Ho says this is more than enough and thanks Unjio. Suddenly, when Yuk-gun asks Ho if he is ready to leave now, Ho replies that there is not much to prepare for anyway, and Yuk says if he has made up his mind, then there is no reason to hesitate. After some while, Ho gets on the ship with Hwang and his underlings, but he asks Ho why he is so sullen, and if he is sad to go. Hwang replies that it is not that, and he thinks Kang Yu will join them. but Ho says they cannot do anything about that. Ho asked permission from their uncle to bring Kang Yu along, and the uncle made up his mind already. Ho says it would be a bit dangerous for Kang Yu, but it would have been a great opportunity for him, so it's too bad. Suddenly, Hwang was shocked to see something, and when Ho asked what it was, Hwang pointed towards Kang Yu, who was coming there running. Cho Bun asks if he should tell them to stop the boat, and Hwang says he should, but Ho tells them to wait. Ho tells them to leave it, and that there is no need, but Hwang gets shocked. Ho tells Kang Yu to keep running, trust him and jump, but Kang Yu thinks Ho is crazy. Kang Yu continues running, and he uses his full strength to jump on the ship, but Hwang gets worried because it is too far. Kang Yu leaves it to God, and suddenly, Ho throws Cheolwang towards Kang Yu and tells him to use Cheolwang as a stepping stone. Kang Yu steps on Cheolwang and humps again, but NW Jian says it is still too far, so Cho Bun immediately passes some wooden boards to Ho. Ho praises Cho Bun and, using his bow, throws those boards towards Kang Yu to step on them and reach the ship. Kang Yu immediately uses the boards by stepping on them, and the people are shocked to see him flying. Ho is glad that Kang Yu has mastered the agility techniques well, and Kang Yu is finally about to reach the ship. But as he steps on the last wooden board, it breaks, and he falls into the water. Ho, with a laugh, asks if it is cool down there, and says that's what he gets for being late. But Kang Yu furiously asks if Ho seriously had to do that. Ho throws a rope near Kang Yu and tells him to stop complaining and start climbing. Kang Yu, while climbing up, says Ho is going too far and that he has put his life on line to make it in time. Ho grabs Kang Yu up on the ship and says he'll be scolded a little, but he welcomes him on board first. On the other hand, the Namgung family residence is completely ruined, and an old man, while standing near a hidden passage in the ground, thinks time sure had an impact here. The old, while thinking about someone, wonders if they'll not visit them today either, but suddenly, old man comes out of that hidden basement. Namgung Min is the last descendant of the Namgung family, and she sees it as her grandpa Guok. Guok says today marks the 7th day, so he was worried, but Min says he thought he fell asleep for a day after taking the red pellet. Min says she was told it was about to be enraptured, but Guok asks what a red pellet is and what enraptured means. Guok asks if there is another person in there, to which she replies there is no one, and there are only 3 statues of her ancestors and 3 objects. Guok asks if one of the 3 objects was the pallet and says maybe it was a good medicine that the ancestors left for you. Min says it would be great if that is the case, but she doesn't feel anything different. However, Guok thinks the red pallet Min took is probably the pill that is said to increase one's inner Kai. Guok knows that after taking the pill, Min has to train to absorb the pallet fully, but he thinks it seems she has skipped that process. Suddenly, Min takes out a sword, which shocks Guan. Min tells him this is one of the 3 objects, and the other 2 are red pills and bronze plates with some writing on them. Min says it is said to take the pill on one of the bronze plates, but the other 2 were too rusted to read. Suddenly, Min tests the blade, and when Guan asks about its condition, she replies that it is a pretty good sword, and even when she holds it, it feels light. Min says there is no damage on the blade either, but she says it is just a sword, so she doesn't have high expectations. Min is disappointed to think the result of her not listening to her father is some pallet and a sword. But Guok says it seems like a very high-quality blade, and it'll be of great help. Min says that if that is the case, then it is good for her. But suddenly she asks how her father is doing, to which Guok doesn't reply and gives a sad expression. In the next scene, she is paying respects to her father's dead body, and when she asks Guok when her father passed away, he replies that the night she left and went into the restricted room. Guak apologizes and says her father ordered him not to inform her. So Min sighed and said it was her who was stubborn and that Guak shouldn't be the one who is sorry. Min is sorry to her father and thinks he was right all along, that there was nothing in the restricted area that she could hope for. Min is sad because she couldn't be with him in his last moments because of her stubbornness. Suddenly, Guak gives her a letter from her father, and it says that her father is sorry for leaving her like this. Min's father wrote that the weight lifted from her shoulders freed her, but as a failure of a family head, he wouldn't dare face his ancestors because of his guilt. He wrote that as a father who will soon leave the world, he is afraid his burdens will become hers to bear, so he wants this to be over. The family head wrote that it seems like the Namgung family's fate was this all along. He wrote that he tried, Min's grandfather tried, and many before had tried, so what can't be done can't be done. He hopes she doesn't suffer what they suffered through again, and that, to be faced with a fate that is clearly decided, he wishes for Min to live her own happiness. Min's father wrote that imagining her face as she read his letter made him smile. He wrote that she'll jump up and down and that she won't do that, but he hopes she knows that this is what he hopes for her. Min starts crying while reading this letter, and suddenly, she goes out and says she knows everything, but she can't give up, and the Namgung family her father tried so hard to revive, she'll carry on that mission. Suddenly, Min sees some smoke in the air and asks what this ruckus is coming from the training field. On the other hand, some men tie the guards, and they have a barbecue and drinks. The leader of those men congratulates his men and says with the Hyuksu faction gone, the Yeondu faction has no enemies left. The guy says that he, Galchin, announces that they are the rulers now, and they start drinking with joy. Galchin tells everyone to drink up and get drunk tonight, but suddenly, Min arrives there and asks what all this is. Galchin tells everyone to look that they have the young lady of Namgung there. However, Min furiously asks again what is going on, but Galchin tells her not to be such a party pooper and come have a drink with them. Min tells them to leave, but they say they are celebrating there with drinks and ask what other place is the best fit to hold a celebration than this. Still, Min says she doesn't care about their celebration or whatever and, with an intimidating tone, warns them to leave. Meanwhile, Ho arrives there, but while standing in the woods, he watches all this. Ho says this girl is the last descendant of Namgung and that the situation has just become more interesting. Meanwhile, when Kang Yu asks Ho if they should help her, Ho tells them to watch on the sidelines for now because he wants to see how good that girl is. Simultaneously, Galchin asks why she is like this and says he is doing a good deed here, so he asks if she can't give them a helping hand. But Min again tells them to leave because she hasn't even held a proper funeral for her father. Galchin, in shock, asks if she is telling him that her father is dead, to which Min replies that she thinks he has not noticed the light signaling death. Min says as he knows now, so she hopes they'll leave right away, to which Galchin replies that he is sorry they didn't notice. But with that, he changes his tone and says a dead man is a dead man, so others must live on. Galchin laughs and says even if the family head is dead, it is not respectful to stop their celebration, to which his men reply that it is right, and they also start laughing. Min gets furious, and Guak also furiously asks who they think they are talking to so rudely. But Galchin asks how dare Guak call him rude when he is having a sweet talk with the young lady. Suddenly, Min tries to kick Galchin, but he immediately dodges it and says if she likes him so much, she should just say so, and there is no need for all the kicking. Min furiously takes out her sword and says she is going to kill all of them. But Galchin, while laughing, says she has a dirty mouth and needs some re-education. Galchin orders his men to teach her a lesson, but he tells them not to be too rough on her. When all the men surround Min, Guak gets worried, but Min, yelling he'll slice them good, moves forward by stabbing them one by one. Min says they'll never be forgiven. Meanwhile, Hwang is shocked by this because she is going pretty hard. Ho says once a person starts a fight, he needs to have enough willpower to go that hard and to be the last one standing. Ho says they should also show this kind of willpower, but Kang Yu nervously asks, tough-spirited girl or not, how long is Ho planning to watch this? Kang Yu says even if those guys are rude, uneducated gangsters, causing a ruckus in a house that's grieving is not just right. Ho tells Yu to calm down because Min has not lost yet, and if things take a turn for the worse, Ho says he'll step in. Meanwhile, Min is trying to fight the remaining gangsters, but they are large in number, and Ho wonders if this is all she has got. Ho thought that, with her capabilities, it would be easy for her, but she was getting tired. Ho thinks that if that is the case, then there is only one answer to her trouble, and suddenly Min falls on his knee with exhaustion. Min thinks there is no end to them, and Ho wonders if this is her end. Meanwhile, the remaining goons think she is a tough one, and they wonder how many of them she took down. Suddenly, Galchen asks what they are all stalling for and orders them to finish her off, but suddenly, Ho asks if they have to do that. Galchen immediately turns to see who it is, and Ho, while standing with his companions, says there is no need for such aggression. Ho says he is someone who has business with the Namgung, which shocks Galchen. Ho says this is no joke, and even if a rich man goes bankrupt, it is said to take at least 3 years. Ho, while looking at the ruins, says he heard this has been a long time, but he asks if there is anything that is left that is in decent condition. When his underlings don't reply, Ho looks at them and gets confused to see them blushing. They immediately start praising Min's beauty, but Ho furiously asks if they are kidding and tells them to get their crap together. Ho walks towards Min and asks if she is the last remaining defendant of Namgung, to which she replies that's right. Ho starts thinking that a promise is a promise and that an adopted son exists, so he can't help it then. Suddenly, one of the goons asks who the hell they are, to which Ho replies that he is not in a good mood and warns that guy to buzz off while he is still being nice. The goon says this guy really wants to die and tries to stab Ho, but Ho blows his face with a punch, and the guy flying away falls on the wall with the blow. Galchen and Min get shocked, while Ho says he won't repeat it again and again, tells them to leave while he is being nice. Still, Galchen asks who the hell they are, to which Ho replies that there is no need for him to know who they are, but he asks who Gal is to ask. Gal says his name is Galchen, the leader of the Yongdu faction and the dominator of that place. Ho gives a shocked expression, and Galchen gets happy to see Ho is shocked to hear this, so he says if Ho doesn't want to die, he should beg for forgiveness, and if he does this well, he'll take him under his wing. However, suddenly, Ho asks if anyone has heard of Galchen, to which Hwang replies he hasn't heard, and Chobun says he also doesn't know, but he has heard of Yang Hyung Moon. And Chen also says he has never heard of the Yongdu faction or Galchen. Galchen gets furious, and when Hwang asks if Ho heard about that guy in his book, Ho replies he hasn't, which means he is a nobody, and Hwang agrees. Ho says a nobody came into a noble house that was grieving and caused a ruckus, so he asks his underlings what they think about this. Kang Yu says they should annihilate them, and the others also agree with him, but when Ho asks who wants to do it, Hwang and Kang Yu immediately raise their hands because they want to do it. Hwang says he is best suited to put them in place, but Kang Yu says the house is in the process of grieving, and they need to take care of them quickly. Hwang asks Yu if he is saying he is not capable enough. Yu replies that Hwang is slower than him and asks if he is not. They start arguing, so Ho tells them to stop and says this will go on for ages if this continues, so he'll choose, and they agree. Ho tells Kang Yu to take care of the rats and tells Hwang to take on that Galchin guy. They both get excited and immediately head to fight, but Ho tells them not to kill the opponents and leave them breathing at least. When Galchin asks if they are done with the chit-chat, Yu says he is leaving that up to Hwang, and Hwang says they'll see how long it takes. Galchin calls them insolent, asks how dare they say this, and tells Hwang to ask for forgiveness now because if he doesn't, he'll not let him go alive. Hwang says they'll see who'll be the one begging for forgiveness, but Galchin says he'll take their heads as a trophy and get drunk on their heads. Galchin tells his guys that their enemies don't want to live anymore, so they should give them what they want, and they rush to kill Kang Yu. Kang Yu gladly tells them to come at him, and he dodges all their brutal attacks with no struggle. Kang Yu jokingly tells them to take it easy, and Galchin gets furious that his men can't take care of a single kid. Meanwhile, Hwang asks Galchin if they should start, which starts with Galchin, and he asks if Hwang is telling him to fight him one-on-one. Hwang says he'll be more than enough for him, but Galchin says he is being too cocky and rushed to attack Hwang. When Hwang doesn't move, Galchin thinks he is too scared to move, but when he hits Hwang, his sword breaks, and he falls. Galchin gets shocked, and Hwang, stepping on his foot, asks why he has to be on the ground when he is walking. Galchin yells in pain because his foot is crushed, and he calls Hwang a monster. Hwang furiously asks what Galchin will do now because his shabby sword is broken and asks how he is going to fight. Galchin gets terrified to see Hwang's killer eyes and thinks he is going to die, so he immediately starts begging and requests Hwang to let him live. Hwang asks why he should do that and tells Galchin to continue his crap, but Galchin asks how he can dare to do that. Galchin says he didn't recognize someone of high status and that he had committed a great crime. Galchin begs him to spare his life, so Hwang looks towards Ho, but Ho says he has given him the responsibility, so he should deal with that person. Hwang wonders if he should kill him or let him live, but Galchin requests he'll do anything he asks him to if he lets him live. On the other hand, Kang Yu is still dodging the opponent's attacks, and they are tired, so Kang Yu asks if they can even catch his shadow with those movements. Suddenly, Kang Yu reached for his sword and said if they didn't want to attack, then he'd immediately hit them all down. Meanwhile, Hwang sees Kang Yu is having so much fun that he doesn't even get a proper fight, so he says he'll hit Galchin a few times. Galchin gets terrified and asks what he means, but Hwang starts beating him. After some while, Galchin and his underlings learn their lesson, and Jeon warns them to stop squirming around. Min thanks Ho for his help, but she asks who he is and why he helped her. Ho replies that he is her elder brother, but she is shocked. Min says she is the only one left in her family, and Ho asks who said his name is Namgung, but says if she looks at it from the family tree, he is technically her elder brother. Min asks if he is trying to fool her, but Ho asks why he would do that. Still, Min yells that if he doesn't have anything else to say, he can leave, but Ho says she has got a temper, and says if the owner of the house is telling them to leave, they'll leave, but they have traveled a long way, so they'll stay for a few days and rest. Min furiously says there is no way it's possible, and when Ho tries to open his bag, she immediately grabs her sword and asks what he is planning to do. Ho takes out 2 books and says, judging from her reaction, he thinks she'll try to kill them if they stay for free, so he is planning to pay a fair price. However, Min replies that she doesn't plan to accept nor she needs to take that from him, but Ho asks if she is sure she'll not regret later. Meanwhile, Guan is stunned to see the book and tries to say something, So Min asks what it is, to which Guan replies that she should look at the book. When Min takes those books and looks at their titles, she is also shocked to see those are Bounded Sword Arts and Emperor Sword Arts. Min knows Unbounded Sword Art is the foundation of the Namgung family's martial arts, and the Emperor's Sword Art is their best sword art. Min gets emotional because she knows if she can get that book, she can bring her family back to life. Guak asks if Ho is from Mount Baekdu because he has these books, to which Ho replies he is right and says her name is Yulji Ho. Guan is shocked to hear the family name Yulji Ho and says the madam must have sent Ho. Ho says that is correct and says Guan must know his grandmother, to which Guan, with teary eyes, replies that he also knows his grandfather. Guan says he can never forget Yulji So Moon, fighting against the Peachin Palace in the old days, and he defeated the evil men of Peachin Palace with a single blow. Min asks Guan what he is talking about, what Mount Baekdu is and who the madam is, to which Huan, while sobbing, replies that God has not given up on the Namgung family. 3 months later, the look of the Namgung family house is completely changed, and Min, looking at the house, thinks it was an abandoned haunted house before. Min sees the fence, the buildings and the training ground all regain their original shape, and suddenly, she hears Ho saying it's all tidy and nice now. Min turns and sees Ho thanking the workers who worked on the house, and they tell him to call them whenever he needs them. Ho pays them the extra money he promised them, and they happily leave. Min, watching this, remembers that after her father's funeral, Ho and his underlings used the Yangdu faction as the janitors of the house. Ho said he would let them leave under one condition, and the condition was to repent for their crimes and swear never to speak of what happened. After cleaning the house, they kept their promise, and Ho let them go. After that, Ho hired the contractors and architects with good reputations, along with several carpenters and stonemasons. Min remembers Ho paid a hefty sum of money to rebuild and restore the old and worn buildings, and during that reconstruction, they discussed officially closing the doors of the Namgung family for a while. Min was against it at first, but faced with the reality of having no choice but to accept the help, she had to agree. Now, the construction has finally been finished after 3 months, and Min thinks this is all thanks to elder brother Yulji Ho while she has done nothing. Suddenly, Ho asks what she is doing there, to which she replies that she was just thinking about this and that. Ho says he was looking for her, and when he tells her the reason, she gets shocked because he is telling him to take in some people as family. Ho presents those guys and says he has picked the finest of the finest, and they are nothing right now, but they have quite the potential. Min understands that during the 3 months, Ho recruited people from families from all over, and those with the Namgung name were accepted if they had a little potential. But for those from the fallen and forgotten families, he picked the best out of them. Min realizes they'll be of help, but she is worried because they are not of the Namgung family. Min tells Ho that she knows the family is going through rough times, but the Namgung family is a family of tradition and noble reputation. Min says no matter how hard things are for them, they cannot accept just anyone as a part of their family and hopes Ho understand, but Ho says she has not learned her place yet. Min furiously asks what he just said, to which Ho again replies that she doesn't know her place. Ho says, honestly speaking, what makes her think that she is different from them? She asks how long ago the golden age of the Namgung family was. Ho asks what efforts she has made to restore the family to its original glory and says if she really wants to bring her family back to life, she has to throw that useless pride and sense of superiority away or else she won't be able to see what is really important. Ho says the important thing is how strong each one of them will get and how loyal they'll be to the Namgung family. Ho says what family she is born into is not important, and if she doesn't like them, she can find others herself 'cause he won't. Min tries to control her anger and furiously leaves from there while Guak follows her, but Ho sighs. Simultaneously, when King Yu asks if Ho is not being too harsh because she is the head of the Namgung family, Ho replies that this matter is about bringing the Namgung family to its glory. Ho says they'll help them, but their help is temporary, and he thinks Min will stand at the pinnacle of the Namgung family. However, he worries about what she can do with a heart full of prejudice. On the other hand, Guak tells Min that no one knows what kind of hardships lie ahead, and they cannot face them while putting up a prideful front. Guak says they have to know when to lower their pride and crawl if they have to. Simultaneously, Ho tells King Yu that bringing back a fallen family and becoming the head of that same family is a hard thing to do. Suddenly, Ho says it seems like they got the okay from the family head, so they should get to training, but King Yu asks if they can consider that sign for an okay. Ho replies that she couldn't retort so they could consider it okay, but Yu is confused. In the evening, Ho gathers everyone in the training ground and says the martial arts they'll be learning are the unbounded sword arts, an art that only the finest of the Namgung family have been taught in the past. The disciples are shocked, and they wonder if they can learn those arts. Suddenly, a boy asks if it is a skill of that caliber that wouldn't be hard for them to learn with their level of inner Kai. Ho knows this guy, Jindalmun, is the last descendant of the Seung Youngmoon and is impressed he knows his stuff. Ho says it is a good question, and that is why they'll start cultivating their inner Kai, which shocks everyone. He asks if he is disappointed because it is too obvious, to which he replies that it is not the thing. Ho, while signaling Choban to bring the box, tells them that the inner Kai is the basics of all martial arts, so if they don't cultivate their inner Kai, even if they master a form of martial arts, they can't bring out their full potential. Ho shows them the pellets that he prepared for them, which surprises them. Ho says these are made by the medical skills of his family, which have been passed down. The disciples get excited, but Ho tells them to not get too excited because these are not as good as Sholan pellets or Mudang factions pellets. Still, Ho says as long as they train hard, they'll see astonishing results in their inner Kai, and tells Choban and NW Jian to distribute them among everyone. Meanwhile, King Yu asks Hiwang if these pellets are really good. He replies that he and others once took them, and it was the best. King Yu gets happy and thinks he can get one, but Ho asks if he thinks there is enough to go around for him to get one. King Yu gets embarrassed, and Ho tells him to forget it because he has grown up eating better stuff, so it'll be of no use to him. Suddenly, Ho says no, that everyone has one. They should repeat the mnemonic mantra of inner Kai cultivation after him. Ho says it may be different from what they have been taught, but all cultivation methods of inner Kai are one and the same. Ho says it may be hard at first, but it won't be too difficult to get a hold of. Ho says to absorb Mother Nature, Kai, they must calm the Kai following inside their body and calm their mind, which is called the peace of their inner mind. Ho, while closing his eyes, says although its form is invisible, just like the dark, it is what keeps its body in one piece. Ho says their heart should be called the ascent of divinity, which is a state of emptiness and awakening to wisdom. Meanwhile, Min, watching this, is shocked because that is Diane's divine art, the very reason the family of Namgung exists, and Ho is teaching them such valuable art as if it's nothing. Min thinks she doesn't have an excuse to intervene, and it is angering, but what Ho said is right. Meanwhile, the next thing Ho teaches them is Walk of the Moon and Clouds, and says those training in martial arts must know how important movement techniques are. Simultaneously, Min thinks she has not done anything for the family, and Guak has worked for the family all his life. While Ho is training, Min thinks she'll learn from her elder brother and become stronger so that she can become a proper family head. Meanwhile, Min also starts training, and Ho thinks in this short time, her eyes will get their vigor back, and he cannot wait to see what is in store for the future. Afterwards, Yulji Ho taught the Muyu Giying agility technique and told everyone to follow along closely. This technique was also a must-know technique for martial artists of the Namgung family. It took quite a bit of time to teach inner Kai cultivation methods, movement techniques, and agility techniques. But Yulji Ho didn't cut any slack. Ho notices that they are keeping up somewhat, so he says they are going deeper into unbounded sword arts, but before that, he tells Ming to come up. Min gets startled, and when she asks what it is, Ho tells her to come forward for a second and calls Yulchin, to which he replies, "Yes, master." Ho furiously asks who he is calling master and tells everyone the reason they have been gathered is for the lady of the Namgung family, which shocks everyone. Ho says she is training along with everyone, and she hasn't taken the role of the head of the Namgung family, but she is the next head of the family, and no one can say otherwise. Ho says she is the next in the line of the Namjung family and the master they'll have to protect with their lives. Ho asks if they understand, and they immediately reply they'll keep that in mind and tell Yulchin that he and his little brothers don't need to learn sword arts. When Yulchin asks the reason, Ho replies that they are too old to cultivate inner Kai and master sword arts, so if they train with others, they'll fall behind, and the result will not be satisfactory. However, when Yulchin asks if they sit and do nothing, Ho replies that they'll do nothing and says there is something else they'll be taught. When Yulchin asked what it was, Ho replied that he could look forward to it. The next day, Yulchin gathers with his brothers, and Ho says those of them who gathered there forget their old squad name, and they now go by Heavenly Thunder. Ho shows them iron bows made at his request and says that they'll all learn how to use bows starting today. Ho says they may have seen these, and they may have used them at a young age. Ho says bows are the most commonly used weapon in combat, but no one has mastered the art of the bow and asks if they know the reason. Yulchin replies that it's uncomfortable to use, useless in close combat, and hard to fight against other weapons. Ho replies that is correct, but it is not the answer and says the reason is that the martial artists consider attacking from a distance cowardly. Yulchin and his brothers think this makes sense, to which Ho replies it does, but suddenly he calls them pathetic and furiously asks if using bows and knives are justified, but a bow is cowardly. Ho yells at them to stop this rubbish and furiously says whoever said that is only using martial arts to show off to others that how strong and powerful they are. Suddenly, Ho controls himself and says anyone who says using a bow is cowardly doesn't know the effective way to use a bow. Ho asks if they understand, they immediately reply they do, and then Ho tells them to watch carefully. Ho shoots in front of them and demonstrate them. It is the easiest and most basic shot. Yulchin and his brothers are amazed because it's quite a distance, and suddenly, Ho shoots 4 arrows simultaneously which hit the target on spot. Ho says this is a rapid fire for fast and accurate shots on target, but all of them are stunned. Ho tells them that this is no time to be amazed and says they all have to train to get to this level at least. Ho says depending on the situation, they'll do this, and he shoots 3 more arrows. Ho tells them this is a continuous shot, and they can attack a number of enemies with this, but the accuracy goes down quite a bit. Ho says if they are not too careful, they can get shot, so they don't ever do crazy stuff like trying to fire more than 3 at once. Ho says no matter if they are aiming at 1 target or 3, accuracy when it comes to the bow is the most important factor. Ho says to hear is better than to see, so he'll give them some examples and it's better to try it themselves. They take the bows and arrows and Ho says he is telling them beforehand that just because it's practice, they cannot slack off, and if they do, he'll show them a taste of hell which terrifies everyone. Ho starts training them and tells everyone to pull back their bowstrings, but they try to pull them with force. Ho yells at them not to force the string, stay firm, pull, aim directly at the target, and then let go softly. Everyone shoots at the target, but no one manages to hit, and Ho is shocked to see this. Ho says he thought at least a few of them would hit the target, and they apologize, but Ho says it's their first time, so it is normal. Yulji Ho corrected the forms of every single member of the Heavenly Thunders and trained them endlessly. Ho tells them to take aim again, but their hands hurt. Ho says it is not as easy as it looks, so they should put all their effort into it. Ho says if they keep giving their all, they'll see progress, so he tells them to take a moment to rest and start practicing again. Ho says he is going to the basement training ground, but suddenly, Yulchin says he has a question and asks if there is a skill above the rapid fire. Ho replies that there is a skill, but he asks why Yulchin is asking, and if he wants to see it. Yulchin says he wants to see, so Ho says if that is so, he'll show him, and suddenly, Ho aims at the sky. Yulchin wonders where Ho is aiming if he is aiming at the sky, and when Ho shoots, they try to look where the arrows go. Ho tells them not to move and just watch, and suddenly, the arrow comes back by swiftly passing through the space between Ho's and Yulchin's heads and hitting the ground. Yulchin is stunned that the arrow made it between the small crack. Ho tells them that this is an isekai guided arrow, and Yulchin is still amazed, which makes Ho think he shouldn't be this surprised by the isekai guided arrow. Ho tells them to get back to training, but they are already training because, in future, they also want to shoot like that. On the other hand, Min is training hard in her training room, and when she stops, her hands are wounded. But she thinks this is not enough if she wants to bring the family back to life. Min worries things will end up in situations like before, like when she was surrounded by the gangsters. Meanwhile, Guak and Kang Yu are also present there, and when Guak asks her if the training is not going well, she replies that it is alright. However, Kang Yu thinks she is beautiful even when in anguish. Suddenly, when Min asks what is up, Guak says Master Ho is looking for her, so she thinks they had frequent meetings, but he never called for her in the middle of the training. When Min asks if something happened, Kang Yu replies that it is nothing, and that Ho has something to discuss with her. Min wonders what it is, but when she goes to the meeting, Ho and his underlings are present there, and Ho, with a serious expression, says they have run out of money. Everyone is shocked, but Kang Yu says it has only been 5 months, and they have already hit rock bottom. Ho asks if Kang Yu thinks reviving a fallen family is an easy thing to do. Ho says if they consider it an investment, it is not much, but the important thing is that they don't have any more money. Ho says they have to come up with a countermeasure and ask if anyone has an idea, to which He Wong replies that he has an idea and suggests that they ask his father for money. Ho refuses because He Wong has left the house with a promise, and he can't just ask his father for help because he is faced with a little hardship. Ho thanks him for the thought, but he tells them to think of another way. Suddenly, Ho calls Chobun's name, which startles him, and Ho says he seems in deep thought, so he asks if he'll care to share. Chobun hesitates, but Ho says he would like to listen to him, so Chobun suggests how they become security escorts, and Ho is amazed to hear this suggestion. While Ho is thinking about this option, Quack says this is impossible because in Hanum Palace, there are many escort companies, and the only problem is that most of them are related to the Dark Path. When Ho asks how many companies there are, Guak replies that there are about 7 or so, and the 2 largest clans make about 7 million in profits. Meanwhile, Chobun tells Ho that those clans have strong people backing them. When Ho asks what he means, Chobun explains that the Changsha guards led by the Changsha house are backed by the Angry Fox faction. Chobun says the Diong guards led by the Shaoyang house are backed by the Shadowblade faction. Ho is impressed that Chobun knows a lot, and Chobun thanks him because he read the book Ho gave them last time, which had a lot of information. Ho says it's good, but he asks, even though all of that is in the way, Chobun must have a reason to suggest they dive into the whole escort thing. Chobun says Ho is right, and tells him that if they don't have any other choices, there is nothing that'll get them a stable income like an escort agency. Chobun says in Zhongyuan if they can partner up with the Silver River Commerce, their finances will stabilize. Hiwang and Kang Yu are impressed, and Ho realizes Chobun is too smart to waste away as a pirate. Ho thinks Chobun is not a genius, but he has a bright mind, and if he cultivates his talents more, he can become one of the wise elders of the Namgung family. However, Chobun tells Ho that the Changsha faction has dominance over all the contracts, and the angry fox probably rose up against it sometime. Kang Yu also says they'll have to tread carefully on this matter, but Ho asks why everyone is worried and says all they have to do is take care of some minor inconvenience. On the other hand, the Union Guard's commander, Kang Unjong, is worried because he thinks in the end, his family will meet his end with him, and he is too embarrassed to face his ancestors. Kang Unjong thinks they are in mountains of debt, but he has to pay everyone's last salary. Unjong remembers Yuk Dijo, who was a part of the Namgung's branch family and built their escort faction 190 years ago, but that is all in the past now. Suddenly, Unjong hears someone saying they'll pay his debt, which startles him, and he immediately grabs his sword and asks who is there. This is Ho and Chobun, and Ho says they are not thieves, so there is no need to draw swords. When Unjong asks who they are, Ho says that they are from the Namgung family and that they came because they have a business to discuss with their escort agency. Still, Unjong warns them not to get any closer and, by taking out his sword, says the Namgung family has not bore any news in recent years, and there is no way people from that family have shown up, so he asks who they are. Suddenly, Ho, with an instant movement, gets behind Unjong and, hitting his vital vein, grabs his sword from his hand. Unjong can't move his neck, but Ho makes him sit and tells him to calm down and take a look at the piece of paper. Ho shows him the paper, which notifies him that the leader of the Namgung family has sent this, and Unjong is shocked to see the family seal on it. Ho immediately hits the back of his neck to release his veins to let him have a closer look at the seal and starts looking at him. Meanwhile, Chobun asks Ho if this will go well, to which Ho replies that Unjong saw the seal, so it'll be alright. Unjong excitedly gets up from his chair and says he'll definitely help, but immediately realizes their current situation is not good either. Suddenly, Ho shakes hands with Unjong and tells him not to worry too much, and he is thankful for his thoughts. When Unjong asks what Ho means, he replies that in a few weeks, he'll make Unjong so busy out of his mind with so many commissions. A few days later, Kang Yu and Ho are hiding in bushes waiting for someone, but Kang Zayu asks if they have to do this, to which Ho replies he should keep quiet and ask if he thinks he wants to do this. Meanwhile, Hiwang and his underlings are also hiding with them, but Kang is embarrassed to play a robber and thinks his father will pass out if he finds out about it. However, Ho gets irritated and tells him to have some patience because they don't have money and they don't have a choice. Ho tells him to stop complaining and keep an eye out. Suddenly, Chobun says the people they have been waiting for have arrived there and sees there are about 10 martial artists and 30 workers there. Chobun says the escorts are decently skilled, and there are about 5 commanders and a squadron of angry fox escorts. Kang Yu says they are well prepared, but Ho tells them to move forward with their plan. Ho tells Hiwang to wait and engage if needed, and while covering his face, he tells others to prepare for battle because it is going to be a long night. Over the course of a few days, they ambushed the Silver River Commerce Guild, and the commerce tried to hire more people, but Ho and his underlings were too fast for them to catch. They rob everything of them, and Kang Yu convinces himself that he is doing this so that the family can revive it. A few days later, at the mountain Akrok, another guild is passing with their precious things, and the guild member thinks all they have to do is make it over the top of the mountain. But the Changsha guard head, Wu Gunseng, asks why he is so worried. The guild member says there are some thieves who are bold and cunning, and that is why he has come more prepared than ever. Gunseng tells the guild member to not worry because their commander gave them the orders. Suddenly, when Ho asks if that is so, they both get startled, but Gunseng immediately grabs his sword and asks who is there. The guild member gets scared to see the robbers has blocked their way, and Ho tells them that they are in big trouble. Meanwhile, Gunseng tells everyone to not get flustered and stand their guard. They immediately surround Ho and his underlings from all sides, and Ho asks if they have trained for this because they have become faster. Suddenly, Ho, while waving at Gunseng, asks if he is the representative of Changsha guards, and Gunseng asks if he is infamous thief. Ho tells him to not give him that scary face and says they are just trying to make a living, but Gunseng furiously tells him to shoot up. Gunseng says the memory of him suffering at the hands of them haunted him in his sleep every night, so he says tonight he'll make him pay for the humiliation he suffered. After hearing this, Ho laughs and says Gunseng has lost every time, so he asks how he is planning to do that. Gunseng says the thief is blabbering about how he wants to die so much, and says he has brought some people who'll send him to hell. Gunseng warns Ho to be prepared, and simultaneously, a man coming forward asks if Gunseng called for him just because he can't handle some thieves. The man says that, seeing the thieves' level, he realizes Gunseng wouldn't have been a match for them. Ho recognizes that man is Angry Fox faction's elder, unrivaled Jiajuk. Jiajuk fought against powerful opponents with only his two arms as weapons, rising to his position as an undefeated fighter. As written in the book, he is well known to all martial artists. Suddenly, Jiajuk asks Ho who they are and says that, according to their inner Kai, they are not just some thieves. Jiajuk asks them what their purpose is, but Ho asks if something will change. If he answers him, Jiajuk replies that he'll let them have a painless death. Ho flies his swords in the air and says whatever, so Jiajuk says he has no choice and blows a whistle. Ho wonders what he is doing, so Chobun tells him he is testing Ho's abilities with blood wolves. Ho says that if Chobun reads this from the book, then he did a good job, and Bun replies that it is right. Suddenly, two terrifying blood wolves arrive there, and Jiajuk says that he'll put Ho to the test with the blood wolves. Jiajuk orders the wolves to tear the thief into pieces and attack him, but they don't move, and Jiajuk wonders if they are terrified of that thief. Jiajuk furiously grabs the blood wolves from their necks and says if they don't attack that guy, they'll die by his hands. Jiajuk releases the wolves, and they run to attack Ho, but Nwejian and Kang Yu immediately move forward to protect Ho. Suddenly, they feel a gust of wind passes by them, making them wonder what it is, and they see it's Chiolwang. Chiolwang attacks the blood wolves and tears their necks with its claws. The blood wolves start bleeding, and Jiajuk can't believe what that falcon has done. Meanwhile, Chobun says he knew Chiolwang was strong, but he never knew it was of this level. When Nwejian asks if it is not because the blood wolves are weak, Ho simultaneously calls Chiolwang back, and he sits on Ho's shoulder. Chobun tells Nwejian that blood wolves are said to give the best of martial artists a run for their money, and Chiolwang just takes care of them in one swoop. Meanwhile, Ho says he told them Chiolwang is pretty strong, and Nwejian replies that Ho did tell them. Suddenly, Ho tells them to not make Cheolwang uncomfortable by talking nonsense because he is not in a good mood. But if they keep talking, he'll bully them again. They both get scared and immediately agrees to what Ho said. Cheolwang flies away again. Suddenly, Ho says the master of the beasts is gritting his teeth, which makes Jiajuk furious, and he rushes to punch Ho, but Ho dodges it calmly. Ho says Jiajuk has got no patience, so he'll start the round too and challenges him to attack him. Jiajuk tries to punch Ho, but Ho dodges the attack, which breaks the tree. Ho laughs and says those are some fast and deadly blows, but says now it is his turn. Ho immediately takes out a sword and jumps to stab Jiajuk, which makes Jiajuk realize he is fast, but he stops the stab with his bare hands. Ho gets shocked, but he immediately jumps back, and everyone there is shocked to see this. Ho says it's amazing that he blocked the attack with your bare hands, and suddenly, Jiajuk starts attacking again. Ho continues dodging the attacks and realizes Jiajuk's transitions are fast. Jiajuk rushes towards him with multiple punch attacks and says he won't let him go. Meanwhile, Gunsang is shocked to see that Jiajuk is going to use meteor fists so early because it is the unique martial art that has brought Jiajuk his renowned reputation. A skill that makes fists accelerate with substantial power, making one see multiple fists, no matter the opponent. They were to be beaten nearly to death. Gunsang remembers because of this attack's fatality. Even Jiajuk refrained from using the skill as a last resort. Gunsang realizes it means the thief is so strong that he makes Jiajuk use meteor fists. Meanwhile, Ho is trying to dodge those fists and thinks it's amazing because it feels like his fists have a mind of their own. Ho realizes dodging every time won't do any good because he can't keep dodging it. Ho decides to stab Jiajuk, but suddenly, he feels dizzy. However, Ho manages to block the attack when Jiajuk tries to punch again, but a blast happens, which shocks everyone. As the dust settles, Jiajuk is standing fine on his feet, while Ho is on his knees, which makes the Changsha guards happy. Ho's fellows get worried, and when Kang Yu asks Ho what happened, Ho furiously makes the sound of shush. Ho says he is fine, so they should calm down and tell them not to make things messier, which shocks them. Ho, while getting up, says this slain old man, Jiajuk, pretended to use his fists as a weapon but to use poison, and he only used a little, so Ho says he didn't notice. Ho realizes if he hadn't used 10,000 poison immunity, he would have been severely injured. Suddenly, Ho tells Jiajuk that he has thought for a second that he is an actual martial artist, but he is disappointed. However, when Jiajuk asks how Ho is fine, Ho asks if Jiajuk thinks it is weird because he is fine and if Jiajuk really thinks he'll fall to his poison. Jiajuk furiously tells Ho not to talk rubbish and rushes to attack again with secret skill and weapon exploitation, which shocks Gunsang and his guards. As Jiajuk is about to attack, Ho closes his eyes, and with an instant stab, he slashes Jiajuk's body. Jiajuk can't believe what just happened, and when he realizes he is severely stabbed, he cannot even talk and falls. Everyone is shocked that Jiajuk just died in front of them, and Kang Yu is stunned to see the thoughtless blade attack by Ho. Kang Yu knew Ho was strong, but this was unbelievable, so he wondered if he would follow in his footsteps and if he would be able to become stronger like the big brother. Gunsang furiously asks how dare the thief do this, and he rushed with his men to attack. But Ho's underlings and Kang Yu also come forward to fight them. Ho and his subordinates start fighting the Changsha guards, and as Gunsang tries to attack Kang Yu from behind, he dodges his attacks while fighting other opponents, making Gunsang wonder how he is so fast. Meanwhile, Ho, while fighting his opponents, sees it's taking longer than he thought, and at this rate, there will be more casualties, so he decides to take down the main pillars. Ho immediately jumps into Kang Yu's fight with his opponents, which shocks Kang Yu, but Ho tells him he did a good job. Ho says he'll take care of this and orders Kang Yu to help others, so he immediately does that. The opponents say Ho is the one who killed their leader, so he won't forgive them, but Ho asks what they are looking at and challenges them to attack. Ho knows he has to take Jiajuke's underlings down to end this fight, so as they rush to attack, he stabs them down one by one with a single slash. The remaining two call Ho a monster, but he also kills them with an instant stab and says it's over. Meanwhile, Gunseng is shocked to see this and wonders if this guy is even a human. While Ginseng thinks he misjudged the thief, suddenly, an arrow passes by his ear and hits the tree behind him, which startles him. Suddenly, Ho tells his men to retreat, and as they do so, a storm of arrows starts killing the remaining Changsha guards. Gunseng breaks down an arrow that is about to hit his chest, but another hits his leg, and he falls. Gunseng gets worried because Jiajuke is dead, and the angry fox guards have all been wounded. Gunseng wonders if they'll be wiped out, but he decides they can't, so he tells everyone to retreat. The merchant stops Gunseng and asks what they are supposed to do, to which Gunseng replies that they don't stand a chance and it's an embarrassment, but it's the truth. When the merchant asks what they are going to do about the goods and the workers, Gunseng tells him to give up, but the merchant furiously asks how they can do that. Gunseng says it's better than being wiped out because there is no choice, but the merchant furiously reminds that Gunseng said there was no way this would happen. Gunseng accepts it is his fault and says he has no excuses, but says they'll not forget the humiliation the angry fox suffered. Gunseng tells the merchant to save themselves first, but the merchant says he cannot. Gunseng pushes the merchant away and says he can do what he wants because they are leaving, and he can't lose any more of his men. As they leave, the merchant falls on his knees and starts crying. A while later, when the attack stops, his men are severely injured, and he is sitting under the tree, disappointed when Ho arrives there and says they have quite the courage. Ho asks why they have not run away to save their lives, but when the merchant looks up, he is shocked to see it's the thief who killed Jiajuke. The merchant replies that to a merchant, his goods are worth more than his life, and Ho agrees because that is what makes one a merchant. The merchant says he is unchanged from the Silver River Commerce Guild, but Ho says he didn't ask him for that. Suddenly, Ho says he wants to make a deal with Unchanged, which shocks Ho, but he asks what it is. Unchanged tells Ho to let them go alive with the goods, and if he does then he'll give them 10 times the profit the goods will bring. Unchanged asks what Ho thinks, and when Ho realizes that 10 times the profit means 500 gold coins, he gets shocked but controls himself. When Unchanged says there'll be no strings attached to the name of the guild, Ho thinks 500 gold coins is a lot of money, but trust is more important to a merchant. Meanwhile, the merchant thinks that as long as he can transport goods, 500 gold coins are nothing, so he asks what Ho thinks. Ho replies that it is a lot of money, and Unchanged says it is the most he can give, but Ho says he cannot trust the merchants. Simultaneously, NW Jian, sitting on a branch of a tree, says Ho is right, and merchants lie all the time with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, NW Jian jumps down, which scares Unchanged, and Jian says Ho should slice his head off and take his goods. Unchanged begs them to trust him and tells them that he'll keep his promise, but Jian tells him to shut up and die quietly. Unchanged wonders if this is the end of him and if Jian is going to attack, but suddenly, Hwang arrives there and tells him to stop. Ho thinks Hwang came at the perfect time, and Hwang immediately attacks NW Jian, which he dodges and says it's too bad, so he has to back off for a bit. Meanwhile, Ho is standing there, thinks this is such a bad acting and wonders if he made a mistake by making Jian act. However, looking at Unchange's reactions, they think he has fallen for it, and suddenly, Wong offering a hand to Unchange asks if he is alright. Unchange replies he is fine, but he asks who he is, to which Wong replies that he is Wong of the Yunhin Guard's escort service. Unchange tells Wong his name and says he is from the Silver River Commerce Guild. Wong says if Unchange is from a guild, he must have had escorts and asks where they are. Unchange replies all of them ran away because the thieves were too strong for them to take on. Wong furiously says no matter how strong they are just thieves, and says those so-called escorts couldn't handle the thieves and run away. Wong asks if the escorts are not supposed to guard the goods with their own lives. Unchange replies that it is right, but they run away. Wong, with an intense expression, says those escorts are not escorts but cowards, and Ho thinks Wong is saying some good stuff. Unchange, with worry, asks what he can do and says it is his fault for not seeing through those escorts and hiring them. Wong tells Unchange not to worry and says he may be a little thick-head, but he'll help. Wong tells him not to worry and says he may be thick, but he'll help, which surprises Unchange. Suddenly, Jian says Wong is spouting nonsense and asks who the hell he is, but Wong says he has got a dirty mouth. Wong says he is Wong of the Union Guards, but Jian asks if that exists and says escort or not. Wong looks like quite a fighter, and today is his death anniversary. Wong tells Unchange to get back for a bit, but Unchange asks if he'll be alright, to which Wong replies that he is not weak enough to lose to mere thieves. Jian attacks Wong, but he blocks it with his axe and says it feels like a tickle from a feather. Still, Jian says he'll try another attack, and when he tries to attack his ribs, Wong blocks the stab with his arm. Unchange gets worried that Wong's arm will be cut, but he is shocked to see his arm is intact. Jian immediately jumps back by calling Wong a monster, and Unchange gets happy thinking they might win. Suddenly, Ho calls it a nice performance and says Wong has a decently hard body. Ho says it is a shame that he has to slice up a talented person like Wong, but Wong says they'll know who is getting sliced up soon. Ho says he doesn't have much time and instantly attacks Wong, which he blocks, but Ho attacks again under Wong's arm, which only tears his shirt. Ho says Wong is quite tough and notices Unchange's face has brightened up a bit. Ho thinks it's nice because everything is going according to plan. Ho tells Wong to watch out because he is going to use the sword Kai, but Wong challenges him to come at him if he dares. Ho says they'll see if Wong can block this attack, and Unchange gets worried to see it's a sword Kai attack, but Wong raises his guard. The attack causes a huge blast, but when the dust settles, Wong is standing still, and he says it's not over yet. Unchange is happy to see Wong is alive, and Ho acts shocked. Ho calls Wong a monster, and while saying he gave it his all, Ho falls on his knee and starts coughing blood. Chobun runs towards Ho to help him, but Ho, while whispering, asks what Chobun gave him because it tastes bitter. Chobun replies that it's natural coloring and tells Ho to hold on for a bit. While Chobun, Jian and Kang Yu are gathered around Ho, he tells them to give this a nice ending and furiously orders them to kill them all. As he orders, a storm of arrows arrives, and it's about to hit Wong, but he makes his body hard and bears all those arrows. Not even a single arrow is able to pierce his skin, and Wong stands still after the attack, which shocks Ho, but Wong asks if this is all he has. Ho furiously calls Wong a monster, but then he keeps quiet for a while. When Ho's underlings call him, Ho replies that today they accept they lost, but tells Hee-wong that they won't forget this day. Hee-wong says he doesn't care if they forget it and warns them not to show their face in front of him again. Ho immediately leaves with his subordinates and Hee-wong says it seems it's over. But Unchange asks if Hee-wong is alright. Hee-wong replies that he is fine and Unchange calls him incredible because he has never seen such an impressive sight his whole life. Unchange says Ho saved him and his workers who are like a family and asks how he'll repay his debt. To which Hee-wong replies there is no debt to pay because he has done what he should have done. Suddenly, some guards from Yunhan arrive there and call Hee-wong as commander. Hee-wong tells Unchange not to worry because they are from the Yunhan escort guild like him. The guards are exhausted, and they tell Hee-wong that they have been looking for him. The guards say the commander should not run off on his own like that, to which Hee-wong says it's his bad, but he heard some thieves were causing a ruckus. One of the guards says he heard it too, and asks if the commander is alright, to which Hee-wong replies that he is pretty strong so he is fine. Hee-wong tells them to take care of the wounded and says some men have passed already so take care of their bodies. However, the guards reminded Hee-wong that they had to deliver their goods by tomorrow morning. Hee-wong says he knows that but says they cannot abandon those people, to which the guards reply that it is true, but it's been a long time since they got any work. The guard says if they are late, they won't be paid, but instead, they will pay for compensation. And if that happens, Yunhan will get out of business. Unchange gets worried, so he says they can take care of the wounded, and they can go without worry. Hee-wong says it's not possible because they don't know when those thieves will be back. Hee-wong asks his guards when the Yunhan guild looked the other way from the people in trouble and asks if they are saying money is more important than life. The guards are worried, but Hee-wong says the leader of the guild would have done the same thing as him if he was here and says their guild will not close the doors even if the sky falls down. Hee-wong tells the guards that there may be a way, so they should trust him. The guard agrees to help, and they decide to put their stuff down and help the wounded. The guards start doing the bandages for the wounded, which makes Unchange emotional. Hee-wong tells him not to worry about it because it'll all be alright, but Unchange starts crying loudly while saying he'll not forget this kindness. On the other hand, Ho removes the mask from his face and says he thought he was going to die of suffocation. However, Ho says it went well, to which NWE Jian replies it did, and Cho Bun says with all that has happened, there is no way it went wrong. Kang Yu says Hee-wong did a good job and that he almost burst out laughing at Hee-wong, who was feigning innocence. Ho says that is right, and today's success is all thanks to Hee-wong. Meanwhile, when Kang Yu asks if they don't have to pretend to be thieves anymore, Ho replies that he is right and says he is getting tired of acting, too. He tells everyone they did a good job and also praised the Heavenly Thunder team who shot arrows earlier. He tells them that the use of an arrow with a hole at its tip as a flare arrow was a good choice, so they thank Ho. Suddenly, Ho notices someone behind a tree, and he asks who is there, but Kang Yu asks what Ho is saying. Suddenly, an old man comes out, saying Hannes is sharp enough to notice his presence. Ho wonders who that man is because he has an incredible amount of Kai. Ho thinks he cannot say it is the same, but this man has got the same aura as his late grandparents. He can't believe a person like this in Jongyun. But suddenly, when NWE Jian furiously asks who that guy is and tries to fight him, Ho stops him. Ho tells NWE Jian to take the hint and know when to interfere and when not to, so NWE Jian stops, but Kang Yu asks Ho who that man is. Ho replies that he doesn't know, but if it doesn't stop them, they wouldn't have been able to hear him out like this. Kang Yu understands that man is strong, and Ho says he has never seen a master of this level in Jongyun. Everyone gets worried to hear this, but suddenly, that man says it means Ho has seen some in other places, to which Ho replies that he has seen a few here and there. When that old man asks if Ho is also a skilled master, Ho replies, "Who knows?" And the old man says, seeing his answer, that he is confident in his skills. The old man asks if Ho has confidence in winning the fight against him, to which Ho replies he can't say he would win for sure, but he won't lose for sure. Meanwhile, when NWE-chan asks Cho-bun what that means, Cho-bun replies that it means their boss is also strong. The old man says to him it sounds like Ho is certain of winning, and Ho, while bowing, says he apologizes if it sounds like that. However, the old man notices Ho's eyes are full of life even as he is seeking forgiveness. And suddenly, when he says Ho's arrogance is just like his grandfather's and they too are alike, Ho gets shocked. He asks if he knows his grandfather, and the man replies he does and asks if it is true that Ho shares the family name of Yulji, which startles Ho. After some time, while they return to Namgung Faction House, where Guak welcomes them and asks if everything is sorted, Ho replies that to his good luck prayers, it's been dealt with, and when Guak notices the old man, he asks Ho who this is. Ho says the old man is someone he knows and Guak welcomes him. Suddenly, when Ho asks where is everyone, Guak replies that they are in the basement, to which Ho replies it's good because he was heading there. Ho goes to the basement where everyone is training with Min and sees them. Ho says they are working hard, and Min says he is back. Ho says she'll get some good news soon, and Min says that's good, but she asks who that man is, to which Ho replies she can say he is someone he knows. Suddenly, the old man starts looking at Min with focus, which makes her ask what he is doing. But the old man asks if she is the head of the Namgung family. Min replies she is the family head, but when she furiously asks who he is, that man says she has quite a temper, which is a must for a family head. Still, when Min furiously asks what he says, Ho gets worried and tells Min he met this man by luck on his way, and he knows him well. When Ho says this man will be a big help as a martial arts master, Min gets shocked, and the other family members also get shocked at what Ho is saying. However, the old man asks Ho if he plans to make him work in his old age, to which Ho replies it's not like that. Ho says he is asking for a little help since he has already followed him all the way there, but the old man says the way Ho beats around the bush is also like his grandfather. Suddenly, Min tells Ho to wait and says she is against it. But Ho asks the reason, to which she replies she doesn't want the martial arts techniques of the Namgung family to be exposed to outsiders any more than they already have. Ho says this man is someone they desperately need because the martial arts he has mastered are unimaginable. Still, Min asks if they have to trust him just because of that and says Ho also said he met him by luck on the way. Min apologizes to Ho and says she knows he is doing his best for the family, but she still can't allow this. Suddenly, the old man interrupts her, as if a martial artist from the Namgung family is that great, and asks if it is enough to disregard others, to which she replies she didn't disregard anyone. When Min says she doesn't want anything to be leaked outside, the old man feels offended and asks if she is saying he'll leak her family's art. Min says she is saying she can never be too careful with another person, but Ho feels it's not going well, so he interrupts between them and tells the old man to move aside. The old man says he'll see how great the Namgung family's martial arts is with his own two eyes, and Min says he can try her if he can because the Namgung family will not be threatened. Suddenly, Ho slaps Min, which shocks everyone, and Ho tells her to be quiet. Ho apologizes to the old man and says Min is just a child who doesn't know anything yet. Ho requests him to forgive Min's rudeness, and the old man tells him to forget about it because he is the one who raised his voice. The man says that even though he is old, he cannot fix his temper, and he still has a long way to go. Meanwhile, Min and everyone else is shocked to see how Ho is behaving, and Nwegion wonders what has gotten into him. Simultaneously, when Guok asks Min if she is alright, she replies that she is fine, but she asks Kang Yu who that old man is, to which Kang Yu replies that he doesn't know either. Min asks what he means he doesn't know, to which Kang Yu replies that Ho and that man only spoke to each other, so he doesn't know. Kang Yu says it was like they had some sort of connection, a secret one at that. However, Kang Yu tells Min that one thing is for sure, if Ho hadn't stopped her, she would have been a goner. Kang Yu says there was a chance that everyone there could have lost their lives, but when Min asks what he means, Kang Yu asks if she didn't feel it. Kang Yu tells her that when that man came up to her, the amount of Kai he released made Kang Yu feel he was going to suffocate. Kang Yu says there must be a good reason why the big brother brought that guy here, and Min says that would be the case for Ho. However, Kang Yu tells her that it is not a matter of pridefulness, and it would be great if she thought deeply about what would be of help to the family. A few months later, in Changsha House, Dalen County, in Angry Fox faction chambers, a meeting is happening. The head of the Angry Fox faction, Yang Jiolsang, asks the investigation if the investigation is finished, to which Ga Zhong replies it is finished. When Jiolsang tells him to give the briefing, Zhong replies that the guy Hiwang, who defeated the thieves and saved the Silver River Guild, was from the Namgung family. Zhong says the thieves who repeatedly targeted the Silver River Guild were also a part of the Namgung family. Another guy in the meeting gets furious to hear this, but Jiolsang tells him to wait and asks if Zhong is certain that the information is reliable, to which he replies it is true. Vice Head Yang, who says the unusual movements in the Namgung family came after the new guys came. One of them says Zhong must have proof, to which he replies he has it. Ho says that, according to the people who were attacked, the thing that attacked the Blood Wolves was a well-trained falcon. Zhong says the fellow who appeared in the Namgung family also was with a well-trained falcon. But Jiolsang asks if Gunsang can be so certain with only that, and Yang who asks if there is a chance that that guy is from the higher-up. Zhong replies that there is no chance because he also investigated with that in mind, but they had no relations with any of the families in Baekdo. Zhong says this was all the Namgung family's scheme, so a member gets furious and asks what they should do. Another member, Zhang, says they have to make the Namgung family pay for their doings, but Jiolsang says Namgung are not an easy opponent. Zhang says it's been long since that family had gone to ruins and a few of them are running around, but so Jiolsang should give him a word and they can stomp on Namgung. Jiolsang says everyone knows of Namgung's downfall, but they don't have a good excuse and the Namgung family has closed its door. However, when Zhang says Namgung family broke the rules first, Jiolsang says they don't have a solid proof because if Namgung family says those guys were mere guests, then Jiolsang says they'll become a joke. Jiolsang says if something goes wrong and this becomes a bigger deal, then they'll be in trouble and another blood storm may reign. Jiolsang says the Peachin Palace is also aware of that, and warned them not to mess with the Namgung family members. Suddenly, another member of the meeting, Zhou Yongsan, says they cannot let the Namgung do whatever they want, but Jiolsang asks what he means. Yongsan says if this goes on, the Changsha faction, which has the best of the best escort service, will fall, and that aftermath would reach them as well. When one of them asks how bad the situation is, Yongsan says the Silver River Guild has turned its back, and with them, almost all the merchants have started to steer clear of Changsha. Zhang furiously asks how dare they do this, but Yongsan says it was to be expected the minute they decided to run away. When Zhang asks if they put pressure on the guild, Jiolsang says it is connected to the higher-ups, so putting pressure won't work. Yang, who tells his father, Jiolsang, that he must make a decision because, according to Vice Leader Ga, The Myung clan is showing signs of movement. Cheolsang gets furious to hear this, and Jong says that not only the Myung clan, but also the Mukyeongdo family has shown some insolent movements. Jong says the flying guards have also been expanding their power, which infuriates Cheolsang, and Yong-ho says there is only one way to do this, which is to attack the Namgung family and destroy the Yunhan guards. Yang says, with that opportunity, they'll show the Myung clan and Mukyeongdo family their strength. One of the members agrees with him and says they must send a warning to the merchants and the Myung clan by attacking the Namgung family. Cheolsang thinks for a while and then orders them to do as they please, but he tells his son, Yong-ho, to take the charge of this, for which he agrees. Cheolsang tells them to make preparations quietly and tells them to take a few men to save some face. Cheolsang tells them to be as fast and secretive they can and tells them to make sure they take care if the things perfectly. Yong-ho tells his father to leave it to him. On the other hand, Ho is training the Heavenly Thunder Squad, and when he tells them to pull the bow, they shoot the arrows, which hit the targets on point. Ho is happy because it's a lot better now and says he thinks they have all mastered the rapid fire somewhat. However, when Yulchin says they still have a long way to go, Ho asks if they train a bit harder, which terrifies everyone because they are exhausted. Ho asks if he can add a few more shots to the daily training target of 500, but they get worried, and one of them says this won't end with just a few blisters. Suddenly, Ho laughs and says it's a joke, but the squad thinks it doesn't seem like a joke. Ho says from today, he'll teach them something more colorful, which makes them wonder what it is. Ho asks them what the difference is between a real and a practice fight, to which Yulchin replies that he is talking about the existence of movements. Ho says Yulchin is correct, and the things they have practiced up until now were just how to shoot the target, but it'll be different in a real fight. Ho says they must have learned something from Mount Akrok, to which they reply they did, and Ho says from now on, they'll move their body while doing the target practice because it'll help them immensely. Everyone understands, but Ho says there is one more thing they have to practice, so they ask what it is. Ho replies that they have to think of him as their enemy and attack him all at once. Everyone is shocked, and they say they cannot do that. But Ho asks if they are afraid, to which Yulchin replies that it is not it and is going to say something. But Ho interrupts him and asks if they are worrying about him. Ho tells them to stop worrying about him and orders them to do what he says because if they fail, they know what'll happen. Everyone obeys Ho, and he orders them to get their bows ready. Before running, he warns them to watch out because he is a little fast. Suddenly, Ho starts running, and Yulchin tells everyone to get ready because they'll take Ho down with a concentrated attack. As they shoot, Ho thinks it's not bad at all, but he breaks down all the arrows with his sword, and when they attack the left, Ho dodges the arrows. They try to shoot from behind, but Ho immediately avoids the arrows and says they are nicely trained. Everyone is shocked to see Ho's skill, but Yulchin asks what they are doing because they have to keep firing. Suddenly, Ho asks if he should start his counterattack, so by using his sword, he breaks the arrows and grabs some of them, which he throws back at the shooters. Everyone gets scared to see the arrows coming towards them, but it doesn't hit them, and Ho says it's over. The squad is in shock, but Ho asks why they have long faces. Yulchin asks how Ho can move so freely like that, to which Ho replies it is a skill and asks if they think Ho has trained for just a few days. Ho says that he has shown them the movements of someone at Kang Yu's level and asks what they think it means. Ho himself explains that with their skills, if they meet someone of Kang Yu's level, they'll all be wiped out, but they ask how that can happen. Ho says it's question time and asks if he and his comrades' powers are weak and the opponent is strong, then what he should do. One of the squad members answer that they should coordinate attacks together. but Yolchin says that has already failed. However, Ho says what they did was not a coordinated attack, because an attack that has little to zero gaps is what that means. Ho tells them to think back at their fight and how they were while firing arrows. As everyone thinks, they realize their attacks were focused in one place, and there were gaps between the second and third waves, to which Ho replies that is right. Ho asks what they think would have happened if they had all shot at different body parts all at once and answers this question, saying that he would have no problem. But Kang Yu would not have been able to close the distance easily. Everyone understands, but Ho says they cannot improve their skills quickly. However, Ho says when a weak arrow becomes a wave of weak arrows, the opponent is sure to struggle a bit more. Ho says if they become one whole living thing and fight, no matter their opponent, he won't be able to defeat them easily. So he tells them to use their spare time to study arts and train. Suddenly, Ho says there is one more thing when he throws arrows at them. The distance is 20 meters away, and if an enemy makes it to that distance, they should run. Everyone gets shocked, but Ho explains that if an enemy makes it to that distance, it means they are very skilled, so no matter what, they should run. When everyone says they understand, Ho says now that everything is settled. He reminds them that he told them what would happen if they fail. All of them get scared while Ho says they should have done better and says he wants to let them go. But a promise is a promise. Ho says Guok said they were out of groceries, and everyone thinks Ho is a demon while Ho tells them it's the perfect time for them to go. After some while, Kang Yu is training hard under a tree, and he feels exhausted, but he continues his sword training. Meanwhile, Ho is watching him and thinks Kang Yu has gotten better at it. After what happened with Min, she apologized to the old man and invited him to be the first official great master of the family. The old man knew Min spoke that way because she loved the family greatly, so he accepted her apology. As the great master, he started his duty of training the disciples. The old man didn't hold back on giving advice to each and every single disciple, so the disciples grew more powerful as time passed. Ho is happy because it was wise of him to bring the old man there, and it was a pain for him to watch over everyone alone. Ho thinks that if this keeps up, the revival of the Namgung family will not be too far away. Suddenly, Kang Yu yells, "Damn, he was so close," and Ho asks if he thinks he'll improve in a day. Kang Yu tells Ho not to say this because he is trying his best, but Ho asks about the results. As Kang Yu says he tries to raise his sword, Ho hits his hand with a stick, making his sword fall, and tells him not to even think about it. Ho asks how dare he try to raise his sword at him, but Kang Yu, while rubbing his hand, asks where Ho got this stick from. Ho, while throwing away the stick, tells Kang Yu that he can easily see through his movements, and Kang Yu sighs because he thinks he is being sneaky. Simultaneously, the old man arrives and says that in martial arts, perfection doesn't exist. Ho, while bowing, asks why the elder master has come, to which he replies he has come to check if Kang Yu was training properly. Kang Yu apologizes, but Ho requests the elder master not to be too harsh and says Kang Yu must want to know if he has improved or not. The elder master says it's far too early to see improvement, and looking at the leaves on the ground, he asks if it's Kang Yu's doing, to which he replies it is. The elder furiously asks who told Kang Yu to do this and says agile sword arts is not a technique. The elder master says it's a movement of drawing his sword with precision and speed and cutting his opponent in half. While looking at the leaves, Kang Yu failed to cut them in half. The elder master asks what this bit by bit is. The elder master tells Kang Yu to listen carefully, and that agile sword arts is all about concentration, which enables one to start and end a fight in one clean cut. A single cut that Kang Yu must put everything on the line for. While leaving, the Elder Master says if Kang Yu has time to slice up some leaves, he should use that time to draw the sword one more time. Kang Yu, with a low voice, replies that he understands and that he'll keep that in mind. On the other hand, the Elder Master tells Ho that Kang Yu is a good boy and has talent and determination. The Elder Master says if Kang Yu is taught well, he'll grow up to be a fine man, and Ho, with a smile, says he thinks so too. Suddenly, the elders ask Ho if Union Guild sends them money, to which Ho replies that they have sent over a portion of their profits. Simultaneously, when the elder asks if that'll be okay, Ho asks what he means. The Elder Master says the tiger, who has ruled over its forest, has lost its prey and asks if that tiger will just stand and watch. Ho replies that they probably won't sit. But when the Elder Master says Ho seems quite carefree, Ho replies that he is somewhat on guard just in case and says perfection doesn't exist in the world. The Elder Master says Ho seems quite relaxed, so he must have a plan, to which he replies he does not have a plan, but he has something he can trust. At night, Chiolwang notices some men in the forest, and these are the Changsha men. Yang, who is leading them, and as they reach, he tells everyone to hurry up because they'll be taking care of their enemy now. Zhong says that if they are supposed to take care of their enemies secretly, it would be better if they wear masks. But Hu says he doesn't think that this matter is big enough for them to wear masks. One of them says that what the vice head is saying is right, and that Zhong should lead the way quietly. The guy says they'll attack from the three sides as soon as they arrive at the front gates, and Yang who tells them to make sure they take care of anyone who flees. Suddenly, a man rushes to block the way from where anyone can escape, and Yang who wishes everyone good luck. But suddenly, a man in the back, and his shoulder starts bleeding. The others wonder what was that, but suddenly, they see a falcon in the sky, and Yang who furiously ask what they are doing. Yang who tells them to attack, but the falcon again attacks another guy. One of them tells everyone to move away because he'll cut it, but Chiolwang dodges his attack and flies up. Suddenly, a man who had first left to block the way attacked from the rooftop, and he caught Chiolwang off guard. The man immediately cuts down Chiolwang, and he falls to the ground while bleeding. Everyone there starts celebrating, but Yang who furiously calls them idiots, and that guy tells everyone to shut up because they are celebrating over a mere falcon. Suddenly, Yang who notices someone walking towards the falcon and asks who is there, but Ho quietly walks towards the falcon. The guy who attacked the falcon wonders if he is the owner of the falcon and furiously asks if it's him who killed Representative Jiajuk. Ho is furious, but when he takes a close look at Chiolwang, he says he knows he is fine, so he should stop pretending and get up. Meanwhile, the guy who attacked the falcon confidently says it's dead, but suddenly Chiolwang wakes up, which shocks that guy, and it sits on Ho's shoulder. Ho praises Chiolwang, and that guy can't believe this, but he says the falcon's lifespan is quite a long one. Ho tells Chiolwang to get some rest, so he flies away, and Ho says he'll take care of others. That guy again asks if Ho is the one who killed Jiajuk in Mount Akrok, but Ho asks if he is talking about that cowardly martial master who used poison. Ho says he heard Jiajuk die at the hands of thieves, but that guy tells Ho not to disrespect Jiajuk because he was not someone Ho could speak of lightly. Ho says he must be kidding because Jiajuk couldn't take care of a single thief, so he resorted to poison and said everyone knew what he did. Suddenly, the Heavenly Thunder Squad arrives there, and Ho says he wants to show his gratitude to his friend who showed that coward the afterlife. The guy who attacked the falcon tells Ho to come at him if he dares and says he'll send him to the pits of hell. So Ho stretches his bow and tells the Heavenly Thunders to sit back and watch. Ho says this is the art of the bow and suddenly shoots an arrow toward that guy. but the other Changsha guards laugh and say what is up with that slow arrow. However, Zhang is shocked to wonder how much force is behind that shot to make an arrow stop in mid-air. Suddenly, the guy who is the target starts running and thinks he is damned because no matter which direction he dodges, the arrow follows him. The guy thinks he doesn't know when the arrow will accelerate because then he won't have a chance. Suddenly, Zhang tries to help, but another guy there tells him to wait because their fellow is a fighter who has faith in him. Simultaneously, that guy stops running and throws that arrow away with his sword, which amazes Ho because he blocked his arrow. Suddenly, Ho shoots another arrow, which that guy barely dodges, but Ho says he won't let him go, and suddenly, that arrow comes back and pierces the side of that guy's neck. Yulchin is shocked, and Ho says this is Kai's guided arrow in action, and, while shooting again, says he should continue. Ho again shoots, which that guy dodges, but this time, the arrow comes back and pierces his leg. The guy is severely wounded, while the Heavenly Thunder Squad is shocked. Yulchin says the moment Ho loads his bow to the instant he fires it. The transitions are incredible, and the other one says the movement's up until Ho shoots the bow in one smooth and fluid motion with no breaks at all. On the other hand, that guy realizes he doesn't have time to rest, because Ho again aims at him saying he is pretty good at dodging. Ho says this is the last arrows and wishes him luck at dodging it. Suddenly someone arrives there and asks what Ho is doing. Ho sees its Elder Master and Min there, and the Elder Master furiously asks what he is doing. The Elder Master says Ho must show respect in a fight where one is putting one's life on the line, especially for a martial artist. The Elder says with Ho's skills, this fight would have ended a long time ago, but says Ho dared to drag it and toy with his opponent. Ho feels embarrassed, and the Elder asks where he learned this pathetic, disrespectful piece of crap. When the Elder asks if Yulji So-moon teaches Ho this, Ho replies with a no, and when the Elder asks if Hwanya teaches him this, Ho again replies with a no. The Elder says, looking at Ho, he sees his father when he was young, and says he also sees how So-moon and Hwanya raised him. The Elder Master scolds him, and Ho sincerely apologizes for showing him such a sight. Ho says it was his failed judgment. His self-disciple was shallow as hell, and he requests the Elder to forgive him. The Elder Master says he knows Chiolwang is Ho's precious friend, and that is probably the reason he acted that way. However, he says that he cannot justify his actions and asks what the Heavenly Thunders will learn from this. Ho understands and requests forgiveness, but the Elder says he is not the one Ho should be sorry to, because there is someone else he should be sorry for. Ho apologizes to that guy because, as a martial artist, he has done a shameful thing. But that guy asks what he can say when he is the one who clearly lacks the skills. The guy says they should know to stop the chatter and end this. The guy demonstrates incredible battle kai, and Ho wonders how he could dare to do such a shameful act to this martial artist. Ho stretches his bow and says this is the last attack in which he'll give his all, but he won't take his life. Ho says this is not another act to insult him, but an act of respect and deep remorse for what he has done. However, that guy makes a stance that shocks one of his fellows because he knows it's a life sacrifice move, and he rushes to attack. But Ho also shoots. The guy gets terrified to see Ho's shot looks like a dragon, and he wonders if this kind of martial arts exists. Meanwhile, the Elder recognizes it's illusion shooting, and thinks it's been a long since he has seen this in person. Suddenly, the arrow hits that guy in his shoulder, and he falls in shock while his guards get worried for him. The guards tell their captain to wake up, but he is unconscious, so one of them rushes to attack Ho. NWE Jian stops his attack and asks what he thinks he is doing. The other guards also rush to attack to avenge their captain, and Yang who also orders his men that they are attacking, too. Meanwhile, Min also orders his men to drive out the outsiders who dared step foot on their land. The fight begins between both the opponents, and Yang, who orders his men to keep pushing the Nandong soldiers back. Meanwhile, Min realizes they are outnumbered, but he tells her men not to back off. Simultaneously, Ho can also see the difference between their men's skills and those of their opponents. Ho realizes the opponent has more experience than them who has just started training, so the opponents are able to see through and make decisions fast and calmly. Suddenly, when Ho sees one of their men get wounded, Ho tries to step in, but the Elder Master says this is not the place for him to step in. Ho says the damage on their side is too great, but the Elder says there are no casualties. Still, Ho says he has to stop it before someone dies, but the Elder Master says some may lose their lives in this fight, and some may get injured gravely. The Elder Master says that in order to become a true martial artist, one must follow through and ask just when. Ho plans to raise them like they are precious jewels. The Elder Master says the time has come for their men to adapt and change and tells Ho to see everyone is giving their all. Ho understands that this is right, and the Elder tells Ho that their men have been taught by them so that they can win. The Elder Master says for now, Ho should just watch, and the moment Ho should step in is when the Angry Fox faction's main powers make a move. He agrees, but he thinks he should still try to lessen the damage, so he asks Yolchin if they are ready, to which he replies everyone is ready. Ho says they must fire without getting in the way of their comrades, to which Yolchin replies it's been firmly engraved in them repeatedly. Ho says it is good and orders them to attack immediately. Meanwhile, NWE Jian is trying to fight many opponents at a time when the shooting squad starts shooting arrows, and one hits his opponent's leg. NWE Jian immediately stabs down that opponent, and when the shooter asks if he is fine, NWE Jian replies he is fine and tells the shooter to help someone else. With the help of Heavenly Thunder Squad, the situation starts to get in their control, while the Angry Fox faction's members are getting worried. Yang, who tells his men to be careful of the arrows, but they call him a coward for making them fight. Meanwhile, the Elder Master also calls those men weak-hearted, and Ho says they also need some real fighting experience. The Elder Master sighed and said it seemed like Ho's time to shine, and Ho gladly got ready to deal with them. The Elder Master asks if he is really planning to go. Ho replies that he has to make sure the moment doesn't swing the other way, but he asks if the Elder will help. The Elder says the Angry Fox faction's main members look quite strong, but he asks if Ho thinks he himself would not be enough. Ho replies that they never know until they try and says the opponents might look towards someone else, and if they do, that would be troublesome. The Elder Master agrees and says he'll make sure the opponents don't sneak off somewhere else. Simultaneously, Yang, who is furious because he can't believe they are losing and says their men can't stand any longer, so they should intervene. Yang, who says he'll take off the Falcon's owner, but when his fellow says it's a bit too dangerous, Yang, who replies that it is to change the flow of the battle in one whoop. However, the other member of the faction says if Hu gets injured, he won't be able to show his face to the head. Hu says if that does happen, it would be because he was weak, and Zhang says it'll be okay because it's the vice head. The member who is worried agrees, but he tells others to aid Yang, who while he takes care of the old man. Suddenly, Zhang and the other members of the Angry Fox faction realize the old man is the real deal because they can feel his strong aura. They feel they'll be wiped away, but suddenly, the faction member manages to overcome it, which startles the Elder Master, who says the guy is quite skilled. The faction member says he is flattered, but he requests to ask for the old man's name, to which the Elder Master says they should meet the qualification. Zhang furiously asks how dare he have such guts and, while taking out his sword, says he'll repay him this shame. The elderly master gets offended, and he pulls out a sword from an injured opponent's body lying there using divine regency skill. The angry fox member thinks it's amazing that someone this skilled exists, but Zhang asks if the old man is mocking them. Zhang launches an attack using his swords while saying he'll kill him, but the elder master vanishes that attack in the air. Zhang can't believe this, and when the other opponent tries to attack using the thundering blade technique, a blast happens. Zhang gets worried, and when the dust settles, he is shocked to see his fellow on his knees, bleeding. The elder master says this is it, but Zhang can't believe it, and the elder asks his fellow if he wants to continue. Zhang wonders where a monster like this comes from, and he decides to jump into the fight with his men and Namgung's disciples. However, the elder master notices and tells Zhang that an adult should not interfere with a child's battle. The guy who was attacked by the elder master says he cannot agree to this, but the elder master says as long as they stay out of this fight, he plans not to join in. However, he says if they ignore his words and decide to meddle, he would have no choice. The elder master warns them that if a sword is drawn, he doesn't leave his opponent alive. This guy thinks he cannot give up because he has to protect the vice head and the faction's honor, so he gets up again. The elder furiously asks if he dares to continue, to which the guy replies that he doesn't have a choice. The elder master says he'll let him go because he sees that guy's father's face in him and tells that guy to back off. The guy asks what he means, but the elder master asks if his father's name is H1 Gok. The guy gets shocked, and he asks how he knows that, to which the elder master replies he knew his father from when he was still a novice. The elder master says H1 Gok's thunder strike was still incomplete back then, but it has now turned into a fine technique. Gok's son is shocked, and he asks how old the old man is, to which he replies that age is not important. However, the elder master says meeting H1 Gok once is enough, and he doesn't plan to meet him for a second time, but H1 Gok's son is shocked at what he just heard. On the other hand, Ho shoots arrows at Yang Hu while running to dodge them, and suddenly, Ho shoots 3 arrows at once. Yang Hu manages to dodge the arrows, and Ho says he has incredible skills, but Yang Hu is exhausted. Yang Hu is worried because he thinks the arrows have a mind of their own, and his techniques are not reaching Ho. Meanwhile, when Ho says Hu is fast, Hu furiously tells him to shut up and says he is using a bow like a coward. Hu tells Ho that if he is a true martial artist, he should face him. But Ho says it seems like Hu is very confident in his close combat skills. Ho says it's good and, while taking out his sword, tells Hu to show what he got. Hu rushes with speed to attack Ho, and Ho wonders if he has left traces with only his foot movements. Ho can see where Hu's confidence comes from, and as he tries to stab Ho, Ho dodges his attack without him noticing and tells Hu that it's too early to be happy that he won. Hu is shocked and wonders when Ho slices through the hallucinations. Ho says Hu cannot trick him with that and says now he'll give him another chance. As Hu tells Ho to shut up, Ho immediately moves behind him and puts a sword on his neck. Ho says Hu has some skill, but it's not good enough for him to boast about it. Hu thinks it's a disgrace that he left his back open and tries to stab Ho, but Ho avoids it, and Hu gets furious because he can't catch Ho. Hu continuously tries to stab Ho but fails and wonders if this means the difference in their skill is extremely big. After some while, Hu falls from exhaustion, and Ho asks if that is all he has. Hu's sword falls from his hand, but he tells Ho to die, to which Ho replies that he doesn't plan to die anytime soon. Suddenly, 3 other members of the Angry Fox faction tell Ho to stop immediately and say Ho will not lay a hand on the vice head, but they wonder what the hell this is. On the other hand, Kang Yu is tired while fighting his opponent and thinks he completely misjudged his opponent. Suddenly, the opponent asks for his name, and when Kang Yu tells him his name, the opponent says it means Kang Yu is not from the Namgung family. When Yu asks what he is trying to say, the opponent says the martial arts of the families are different from Kang Yu's, and that tells him Yu is not from the Namgung family. Yu says he doesn't know what he is talking about, to which the opponent replies that his blade will do the talking. When the opponent asks if they should end this now, Yu replies that he was thinking the same. As the opponent rushes to attack, Yu remembers the teachings of the Elder Master, concentrates every ounce of strength into one place, and then explodes it. Kang Yu stabs the opponent on point, and he starts bleeding, but while falling, he asks if Kang Yu had this up his sleeves all this time. Kang Yu is extremely tired and says he was just lucky. Suddenly, Kang Yu sees Min's opponent has also lost her hands, and he says she is extremely strong, to which she replies she is strong because she is the head of the Namgung family. Kang Yu sees Min has won while others are also finishing up there, but suddenly, he realizes all that is left is Big Brother Ho. Meanwhile, the Yueyang trio comes forward to fight with Ho, and they tell their group's name to Ho, but Ho asks what they want him to do. Ho immediately stretches his bow again while thinking he cannot delay this for much longer because everyone else is finishing up with their fights. The opponents ask what he is doing because he is stretching a bow without arrows and ask if he is fooling, but suddenly, Ho shoots at one of them's legs. The other furiously tries to attack Ho, but his shoulder also gets pierced by an arrow. Meanwhile, the third member of the trio is shocked, but suddenly, he feels something coming towards him, which he blocks with his sword. The man says he couldn't see it, and when he asks what it is, Ho replies it is called the shapeless shooting. Ho furiously tells that man to stay back because it's almost over now, and he doesn't want to shed more blood. The man gets nervous and wonders if this is the skill the old Bowblade used because it seems as incredible as he heard. On the other hand, Yang who thinks Mi Yongjo has been defeated, and the elders have their hands tied. Yang who realizes he cannot be saved by Yueyang's brother Ho, so he, with a heavy heart, tells everyone to retreat. Ho tells his men that they'll also fall back, so they let the opponents run away. The Namgung disciples celebrate that they won, and the Elder Master tells Zhang and the other opponent to go back. As they leave, the injured are treated, and NW reports to Ho that 6 are critically wounded, while the others are lightly injured. Suddenly, Kang Yu tells Ho that it is a complete victory, but Ho says Yu Han's death was an unforeseen one. Yu says it was unexpected, and if they consider the battle they fought a miracle, it ended with 1 casualty. Ho says he is right and says it would have been selfish of him to wish for the fight to end without a death. Ho tells Guok to explain the situation to Yu Han's family and give them the best hospitality they have to offer. Guok says he understands and it would be for the best. Simultaneously, Ho also tells Guok to take care of the wounded and tells him to put the bodies of the Angry Fox faction's fighters in a casket and send it to them quickly. Ho thinks he should let others rejoice in this victory, but the real problem still has to come. Suddenly, the Elder Master says it looks like Ho is in deep thought, and Ho immediately bows with respect. When the Elder Master asks if there is a problem, Ho replies there is not, but he says he doesn't think the Angry Fox faction will let this go. The Elder Master asks if Ho thinks they'll come for a war. Ho replies that their pride has been shattered and they don't have anything to lose now, so the Elder Master asks them what Ho plans to do. Back at the Angry Fox chamber, Jiolseng gets furious to know that not only did Yang Hu fail, but he was also subjected to shameful disgrace. Yang Hu apologizes to his father, but he asks if he is saying everyone is defeated by someone with a bow. Chiol-sang furiously asks what the Yueyang trio is doing, to which they, with their heads down, replies they have nothing to say. Chiol-sang furiously tells them to explain to him what the hell this is, to which Jong replies that there was some monster like old man there. When Chiol-sang asks who it is, Jong gets nervous because he doesn't know, but the other member says it seems like that old man is not from the Namgung family, and says he and Jong didn't stand a chance against him. Chiol-sang gets angry to hear that it was 2 against 1. But the member said they didn't lose because it was not even a fight. Chiol-sang is shocked to hear this, and that member says one thing for sure. If that old man had made up his mind and attacked, they would have been wiped out. This member also tells Chiol-sang that the young one with a bow was on par with the old man, and he was just like that bowman called Bowblade. Chiol-sang is stunned, but he asks what they think will happen if the full force of the faction attacks, to which that member replies that they'll stand no chance. However, some other members say they won't know unless they try, and another one also agrees because he thinks even if the opponent is strong, they cannot handle hundreds of men on their own. On the contrary, Jong says they should have seen the old man, and that even if they had won, only a few would have survived. Jong asks the others what they think they would be left with if they win like that. Chiol-sang says their pride is broken, and if they give up here, the Angry Fox faction's honor will turn to dust. Chiol-sang says they lost their position in this fight, so they must at least recover their honor, but Yang-hu wonders if they'll be able to recover it. At night, when Chiol-sang is sleeping, he suddenly notices someone's presence in his room and immediately gets up. Chiol-sang sees someone sitting at the table, so he asks who it is, but that person asks if he is the head of the Angry Fox faction, to which Chiol-sang replies he is. Chiol-sang wonders how did this man get in there because they have set up barriers all over the place. When Chiol-sang asks who he is, the Elder Master furiously says he doesn't need to know and tells Chiol-sang to listen to him carefully. Chiol-sang feels a great amount of kai and asks what that man wants to say. The Elder Master says whatever Chiol-sang is planning to do, he should stop it. Chiol-sang understands this man is from Namgung, and the Elder Master says that Chiol-sang knows that it won't take long. Chiol-sang says an order is an order, and he can't take it back, but the Elder Master laughs and says he is not asking. When Chiol-sang furiously asks if he is ordering, he says he is not someone he can order around like this. When the Elder says what if he is someone he can order, Chiol-sang furiously gets out of his bed, but the Elder throws something towards him. Chiol-sang picks that thing up, and the Elder Master asks if that'll be enough, but Chiol-sang tells him to stop fooling around. The Elder Master says Chiol-sang doesn't know what it is, but while attacking the roof, he says that guy will know. Suddenly, a man falls from the roof, which startles Chiol-sang, but the Elder Master says he knows this guy is following him. The guy apologizes to the Elder Master, but the Elder asks if he is from the Bloodless group, to which the guy replies he is. Chiol-sang is shocked to hear this and wonders why the Bloodless group is there all of a sudden. The Elder Master asks if that guy knows what is in Chiol-sang's hand, to which he replies he knows, and then the Elder says this guy must know what his words truly mean. When that guy says he knows, the Elder Master says if he knows, then he'll leave now, but Chiol-sang wonders what is happening. On the other hand, in Peachin Palace, when Lord On Hwe Myung gets to know about this incident from the Bloodless group leader, he says this is an unexpected turn of events and asks how it went. The Bloodless group leader, Jang So, replies that the Angry Fox faction had planned to attack the Namgung family with all they had got but suddenly called it off. Hwe Myung laughs, saying that they did, and thinks that if his father knew that the old man was still alive, he would be ecstatic. Suddenly, Hwe Myung tells Jang So to reimburse Angry Fox faction of their damages because thanks to them, He knows the old man is alive and well. Myung also ordered Jang So to order every faction, clan and family out there to never touch the Namgung family again, which shocks Jang Do, but he says okay. Suddenly, when Jang So says it is the Namgung family they are talking about and the others will complain, Hwe Myung tells him to ignore them. Jang So tries to argue again, but Hwe Myung furiously asks if he'll do what he'll tell him, or if he plans to keep retorting. Jang So gets worried, but Hwe Myung tells him to listen carefully and says if they do anything to trouble that elderly man, they'll both die at his father's hands. Jang So is shocked, and Hwe Myung asks who the unidentified youngster is who uses a bow, to which Jang So replies he is the brother Ho of the Namgung family. Hwe Myung says he thinks that the youngster and he are connected by fate somehow. Suddenly, Hwe Myung says what he has just asked of Jang So is in order, so he should make sure to follow it. And Jang So replies that he'll... 50 years ago, Miram was full of divinities and new martial artists running around, causing havoc and full of mysteries. But among them were the few who were skilled and had immense talents, such as bow masters, sword masters, fist masters, shadow masters, and poison masters. These 5 were called the 5 Lords of Kangho. Now, many years later, there are those who are called 5 Lords. At the Hwangbo family chambers of peace, a meeting is happening between the Lords. The Hwangbo family's former head and the current First Lord, Hwangbo Jang, says everyone must be busy and ask what is going on. Jang's son and Hwangbo family head, Hwangbo Yoon, says he has come to discuss some family matters, but Jang says if it is a family matter, they can take care of this on their own, and there is no need to ask him. Yoon says it is about the 5 prestigious familiar gatherings, so Jang asks if the date has been set, to which Yoon replies it is set for the next Mid-Autumn Festival. Jang says that it is about 2 months away and asks if the time will be enough, to which Yoon replies he shouldn't worry because he has already started preparing for it. Jang says it means Yoon has already sent invites to the families, to which Yoon replies he has sent them. He also says he has incited the Akdong family from Shandong. Jang furiously punches the table, which cracks its marble, and he asks what the reason is. Yoon gets scared, but his father asks why he has done such a thing, to which he replies he is just following the trend. Jang asks what he means by trend, to which Yoon replies that the 5 families of today are different from the 5 families of the past. However, Jang says that, old or not, the 5 families are the 5 families, but Yoon says the others don't think that way. Yoon says that the Namgung family of the past is long gone, and everyone is calling the Ak family a part of the 5 families. As Yoon says, the Namgung family doesn't exist in people's minds, but his uncle, Hwangbo Gwon, furiously breaks the table and says he cannot keep listening to this nonsense. Hwangbo Gwon is the superior elder of Thunder Fists, who asks if Yoon is looking down on his uncles and says the 5 prestigious family gatherings are not to show off one's power or look down on anyone. Gwon says the 5 prestigious families are those who allied in the battle against the 4 heavenly blood alliances and earned the title. Gwon says that after that battle, they continued the fight against the palace, and it was during that battle that the Namgung family lost its bright future. Gwon furiously says just because some idiot doesn't remember the Namgung family anymore, Yoon dares to mock them, who shed blood together in those battles. Gwon furiously throws away the table with a single hand and asks if Yoon is doing this just to look good to the Peachin Palace, but Yoon immediately replies that that's not true. Gwon says if Yoon really doesn't mean that, then he should send the invite to the Namgung family with the utmost respect. Yoon immediately replies he has already sent that, so Gwon, without understanding, says it is good, but suddenly he asks what Yoon said. Yoon replies that he has already sent the invitation to the Namgung family, but his uncle misunderstands him. Gwon is shocked and embarrassed, while Yoon says he said others have forgotten, but he didn't say he has. Meanwhile, when Jang asks about Axe, Yoon replies that the history may be a bit short compared to the 5 families, but Axe have their own traditions. Yoon says Axe have also done lots of things recently and have earned the praise of many, but Jang asks so what? Yoon replies that he thought they had earned their spot to attend the gathering as the 6th member and that the other families were already aware of this change. Jang thinks for a while and says if the other families have agreed to it, he'll keep that in mind. Yoon takes a breath of relief, and Gwon apologizes because he misunderstood, but Yoon says it is alright. Simultaneously, when Yoon says he is ready to take a few punches, Gwon laughs and says there is no way he would dare lay fists on their family head. Yoon laughs, but deep down, he knows his uncle would probably dare to do that. On the other hand, the 4 Heavenly Blood Allies representative, Taesang Moonju, gets information about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Moonju orders his man to contact the 3rd ally, but when he asks if it is not too early, Moonju says they are already prepared, so it's okay to be a bit too early. Moonju says as long as the Supreme Spirit has been passed to him, they won't have a choice but to obey him. The man says Moonju has yet to recover fully from his injury, and they have yet to find the means to make the 3rd ally submit to them. Moonju says if that is all his man is worried about, he should worry no more because he knows where they can find one. When that guy asks who that is, Moonju says it's the Namgung family, but that guy says the investigation in regards to the Namgung family has already ended. When this guy says they didn't find anything, Moonju says, of course, he didn't find it because it is a secretive thing that is only passed down to its direct heir. Moonju asks if he knows what he is trying to say now, to which the guy replies he understands, and Moonju orders him to make sure the 3rd ally is ready to make a move at any given time. Moonju says they'll start with the Peachin Palace and says it's been 600 years. So he'll pay it twofold back. 3 years after Yulji-ho and his companions arrived at the Namgung family, Namgung Min took on the family head position. Although the ceremony was small, Min carefully chose her words and actions because the weight on her shoulders now had an effect. As the head of the family, Namgung Min created 2 forces and named them Tianyang and Tianyan. The Tianyangs were made up of the descendants of the fallen families, with Chindamun as the leader, and there were 13 of them. However, the Tianyans were those whom Min refused to take in, 10 in number, with Yon Nongchen as the leader. Kang Yu and He Wang became the elder brothers of the family, just like Yulji-ho and Nwichin and Chobun had been appointed as the family head's security chief. Eventually, the Namgung family was about to rise up. Afterward, Min shows everyone the invitation from the Hwangbo family and tells them that the Namgung family is invited to take part in the 5 prestigious family gatherings. When He Wang asks about the gathering, Min explains it is for the 5 families to come together and the gathering is held every 15 years, including Namgung's. Min says it is not only for the family heads, but also for the families next in line and elders to come together. Min says it is held for 5 days in total, and during that time seniors make their blood pact stronger, and the juniors take chance to create new bonds. Min also tells everyone that a tournament is also held to test out each family's martial arts, and He Wang is impressed. Min says she has never been to one before because when she was younger, her family did not get the chance, but Ho says it is different this time. Ho says they should head to the Hwangbo family as soon as they are ready, but when Chobun asks who is going to go, Ho asks what he means. Chobun says Hwangbo family is a long way from there, which means they'll be away for quite a while, and if they all go, no one will be left to defend. Ho starts thinking about it. but the elder master tells them not to worry about it and says no such thing will happen. He agrees that what the great elder said is right because it is important for all of them to go. Ho says they'll continue their training on their way and get some real experience too. When Damun asks what he means, Ho tells him to wait and tells them to make sure everyone is well prepared. Ho says the important thing for them is to show that the Namgung family is back in business. After that, Ho tells Min that they need to talk about something, and when everyone leaves, Min asks what is it that Ho wants to talk about. Ho tells Min to listen carefully and says now that she has stepped up as the head of the house, she is in charge. Ho says that, up until now, he has made decisions for the family on his own, but as soon as they open the doors, he can no longer keep doing that. Ho says once they are out and about, she has to make decisions herself, and they'll respect her decisions. Min is shocked, but Ho says what she wants is going to be what they want, and her decisions are their decisions. Min says she understands, and Ho says times are different now. Ho says everyone remembers the Namgung as a family that is fading away, so there is going to be mockery and ridicule. Ho says she has to get through it with the family's pride intact and asks if she can do this, to which she replies she can. Ho tells her not to forget that she is the head of the Namgung family and that she has the best men always on guard to protect her. Min says she knows she has the elder master and him by her side, to which Ho laughs and still tells her not to give him any troublesome work. 4 days later, the day of departure arrives, and Min, while paying respect to her father, thinks she'll be on her way now. Min thinks that although she is still new to this, she will make sure she doesn't damage the family's reputation. Min thinks it's embarrassing that she is afraid, but she is determined she won't run away from it. Suddenly, Guok tells her that everyone is waiting, and she thinks she is the family head now, so she must protect everyone. Min prays that her father gives her strength and tells everyone they should go now. Ho asks everyone who is gathered in the hall if they are ready, to which they reply, Guok was well prepared, so they didn't need to prepare anything. Ho says it's their first time going out ever since they came to the family, and Guok must have been worried for them, so he prepared everything with all of them in mind, and they should be grateful. Suddenly, Chobun says the family head has arrived, and Min remembers Ho's words, saying that she is the head of the family and that behind her, she has the best servants and escorts who are ready to protect her. Min asks if everyone is ready, to which they reply they are ready. So Min announces that from now on, the doors of the Namgung family will be open. A few days later, when they were traveling to Hwangbo, they stopped in Hubei province to have a meal. When the food arrives, Ho gets mad to smell some spices in it, and the chef worriedly asks if something is wrong with the food. Ho asks if Nwejian forgot to tell the chefs. Nwejian immediately apologizes, but Ho takes the wine bottle and says he is going out for a while, so he should make sure everything is properly made this time. As Ho leaves, King Yu says Nwejian should have been more careful. King Yu says Ho hates spices and has a grudge against them, and Chobun says he thought today was going to end up being a funeral. Nwejian yells at the chef to stop staring off into space and get moving. Nwejian tells them not to make the master wait and tells the chef to follow him because he'll show him how to cook properly. Meanwhile, Ho wishes the chef better not do that again, and suddenly, he sees someone eating and says it seems he is enjoying the food. The man replies this happens to be his favorite food, but when Ho says he must have struggled quite a bit chasing after them, he gets shocked. The man asks what he means, to which Ho replies he knows everything that guy has been up to, so he tells him to stop pretending that he doesn't know. Ho says he knows he is disguising himself and following them around, so that guy realizes it cannot be helped and tells Ho to follow him. When Ho asks where the guy replies, his master wishes to see Ho. The guy takes Ho to the woods where HW Myung is, and Ho notices there are about 20 men hiding. Suddenly, Ho says it's quite scary, so HW Myung apologizes and says he tried to come on his own, but his men won't listen to him. Myung tells Ho not to be so tense and, while telling him to have a drink, throws the cup towards him. Ho immediately grabs the cup and immediately drinks the alcohol. Myung is shocked that Ho is drinking alcohol that was given to him by a stranger without any suspicion. Myung wonders if he should say Ho is brave or an idiot, but suddenly, Ho also pours alcohol from his bottle and tells Myung to have a drink as well. Ho throws the cup towards Myung, grabs it, and drinks it. Meanwhile, Ho tells his name to Myung, and Myung also says he is HW Myung, but suddenly, his men surround Ho. Ho asks what it is supposed to be, but Myung orders his men not to be so rough with Ho. Ho, while taking out his bow, says Myung will regret this, but Myung says they'll see. As his men attack, Myung asks Chin who he thinks will win, to which he replies it won't be an easy win. When Myung asks if Chin is confident, Chin replies that the results will stay the same because it is the Supreme Leader's guard they are talking about. However, Myung says the Supreme Leader's guards have lost to a single man before, but Chang Myung says that he was the strongest man alive. Meanwhile, Myung knows that Ho is the descendant of the strongest man alive, and suddenly, Ho shoots a guard with a stick he picks up from the ground. The guard yells in pain and wonders how a mere stick has so much force behind it. Suddenly, Ho uses shapeless shooting, which shocks Myung and his men, but he starts laughing while saying it is all true. When Shin Myung asks Ho if he is a Bowblade, Myung replies that he probably is. HW Myung thinks the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, so he decides to see how good Ho is. Myung wants to see this with his own 2 eyes, and Ho shoots down most of his guards with the shapeless shooting. The remaining guards are worried because Ho took out half of their men in an instant, and they realize he shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, Ho hears his master's voice, and he tells him to stop because this is enough. When Ho asks if something is enough, the master tells him that those men are the Supreme Leader's guards, and Ho realizes if that is the case, then Myung is the Lord. The Elder Master says if his memory is correct, then Myung is the Lord. But when Ho asks why they would do this, the Elder Master says he thinks they want to test Ho's martial arts. Ho understands the situation and tells Myung they should call it off. But Myung says he doesn't have power to stop his guards, and being honest, he says he doesn't wish them to stop. Suddenly, Ho takes out his sword and asks Myung if he knows what it is, which shocks Myung because he knows it is the spirit of the wind. Ho immediately swings his sword in air, and Myung is stunned to see that this is the 10,000 heavenly swords attacks. Myung heard that the former Bowblade was known to have mastered not only the bow but also the sword arts, and he was shocked to feel Ho's aura was just like that of the former Bowblade. Ho's aura is pushing away all the guards, and Myung furiously asks them what they are doing. Myung says if they don't want to die here, they should get themselves together. So the guards immediately use blood drain sword style to hold their position. Ho thinks they are quite strong because they are the Supreme Leader's guards, but he knows he can fight them like this, and he doesn't need to use so much energy. Suddenly, Ho sees an opening and kicks one of them away, and he uses shapeless heavenly sword to push back others, which shocks Myung. Myung sees Ho is using destroyer triple blade arts, and suddenly, he hears a voice asking him if he is going to let all his men die. As Ho is about to attack the remaining guards, Myung immediately takes out his sword to attack Ho, but Ho notices him. Ho immediately blocks Myung's attack and wonders if this is finally the time. A clash happens between them, but they continue to attack, and when Chen asks if Myung is fine, he replies he is right. Still, Chen is worried, But suddenly, the elder master appears from behind the tree and says Myung has no choice but to be okay. Chen furiously asks who is there, but the elder master says it is pathetic to call Myung the Lord of Peachin Palace. Myung gets startled to see the elder and immediately bows with respect while asking how he has been. Meanwhile, Ho is confused, but the elder tells Myung that he has been fine and asks what the mess is. Myung is embarrassed, but the elder says it's been a while and asks who is this fellow beside Myung. The elder says, judging from that guy's eyes, he can tell he is quite skilled. So Myung tells the elder that this man is the commander of the Supreme Leader's guards. Myung tells Chen Myung to introduce himself immediately, to which he rudely replies that his name is HWH Chen Myung. Myung asks his elder to forgive Chen Myung's rudeness and says he is just like this all the time. The elder says he won't take it to heart, so Myung shouldn't bother. He says it's normal for Chen Myung to be proud as a commander of the Supreme Leader's guards. However, Myung sends Chen Myung a sound transmission that if he doesn't want to die, he should show some respect. Chen Myung immediately bows with respect and apologizes, but the elders say Myung doesn't have to send a sound transmission and break Chen Myung's spirit. Myung laughs, but suddenly, the elder asks what brings him out here and says the other side won't be happy to know Myung crossed the borders. Myung says he doesn't care what the other side thinks and he has just come over to see how the elder has been. However, the elder says Myung should have come to him first and ask why he called for Ho. Myung says he wanted to meet the fellow that carries the eulogy name himself and Ho gets shocked. Myung says he is also curious about whether or not Ho is really that man's descendant. But the elder calls him cheeky and says he is asking that when he already knows the answer. Myung laughs and says it is still better to have assurance than to guess. But Ho is confused to see what's happening. Suddenly, Myung asks if the first martial art he used was shapeless shooting, to which he replies that it is right. Myung says it's a great martial arts skill, just like he has heard. Simultaneously, Myung asks about the sword art Ho used, to which Ho replies it was heavenly sword art. When Myung asks if Ho learned it from the elder, Ho replies that he was taught by his great-grandfather. Myung is shocked, but the elders say Gu Yangpeng is Ho's grandfather, who is not his actual grandfather, but old enough to be his grandfather. Myung happily asks if Gu Yangpeng is alive, but Ho replies he is not, and that he passed away a decade ago. Myung says if that is so, then a lot of time has passed, and it seems like he has done something in vain and pointlessly injured his men. Myung calls it a disgrace, and the elder says that since he is well aware of it, he should hastily go back now. When Myung asks if the elder is planning to go with a child, the elder replies, of course, he will, and says he has been given the position of the superior older master of the Namgung family now. Myung understands and requests the elder to visit the palace if he has time in the future. Similarly, Myung also invites Ho to come with the elder when the time comes, and Ho replies that he'll do so. Suddenly, Ho says he has a favor to ask and requests Myung to refrain from troubling the Namgung family in the future. Myung says that is quite a favor Ho is asking for, but Ho, while showing his sword, says Myung must know about this, to which he replies he does know. Ho says when and if the Namgung family is in trouble, this sword might find its way into the hands of the other families, so he cannot guarantee what will happen. Ho says if nothing happens to the Namgung family while they are gone, Spirit of the Wind will officially meet a new owner. Myung, while holding the sword, laughs and says it's interesting, but he also agrees to make the deal. Myung returns the sword and Ho thanks him, and the meeting between two of the most influential people ended just like that. 40 days since the journey to the Hwangbo family started, they almost arrived at the place where the house of the Hwangbo family is located. As they go to the Dongping Prefecture's Yanghua Inn, King Yu gets worried about seeing a lot of people there. But He Wong says it is great to see so many people. Kang Yu does not think so, but he asks where Ho is, to which He Wong replies that he is training the Heavenly Thunder Squad in the mountains. Suddenly, He Wong sees where Min is sitting, and she welcomes them. But Kang Yu is uncomfortable because it is so noisy and asks if they have to eat there. Meanwhile, Damun explains that there has been an overflow of people because of the 5 Dragon Branch meetings and says it was a miracle that they were able to book a room. Kang Yu acts grumpy, so He Wong tells him to stop complaining about all the food in front of him. Kang Yu says he gets it, but suddenly, he asks what NWE Jian is looking at so intently. NWE Jian tells Kang Yu that a kid over there is looking at them and laughing for a while. NWE Jian says it's pissing him off, but Cho Bun tells him to ignore it, and Kang Yu also says Cho Bun is right. Kang Yu says it must be quite a sight to see the once fallen Namgung family revived like this. NWE Jian agrees and understands, but suddenly, that kid walks towards them and asks if they are from the Namgung family. Suddenly, NWE Jian gets up from his seat and furiously asks the kid what he wants, but Min tells NWE Jian to stop it. When Min asks the kid who he is, he says it looks like he is right, and that it is nice to meet her. The kid says he is Tu Lang, but Min asks if he is perhaps Shen Jai, which makes the kid happy because she knows who he is. Cho Bun knows about Shen Jai, a kid who lost both parents at a young age and grabbed an older sister named Shen Ruiyuan. Shen Jai caught the eye of the martial arts maniac Guak Gumyong and became his adopted grandchild at the age of 7. After that, he met the former owner of the Heavenly Escort Guards, Tu Gui or Li Songjin. Shen Jai earned the nickname Tu Lang at a young age because he loved to fight as much as he loved food. Cho Bun says Shen Jai's fighting abilities are incredible for someone his age, but it is too early to consider him a master. Shen Jai is amazed and says there is someone who knows him better than him. Jai says it is impressive, but NWE Jian tells him to shoot up and says he doesn't care about who he is and what he does. Kang Yu sent NWE Jian a sound transmission that he should stop causing a scene because the family had us here. NWE Jian immediately keeps quiet. Min asks if Shen Jai has business with him or something because it doesn't seem like he was just saying hi. Jai says she is right that he doesn't come to say hi, and suddenly, while pointing towards the elder, he says he would like him to fight him. Everyone gets shocked to hear this, and NWE Jian in a shock asks what did he just say. Shen Jai tells the old man not to be scared and fight him, but everyone gets terrified, and Cho Bun and Nichin call him crazy. He Wong says he is not the only one who heard that and asks if he is right. But Kang Yu also asks what the hell is happening. The elder, with shock, asks if this kid is requesting a spar, to which Jai excitedly replies that it is right, but the elder says he'll ask him a question. When the elder asks why he wants to fight, Jai replies it's because the old man looks strong. Jai says he has met and fought a lot of masters, yet it's his first time seeing someone with a strong aura like the old man's. The elder says that is an interesting answer, and Jai gets excited, but the elder says there are others who are capable of taking him on here. Jai, after taking a look at others, says he is sure he is stronger than them, but Kang Yu, while walking towards him, says everything has a level to it. Kang Yu says if Jai wants to soar with the elder master, he'll have to go through him first. Jai immediately says that it is fine with him and that he just needs to warm up, but Yu furiously says he'll end him quickly. Jai challenges Kang Yu to try him, but suddenly, Ho arrives there and asks what they are doing. When Ho furiously says there is never a quiet day, NWE Jian tries to explain the situation, but Ho says he knows what is going on here, and NWE Jian doesn't need to explain. Ho orders him to take the Heavenly Thunder Squad up to the room and bathe them. Suddenly, Jai starts looking at Ho, and Ho asks if he has anything to say, but Jay asks if Ho is strong and asks him to fight him. Ho asks what this is all of a sudden, to which Min replies this is Tu Lang, Shen Jai, but Ho asks who he is. Min says it is said that Jai never requests a sparring match with someone who appears weak, so Ho should think of it as an honor. Ho thinks this boy must be his grandfather's sworn brother, Guak Gumyong's grandchild. Ho remembers that his grandfather had told him to visit his sworn brother and introduce himself before, but he didn't expect to meet his descendant, Tu Lang, in a place like this. Suddenly, Ho calls him a kiddo, but Tu Lang furiously asks who he is calling a kiddo and says his name is Tu Lang. Ho says whatever it is and asks if he wants to fight him, to which he replies he does. However, Ho says in order to challenge him, he has to go through some steps first and look towards Hwang. Hwang, with a smile, says he understands, but Ho says there is nothing to be happy about it. When Hwang asks what he means, Ho says this kid is quite skilled, and Hwang might lose if he let his guard down. Hwang says Ho can't be serious, but Ho wishes him good luck. Hwang asks if the kid heard Ho, and he is telling him to come at him, but suddenly, Jai tries to kick him, which he barely dodges. Hwang says he is fast, and Jai, in an instant, kicks his neck, but it doesn't make him fall. Jai is surprised and says Hwang has a decent body, but Hwang spits blood and says it is rude of him to attack while he is speaking. However, Jai says Hwang is stupid enough to talk while his opponent is right in front of him, but says it's going to be fun fighting against a body like Hwang's. Hwang calls him a little brat and tries to punch him, but Jai jumps up in the air and again kicks Hwang's head. Suddenly, Jai makes a stance, which shocks Ho because he knows about that attack, and as Hwang tries to punch Jai, he immediately attacks Hwang at his vital points and says this is the end. Hwang coughs blood, but he holds himself and furiously tries to attack again. Jai laughs and again hits Hwang's vital points, making him yell in pain, and he falls to his knees. Everyone is shocked, and Chobun says Jai hit more than 20 acupuncture points at once. Kangyu says he is wrong, but it seems like 20, but it was at least twice that. When Ho says this kid has got plum blossom scattered hands, Min says that is Mount Hua sex martial arts. Ho says she is right and explains it is a freakishly fast martial art that was said to be created after seeing the flowers of a plum blossom tree flutter with the wind. Meanwhile, when Kangyu says Hwang is strong enough to withstand that attack, Ho replies they'll see. Ho says if his pressure points are struck that much, even someone with a body like Hwang would struggle. Moreover, Ho says Jai's step technique is giving a weird feeling, and especially when he was closing in and repeating, it felt inhuman. Jai again begins attack Hwang while he is exhausted, and the Elder Master says his step movements are called the 8 Immortal Drunken Steps. Ho says he thought so too, but Kangyu asks what kind of technique it is, to which Ho replies it is the beggar sex secret technique. Simultaneously, Ho says that one has to be an elder to learn it, so Kangyu asks if it is an outstanding technique. Ho replies that it is definitely not just any technique. Ho wonders what Hwang will do now, and Jai asks how he'll be able to hit him with a snail-like speed. Hwang furiously picks up his axe and says he'll crush him into pieces. He starts attacking, but Jai dodges his attacks. Jai says in a small place like this, Hwang swings such a sloppy axe all over the place. Jai says if that's what Hwang wants, he'll take out his weapon as well, and he'll show him how to catch a little foolish bear. Suddenly, Jai hits Hwang with a hunter, which is fixed on his wrist, and Hwang notices it. Hwang blocks his attack and asks if he is aiming for his ear now, to which Jai replies he blocked it well, but hits Hwang between his legs. Everyone is shocked. But while trying to bear the pain, Hwang asks if this is all he has. Jai is shocked that he bears the pain, and Ho says it must be difficult to bear. Suddenly, Jai says he has warmed up, so that's enough playtime. But Hwang furiously says the one who is going to decide the end of this fight is not going to be him. Hwang rushes to attack again and starts running around Jai, making him realize his movements have gotten stronger. Hwang tries to stab Jai, but he dodges it, saying he is much faster, and immediately attacks with his hidden hunter-like wire with which he ties Hwang and says this is the end of their bear hunt. However, Hwang says that such a small trifle will not stop him, and he tries to break it, but it's useless. Jai says that string is made from the string of a 10,000-year-old man-faced spider that has been threaded layer after layer, and it is called bear's silk web string. Joe says Hwang cannot cut through it even if he strikes it with a sword, and being honest, he says he came up with its name just now. Jai asks Ho what he thinks, asks if this is enough, and tells Ho to fight him now like he promised. Ho agrees, but he tells Jai to untie Hwang first, and Jai excitedly says he can do that. Jai unties Hwang, but Hwang furiously looks at him and thinks if Jai hadn't used such an underhanded move, he would have won. Jai asks what Hwang is looking at and tells him to buzz off because he is in the way. Hwang gets furious, and when Jai asks if he wants another piece of web, suddenly, someone hits him with a stick. Jai furiously turns while asking who dared to hit him and sees an old man who says he hit him. Meanwhile, Kang Yu asks who that old man is, to which NW Jian replies he doesn't know. Jai asks if that man is the homeless old man, but the old man furiously asks if he is insulting him. Jai immediately says that is not what he meant, but the old man says Jai is just like his master, picking a fight with whoever, whenever, just like his master. Jai, while feeling embarrassed, asks if the old man saw the old replies he saw from start to finish. The man furiously asks what the hell is the man-faced spider and bear's silk web string. The man calls Jai an idiot and asks when the name of that weapon changed to that, to which Jai replies it's a web extracted from a spider, so it's the same thing. The man starts hitting Jai again, but Jai, while yelling, asks how the elders of the beggars sect can get angry at a matter like this. When Ho hears that the guy is the beggar's elder, he is shocked to wonder if this man is Duan Jian, who was rumored to have reached a level equal to that of the 10 masters. Ho knows Duan Jian was named the vice lord of the beggars sect at a young age due to his talents. But he stepped down from the position after losing a leg in the battle against Peachin Palace. However, Jian still remains highly respected within the sect, and his 18-dragon palm strike, which he used while drunk, made a name for itself as one of the best in the world. Even though one of his legs was prosthetic, his movement technique was mystical and was said to be from the gods. Ho knows that together with martial arts maniac Guak Gumyong, they are called the Two Maniacs and have placed themselves on the podium of the 10 masters. Suddenly, Jian calls Jai a little scoundrel and says he'll let him go off the hook this time. With that sorted, Jian apologizes to Ho on Jai's behalf and requests Ho to be a little understanding. Ho tells him not to worry, says the young can run wild sometimes, and says he did go overboard in some moments, but it is good to see that amount of confidence in someone. Jian thanks Ho for thinking of it that way and says it is nice to see the Namgung family at the 5 Dragon Branch meeting. Jian says he is very happy to see them all, so Min thanks him and says she is honored to see a man of such a high reputation as him as well. Jian says she flatters him because he is just an old man getting older and weaker. Suddenly, Jian sees Jai trying to pick a fight with Ho, so he immediately hits him and asks what he is trying to do now. Jai says they have not decided who won, and that he knows Ho is pretty strong. but they need to decide who the winner is. Ho is trying to control his anger, and Jian says he is warning Jai to stop. When Jai calls Ho's friend, Jian asks who Jai thinks he is disrespecting like that and asks what Ho's name is, to which Ho replies it's Yulji Ho. Jian is shocked to hear Ho is from the Yulji family, and Jai asks if something is wrong. While drinking, Jian replies that there is nothing wrong, and he just sees things. Jian tries to convince himself that Ho is not holding a bow and is just seeing things, but Jai asks what he is doing and what Ho's last name is. Jian tells Jai to leave it, and, while hitting him again, says he cannot win against Ho in a million years, so he should drop it. Jai says he doesn't know until he tries, but Jian tells him to shut it and follow him because they have to go somewhere. Jai gets mad, but Ho tells him not to feel too bad about it because they'll have another chance someday. Suddenly, Ho says he'll fight Jai anytime he wants, and when Jai asks if he is serious, Ho promises. Jai gets happy and, before leaving, tells Ho to keep his promise. But Jian requests Ho to forgive him because he is childish and impulsive all the time. Ho, with a smile, says it is all right, and Jian says he'll see Ho at the 5 Dragon Branches meeting. Jian says they'll talk more there, to which Ho replies that they'll be sure and tells them to have a safe journey. Simultaneously, Ho says he'll come by at a properly arranged visit and tells his companions to eat their breast and get on their way. On the other hand, at the Huangbo family's Court of the Spirits, sect manager Huangbo Gong asks the worker if he has guided the people properly, to which he replies that he has. Gong tells the worker that he has to treat them with utmost respect, to which he replies he'll keep that in mind, and Gong tells him to go now. Gong takes a deep breath, thinking the Ak family has arrived, and the Namgung family said they are due to arrive soon. Suddenly, a worker arrives there, so Gong asks what the rush is for him to come running there, to which he replies that the Namgung family has arrived at the gates. Gong gets shocked and immediately starts running towards the door, wondering how they arrived so early. Gong says that they need to hurry and invite them inside, but he is worried because he almost wants them to be treated with discourtesy. After welcoming them in, Gong takes them to the court of the Hidden Dragon and tells them it is where the Namgung family and its personnel are going to be staying. Gong tells them to rest well and says if something comes up, they should feel free to call him. Ho thanked Gong, and when Gong left, he told everyone that they were not there to play around, so they should hurry up and get organized. Meanwhile, Kang Yu notices NW Jian is angry, so he asks what is up with him, to which NW Jian replies it is nothing. Still, Kang Yu says it looks like NW Jian has something to say, to which NW Jian replies that he thinks these people are being too much. Suddenly, Ho asks what he means, to which NW Jian replies that he asked one of the guides earlier, and they said the elders of the family were the ones who welcomed the guests. NWE says, for instance, when the head of the Dangzhuj family and their personnel arrived, the head of the Huangbo family came out to greet them. Similarly, NWE Jian says the family before them, the Axe, were also greeted by the head too. However, Min says maybe it's just a coincidence and says maybe they arrived when the elders were welcoming the other families, and they didn't do it on purpose. Suddenly, when Yon Nungchon asks Min if the Huangbo family's elders are not supposed to give an apology after that, Min gets worried. Suddenly, Guan arrives there and says what that kid said is right. Guan says this is something even a child knows is the disrespectful treatment of one's guests and says it is very dishonorable indeed. When Min asks who he is, Guan says he forgot to introduce himself and that he is Huangbo Guan. Ho and Min are shocked, and Min immediately shows her respect to Guan, saying she should have recognized him sooner. Min says she is the family head of Namgung, and Guan says he must be the young head of the family about whom he has heard so many things. Firstly, Gwon apologizes to Min, but Min says she doesn't know why he is apologizing. To which Gwon replies that what that kid said is correct and says what happened today is his fault. Gwon says he cannot make an excuse for what happened, and Min says there is no need for him to do that. Min says she heard of his situation, so it's not his fault, and it was merely bad timing. Still, Gwon begs for forgiveness, but Min requests him not to do this and raise his head because she is a little flustered when he has his head bowed down like that. Finally, Gwon raises his head and thanks her for accepting his apology. But Min worriedly says he doesn't need to come all the way there just to apologize. Suddenly, Gwon apologizes aside. He has come to see her and says his relationship with the Namgung family goes back many years. Min says she has heard about it before that back in the day. Gwon risked his life with Elder Gwon Wang and her family. Gwon is glad she knows it and says he did do that back then, along with Big Brother Namgung and others who made a name for themselves, Mu Guang and Ju Guang. Gwon said that when the Namgung family began to fall, he was very worried, but he now knows that it was just the storm before the rainbow. Gwon asks who will dare to say fallen family with all these talented ones he sees in front of him. Suddenly, Gwon notices Ho and asks who he is, to which he replies he is Yulji Ho and says he has the honor of taking the position as one of the elders of the Namgung family's masters. Gwon says Ho is too young to be a family master, but says he doesn't seem underqualified. Suddenly, when Gwon asks about the elder master, Ho replies that he is the family's superior master, and when Gwon asks for his name, Ho says the superior master doesn't use the Namgung family name. Ho says the superior master was in the mountains training, and he only came out of the mountains after the brutal war, so very few people know of him, with the exception of his family's workers. Gwon feels weird, but suddenly when Ho says the superior master is mute, everyone gets shocked, including the superior master. Furthermore, when Ho says superior master is also deaf, everyone gets more shocked. Ho says the superior master is very shy because of his time spent alone in the mountains, so Gwon should forgive him with a big heart. Meanwhile, Gwon believes that this can be the case because the old man reached the high stages of martial arts with a body like his own. Suddenly, the superior master furiously asks Ho through a sound transmission since when he has been unable to hear or speak. Ho apologizes and says there is no other way because if they find out who the superior master is, the whole Hwangbo family will be turned upside down. The superior master says this is the treatment he never would have imagined receiving and says yet. Here he is receiving such treatment for accompanying Ho. Suddenly, Gwon says it is okay because everyone has their own story, and Ho thanks him for understanding. After that, Gwon says they should not stand like this and tells them to head upstairs for a cup of tea. While going up, Gwon tells Ho he heard that Ho has gotten rid of a band of thieves, to which Ho replies that it is true, but it was by pure luck. Still, Gwon requests Ho to tell him the details because he has come running all the way so that he can hear about it in detail. Ho says he'll tell him but thinks words spread faster than he thought. Ho remembers it was a wise decision to get some real experience by clearing up mountain thieves and thinks the only thing left for him to do is change everyone's perspective of them at the 5 Dragon Branch meeting. Time flew by quickly, and the first day of the 5 Dragon Branch meeting had begun. After some while, at the Hwangbo family's court of spirits, the Dang family's head, Dang Wook, tells others that they should all accept how stubborn the family head is. The Peng family's head, Peng Musang, agrees and also says he never would have guessed that the Zhongnen would cancel their alliance. Peng Musang says from what he has heard, the family head, Osang, had a major verbal dispute with one of the Mudang faction's elders. Meanwhile, Hwangbo Yun's uncle Yi Galjong says now that the Shaolin and Mount Hua are gone, The righteous coalition is in the palm of the Mudang faction. When Yi Galzong says the infected wound has opened, Yoon agrees with his uncle and says from what he knows, the one who led the withdrawal from the alliance is Senior Zhongnan Yihao. Dang Wook asks if Yoon is talking about Senior Bong Hakyong, and Yoon agrees that that is him. Wook says that considering that guy's personality, it was a miracle he was still in the alliance. Yi Galzong says that is what worries him, and no matter what anyone says, the Zhongnan sect is the light path's spiritual pillar. Yi Galzong says not to mention, the Peachin Palace, who are eager to take control of the Miram, is growing strength each day, and says no one knows that how much more bloodshed there is to come. Meanwhile, Min is also present in this meeting, and Yoon tells his uncle to not worry about it too much. Yoon first says with the power of 5, but then corrects himself and says with power of 6 families gathered here, what can they not achieve? Pang Musang agrees and says the guardian deity and the master of swords provide a solid foundation for Shaolin and Mount Hua. Simultaneously, the Ak family's head says if the 6 families join hands, they can take on anyone, even if it is the Peachin Palace. When Musang asks the Ak family head if that is so, Aquagoon laughs and asks what this old one would know about it. Aquagoon says he just tries his very best at everything, but Musang says the mighty head of the Ak family is being a little too cautious. Everyone starts laughing, but Min fakes it, and she is sick of it because everyone is pretending like nothing is wrong. However, she knows they have no interest in the Namgung family at all. This makes Min angry, but this is just a reality, and she has to bear it for now. On the other hand, Ho wakes up from a nap. The superior master asks him where everyone is and why he is lazing around at this time of the day. Ho asks if the elder is still angry about what Ho has done, but the elder calls it nonsense, and Ho, with a laugh, says everyone has gone out to play. Ho says he let them go so that their stay here would be more comfortable, for now at least. Meanwhile, when the elder asks what Ho plans to do now, Ho asks what he means. The elder tells Ho to stop pretending that he doesn't know and says he is not easily fooled, so Ho should tell him what is going to happen now. The elder asks, with the exception of a few with previous relationships with the Namgung family, if Ho really thinks that the others care about the Namgung family. Ho replies that they probably don't give a damn, and the elder agrees, and that's why he asks how Ho is going to resolve it. Ho says inside Miram, it is about who is the strongest, so they'll just have to show them who is the boss in tomorrow's fighting tournament. When the elder asks if Ho thinks it'll be easy, Ho says, Yon Nengchen of the Chindu faction, if they were lucky, Kang Yu participating will be enough. When the elder asks about Ho, he replies that the elder's joke is too much, but the elder says it's not a joke. The elder says he is just saying it won't be bad to play with them a little if it is needed, but Ho says that won't be needed as long as everything goes smoothly. On the other hand, Damun gets into a fight with a guy and dares him to say what he said again. The guy is drunk, so he says that he sees where the rotten smell is coming from and asks Damun if he is angry enough to hear the truth. The drunk guy's junior tries to stop him, but he pushes him away and says the 6 dragon branch meeting has become 6 dragon and 1 earthworm meeting. The junior says the elder brother shouldn't say this, but the drunk guy says there is a huge problem with the Namgung family, and as he says, their family head is a girl. His own junior gets terrified while the Namgungs lose their temper. The drunk guy says there is an old saying that if the hen crows, the family falls. Damun furiously asks how dare he say that and rushes to stab him, but that guy blocks his attack and asks if a sneak attack is all he has learned to do. Damun gets furious, but he says that guy can call it a sneak attack and challenges him to draw his sword. Suddenly, the drunk guy realizes he has said the wrong thing, and meanwhile, when Hwang asks if Kang Yu is not going to stop him. Kang Yu says he is not because if Dalmun didn't strike, he would have done so. Hwang says Kang Yu can step in now, but Kang Yu tells Chin Dalmun that a good beating is what a rabid dog needs. Meanwhile, the drunk guy thinks he'll apologize after he finishes the fight, but he sees Dalmun's sword coming towards him, which he immediately blocks. Dalmun pushes that guy away, and the drunk guy realizes Dalmun is stronger than he thought, so he decides he has no choice but to use the 5-tiger sword. As the drunk guy launches his attack, everyone gets shocked to see it's the 5-tiger sword attacks, but Dalmun uses his strength to block that attack. However, Dalmun gets pushed back, and the drunk guy starts attacking him again, but Dalmun manages to block all the attacks. Meanwhile, when the drunk guy stops because he feels tired, Dalmun asks if this is all he has and says now it is his turn. Simultaneously, Hwang gets happy because he doesn't know Chin Dalmun is this good, and he says his skills are no joke. Hwang says the drunkard is still holding on, but Kang Yu says that is not the case because the fight is already over. Kang Yu says that the guy is using a skill called 5-tiger sword in the Peng family, and by the looks of it, it seems he hasn't mastered it fully. Hwang says he doesn't know what Kang Yu is talking about. Suddenly, Kang Yu starts teaching him a lesson that martial arts is divided into 2 types. Kang Yu says in the first one, a person gets stronger as he reaches the second part of a skill, and the other is a series of movements, one after the other, resulting in an explosive amount of power. Kang Yu says their martial arts technique, Unbounded Sword Arts, is a technique that combines the 2. Kang Yu says he heard this from the big brother, and that is the reason why it is difficult to master it. Kang Yu says the difference in the amount of power a person is able to generate as he reaches the second half is said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. Hwang says it's amazing, and Kang Yu tells him that the 5-tiger belongs to the latter. However, he says there are gaps between that guy's connections to movements, and they are beginning to get bigger. Kang Yu says Chin Dalmun has probably noticed that by now, and simultaneously, Dalmun stabs that guy's shoulder. The drunk guy falls and wonders if Dalmun is trying to kill him, but suddenly, his juniors come forward and tell Dalmun to put down his sword. The other Namgung personnel also pick up their weapons, but Kang Yu tells everyone to stay down and let Chin Dalmun handle the situation. Dalmun takes a deep breath and immediately rushes forward with an instant movement. Dalmun gets rid of the opponent's swords in the blink of an eye and puts his sword on the drunkard's neck. Chin Dalmun is going to kill the drunk guy, but suddenly, Kang Yu, using a sound transmission, tells him to stop because that guy is from the Peng family. Suddenly, Kang Yu tells everyone that as they have seen, that man has made unbearable offensive comments about their family. Kang Yu says they have put up with enough, and being drunk is no excuse for the things he said, because there are things that shouldn't be said out loud, no matter what. Kang Yu furiously says what that guy said about their family head is something that one cannot bring up again without losing one's temper. As Kang Yu says they'll never forgive them, that guy gets scared, and Dalmun immediately cuts down that guy's arm. Kang Yu tells that guy to be thankful for the fact that he is one of the Pengs and says he is letting him off because of the relationship between the Pengs and them. Yu tells everyone to leave with him, and as they leave, Peng's anger increases. On the other hand, while going back when Yu sighs, Hwang asks if something is wrong. Yu says he is not sure if that was the right thing to do. Hwang tells Yu that was for the best, but Yu wonders what Ho would have done. Hwang says he is not sure, but it would be one of the 2 things that either he scold them harshly or wipe them from this world without a trace. Yu laughs and says that sound like Ho, and Hwang also starts laughing. Suddenly, Ho arrives there and asks if they are having a wonderful conversation and asks if they care to elaborate what they just said. everyone gets terrified. But Ho is giving a devilish smile because he knows they did something wrong. After some while, Ho punishes Yu, Hwang, and Damun to stand on one leg and says if they drop what they are holding in their mouth or fall, it's over for them. While all three of them are struggling to balance, Ho calls it pathetic and says it hasn't been that long, yet they are struggling. Ho says they are all humans, and humans can get drunk and cause a ruckus. But he scolds them because the problem is that Damun didn't end things quickly, even though he has the ability to do so. Simultaneously, Ho scolds Yu because he cut that guy's arm instead of his head and furiously asks Hwang what he is doing. Hwang gets nervous, and suddenly, he falls, so Ho asks what he should do with him now. But Hwang is scared to death. Ho starts beating him, and after beating him badly, Ho says he should have listened to him well. It's already night, so the elder comes out and says he cannot sleep because of all the noise. Ho apologizes, but when he is about to explain, the elder says he has already heard what happened when he was half asleep. When the elder asks if there was a fight, Ho replies that is right. So the elder says a fight can happen once in a while, but asks if they win. Kang Yu and Damun immediately reply that they won, but the sticks they were holding in their mouth fell. Yu and Damun get terrified, and Ho asks how dare they drop them. But the elders say what matters is that they won and tell them to go back to their quarters because the family head is also here. The elder leaves and Ho tells Damun and Yu to thank the heavens for this luck and tells them to bring Hwang with them. As Ho leaves, they immediately sit down and feel happy that they have made it out alive. On the other hand, Ho and the elder report everything to Min, but Ho asks if Peng's head is in the meeting with Min. Min replies that it is right, but Peng's head doesn't take this matter seriously. The elder says there is a chance that they haven't heard what happened in detail and says they'll see what the Pengs do tomorrow. Ho agrees, but when Min asks if they cut off the arm, Ho says that is right, and it was the right arm that the guy used to hold the blade with. Ho says this is going to be a lot of trouble and thinks just before he said they should have cut off their heads, but in reality it's a serious matter. Ho realizes they have made a direct family member of the Pengs a disabled person. Suddenly, Min says the Pengs were in the wrong first and started the fight, so they won't be able to say much. However, the elder says an arm always bends inwards, and no matter what, one sides with their family even though they are in the wrong. The elder says no matter whether the Pengs show their teeth or not, they won't let this go easily. But Min asks if there is a good way to resolve it. The elder says they have talked this through, and it seems like there are only two ways. When Min asks what these are, the elder says one is to apologize, and the other is to pretend that nothing happened. The elder says what happened here will be one of the many hardships they'll face, and Min sighs because they are in a bit of pickle. Meanwhile, Min says whatever happens, she has to make the choice as the family head, and they'll respect her decision. Suddenly, Min says she won't apologize no matter what happens because an apology is made by a person who is in the wrong. Min says Kang Yu and Damun has not done anything wrong. However, the elder says families like the Pengs that shove their family name into people's faces tend to think in a self-centered way. So he says one misstep, and they may be fighting with their family's honor on the line. Min says whatever they may say, their family is right, and the Pengs are wrong. She says she believes in Ho and the elders and everyone in the Namgung family. Ho and the elder agree with her, and the elder says the tournament will start tomorrow. Min says she knows that, and tells them to tell the others to prepare for tomorrow's tournament. Min says there is nothing to prepare, but they'll to put their guard up, to which Ho replies okay. Ho thinks she has grown up a lot and remembers the first time he saw her, she was a ball of stubbornness refusing to give up. But now she has grown up to be a reliable leader of the family. Ho is glad that the Namgung family will only grow stronger from here. On the other hand, in Yongchuin, the martial arts maniac Kwak Gumyong is having food with Jai and Jian. Gumyong says he thought it was all exaggerated rumors, but it's all true. Jian says when he first heard of that news, he thought it was all a joke that the Guardian Diet lost and got injured. Jian, while drinking, says it's a bit worrying and says it's been too quiet for a while, so he has a feeling there is a storm brewing up somewhere. Suddenly, when Gumyong asks if there is a particular omen for Jian to stay that, Jian replies there have been suspicious movements here and there. When Gumyong says the Peachin Palace has always been like that, Jian says he is not talking about the Peachin Palace and that it is related to the borders. Gumyong is shocked to hear this and asks what is happening near the borders. Jian says there is nothing major for Gumyong to get worked up for. However, Jian says forces outside of the Miram are showing some suspicious activity, and Jai says that is called an unnecessary worry. Jai says it is not the first time the outsiders have shown suspicious movements, but Jian gets furious at him for interrupting. Gumyong says if Jian says so, it is best if they take it seriously, and Jian says it is a problem because they need to prepare for something big that is about to go down, yet the others are busy fighting amongst the families. Gumyong says they cannot do anything about this, and that the Mudang is not the same as they once were. Jian says it is not just the Mudang faction. The Zhongnan sect has withdrawn from the Righteous Coalition Alliance. Jian says the others are just waiting for the chance to withdraw from the alliance, and if this goes on, it won't be long until the Peachin Palace takes control of the north. Gumyong says they should stop talking about this because nothing is going to change if they talk about it. As Gumyong says, he heard something interesting going on earlier. Jai says that's right, and it was fun. Jian scolds Jai and says this little brat picks fights here and there. Jai says there is nothing better than fights, and Gumyong pats him, saying he is right. Gumyong asks what other things can make a martial artist's heartbeat and blood boil other than a fight. Jian thinks this grandfather and grandson are alike, and simultaneously, Gumyong asks Jai for details, and he says he'll surely tell. On the other hand, at the southern branch of Peachin Palace, Southern Branch Commander Wu Jiahyun asks the other guy why it is so hot. To which the other guy replies he thinks it is because it hasn't rained in a while and it's humid. While passing alcohol to Wu Jiahyun, the guy says the temperature will go down once it rains, but Jiahyun asks how he knows when it'll rain and says it would be wiser to wait for winter than to wait for rain. Jiahyun says he would have known it would be like this, but he wouldn't have volunteered for the position of commander here. The other guy says Jiahyun doesn't have much time left until he returns, but Jiahyun says there is still half a year left. Suddenly, when someone says Jiahyun won't make it back, they immediately get attentive and ask who is there. Jiahyun sees some guys in black clothes with faces covered at the door and asks how dare they barge in like this. Jiahyun asks if they are lowly thieves, but one of them laughs and says he is hurt because Jiahyun thinks of them as some thief. Jiahyun realizes they are not thieves, so he and his subordinate immediately attack, but that guy dodges his attack. Jiahyun tries to stab again, but the man in the dark blocks his sword and says it is impressive for a member of the Blood Slasher Corps. Jiahyun asks how that guy knows that, to which that guy laughs and tells Jiahyun to find out himself. They both start sparring, and Jiahyun realizes that this guy is the real deal. As Jiahyun looks at Lieutenant Ya, he realizes Ya won't be able to fight them alone. Suddenly, Jiahyun dodges an attack that is about to hit his face and wonders why no one is coming as a backup with all this noise. Jiahyun furiously asks his opponent what they did with others, to which he replies it's obvious that they are dead. Jiahyun curses that guy, but suddenly, Ya gets stabbed and loses to his opponents. The opponents say Jiahyun is the only one left. but he furiously yells he'll not forgive them and says he'll not be taken down by the likes of them. Suddenly, Jahyun emits strong Kai and starts stabbing those guys while saying he'll chop them, and they wonder what has gotten into him. Simultaneously, one of the intruders throws 2 blades at Jahyun, which stabs his legs, and he falls to the ground. They immediately surround Jahyun, and Jahyun furiously asks if they think they can kill him so easily, but one of the enemies cuts off his throat. One of them says he was a tough one, and another says this is what the Peachin Palace is like. Meanwhile, their leader tells them it is over here and they'll head to the next one. The leader orders Yan Sheng to return to the base at once because he won't make it with his injury. Yan Sheng apologizes, but the leader says there is nothing to apologize because their plan hasn't been ruined or anything. The tragedy that ended with the death of Wu Jahyun and 24 others ended, and the 12 branches nearby met a similar fate. Everything went down on the night of the first day of the 5-Dragon meeting. However, it was the 3rd day of the 5-Dragon branch meeting, and the 2nd day of the martial arts competition began. The skilled martial artists of the families partook this time, just as Yulji-ho had said they would. The fight continues between the Hwangbo family's Hwangbo Jinsung and the Juj family's Juj Yom. Yom, with his floral folded hand fan, used his spinning magic and attacked Jinsung. But on time, Jinsung, while using his magic, quickly moved backwards. Yom magic explodes before him and the area there. His spinning magic explodes the stones from that place on the ground to rise upward and spread there. Also, due to their magic, the ground gets cracked, and the area where it gets broken, the dust, smoke, and small stones spurt from it. Jinsung scratches his foot, moving backwards, and while creating his magic with his hand, he looks toward Yom and laughs, saying he didn't expect him to be his opponent. Then he asked Yom if he had improved a lot. Yom stood before him, moving his left hand and looking toward him. He laughed and thanked him, answering, but it was nothing, and then he asked him to come toward him. Jinsung, with an angry facial expression looking toward Yom, moves his head, responding, so he suddenly Jinsung starts twirling. And he twirls so fast that the ground where he was twirling the stones spurt from there. Sees this, Juji's family sits in the stadium, gets shocked, and surprisingly says he is so fast. While the members of the Hwangbo family sit there, they get excited, and one of them makes fists and raises his voice, using Thunder Soul Chase. Jinsung, while twirling and making a fist of his hand, moves toward Yom. While from Yom's side, he used his finger, striking power with his left hand and holding his fan in his right hand, running toward Jinsung. Also, Yulji-ho is sitting in the stadium watching that fight, and with his right hand in his mouth, he thinks, that's the Hwangbo family's thunderstorm fist technique, and it's fast. But he had expected at least this much. Jinsung, using his spinning magic, extends his fist toward Yom to punch him. But before he can punch, Yom moves down, and his spinning fist passes over Yom and explodes. Jinsung, with his angry red eyes, moves quickly around Yom to punch him. But Yom, with a surprised face, moves backwards. However, Yom gets angry this time and activates his spinning powers. As the fight continued, a little explosion occurred on the ground where they were fighting, and stones were spurting from there. Jinsung runs toward Yom, and Yom, using his spinning magic, holding his folded hand fan, runs toward Jinsung. Jinsung strikes his fist to punch Yom, but before he can attack, Yom angrily strikes his hand on Jinsung's arm. Jinsung stops there, and in pain, he grits his teeth and squeezes his eyes. Then he thuds on the ground. As he thuds on the ground, the dust and smoke also spread. Jinsung, lying there in pain, gritting his teeth, says, this can't be his arm. Also, his arm was trembling. He tried to move his arm, but he could not. Yom stood before him and, making the fist of his hand in which he held his folded fan, hit it with his left hand, smiled, saying thank him for the great fight. However, Jinsung's companions come to him, and they help him sit up while Yom stands on the ground with his back to Jinsung and his companions. Sees this, the Namgung family sitting in the stadium is surprised. One of them, Shush, with a surprised face, says that guy is good. His companion sits beside him and adds he took control and struck the vital points with his fingers strikes at that. With an angry face, Shush turns his eyes and asks him about finger strikes. Meanwhile, their companion sits on the top step and shouts what finger strikes. His shoulder got dislocated because it couldn't handle the force put on it. Both Shush and the guy sitting beside him get scared, and Shush turns his eyes, asking the guy who is shouting is so. Then Shush grabs the guy's neck and shakes him, who sits beside him and abuses him, raising his voice at him. He is one clueless idiot. As Shush shakes his neck, the guy's eyes freeze while his head moves side to side, and he grits his teeth in pain. Also, the guy who sits on the top step ignores them, and, with an angry face, looks ahead toward the ground. Seeing Shush doing this, Yulji-ho sits up and scolds Shush by raising his voice. He is being too loud. Stop making a fuss. Just watch and learn carefully. Shush and the guy sitting beside him get scared and sit straight, looking up toward Yulji-ho, raising their voice, responding yes, sir. After this, Yulji-ho, with an angry facial expression, sitting in the stadium, says that the Juge family it is told that they underwent a transformation, and it seems true. A guy from the Namgung family was sitting on the stairs below. He turned his head, responding to Yulji-ho, the last martial arts competition winner, who was also from the Juge family. Then Yulji-ho, with his hand on his knees, angrily turns and looks toward Juge's family members who sit in the stadium excitedly cheering up. Moreover, the Juge family is a family of brains more than martial arts since the beginning. A family that has collected incomparable skills in Kai formation technique, geotechnical machinery, 5 elements, ease of way, etc. But after the bitter defeat against the Peachin Palace 50 years ago with Juge Gong, the family head at the time, the family came together at the center of everything. He collected data on every martial art in the Miram and analyzed them all. They eventually created a new breathing technique, the returning Yuan Shen breathing technique, and with that, made their martial arts. With time, they developed the scattering wind sword technique and the jugeling, and they ended up winning the martial arts competition. The Juge family rose as the most intellectual and one of the most potent martial arts families. Furthermore, Yulji-ho looked toward them with disgust, thinking intellectually and martially, as if he was lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, he snaps out of his thoughts when a guy sitting near him surprisingly asks if it's the Ak family. Then Yulji-ho surprisingly asks the Ak family, looking ahead into the ground. Then a guy named Hwang, with maroon hairs, asks if it's the first time the Ak family has participated in the 5 Dragon Branches meeting, right? Then the other guy responds, asking what kind of martial arts they will show them. While Yulji-ho sits there with an angry face, pressing his lips and thinking, let's see how good they are. However, on the ground, the member of the Ak family's Ak-bu, holding his spear and making a fist of his left hand, stood before Yom to fight. Bu lifts his spear with a supercilious facial expression, twirls it, and, looking toward Yom, says the best of luck to him. While Yom folded his floral hand, the fan smiled, responding to him. Bu clenches his spear and activates his spinning magic angrily to run toward Yom. Then he jumps and swings his spear to attack. Sees this, Yom is surprised. Ak's spinning magic spear passes by Yom and tears his outfit. Yom angrily jumps backwards while Yulji-ho sits there with his hand on his mouth, but gets out of the way. Bu twirls his spear, and his spinning red magic twirls around his spear. As the fight continues, both use their power to attack each other. While shouting, Boo extends his spear toward Yom, and in response, Yom extends his folded fan to dodge his attack. But Boo, with his spear, attacks Yom and tears his clothes from his shoulder, chest, and leg. Yom gets injured. The Juge family sits there and is surprised. One of them surprisingly says how this could be, and the other one, his companion, sits beside him and adds he is fast. However, the head of the Great family is surprised, and the head of the Peng family sits between them with the wine glass in his hand and laughs. Also, Shuhu kept his fist on his knees and, with a surprised face, said he was putting the Juge fella in a tight spot, and the guy whom he had shaken earlier folded his arms and, with a surprised face, added that his weapon has greater reach and he is super fast. The guy sitting on the stairs above them says that's not the only thing. He has put some spin into the blade and barrel of the spear. To think the Boo family was that skilled is quite a surprise. While Yulji-ho sits there with his hand on his mouth, watching that fight, he believes it is. He thought the Juge family was the most skilled, but that might be false. This is unexpected. With this spinning magic spear, Boo twirls his spear to attack Yom, while Yom dodges his attack using his folded fan. Boo twirls his magic spear around Yom. Sees this, Yom gets surprised. But, with his angry face, he presses his lips and moves his spear backwards to swing it on Yom, while Yom stands there surprised. Meanwhile, the father raises his voice and halts, and due to the father's voice, the flags waving in the wind stop there. However, Boo stands before Yom with the tip of his spear in front of Yom's eyes and sees the Juge family members surprised. When Yom considers the tip of the spear before him, he gets scared and starts sweating. And then Boo moves his spear back and angrily looks toward Yom and says, "Thanks him for surrendering." Yom smiles nervously and looks toward Boo. He responds he has learned just how scary the Ak family spear is today. Then he salutes him by putting his fist with his palm and head down before Boo says it's his loss. Also, the people standing behind were slogging for Ak's family. The people of the Ak family get up from their seats and excitedly start slogging for their companion's victory. Then, a member of the Namgung family with an angry face says to his god that he couldn't even get close enough to make contact. The Ak family's spear technique is said to be the best in the Miram, which seems accurate. Also, his companion sits beside him with a surprised face, presses his lips, and adds the fight was decided just by their choice of weapon. Then, another member of the Namgung family sits there with folded arms and adds his point to the discussion. No, unlike a dagger, if a spear is misused, it leaves weak points everywhere. Then, Kiwam smiles, adding that's right, and so the saying goes, 100 days, dagger, 1,000 days, sword, 10,000 days spears. Moreover, the guy with black hair stood beside them and looked toward him with a tired facial expression, sighing, asking if he didn't get the sword and spear backwards. Hiwang, with an angry face looking toward him, responds, "Brother, it's the same thing." The black-haired guy makes the fleer face and, looking toward the maroon-haired guy, says, "Brother, it's the same thing." As they were arguing with each other, Yulji-ho sat behind them, punched them both in their head, then angrily made the fist and scolded them, asking them if they were having a good time. Yes. What weapon is this, and what weapon is that, while they both holding their head in pain were patting it. Then Yulji-ho, with an angry face looking ahead, says a weapon can't be categorized with this, and that the best they can do to know what it is like is to master it themselves. Then he asks them if they understand, and with angry facial expressions looking ahead, they both answer yes, sir. After this, Yulji-ho clears his throat, brings the hand close to his mouth, and bites his index finger. asking if they shouldn't start showing them a taste of what the Namgung family is like. Hearing this, the black hairs guy and Hwang excitedly turned, asking what that meant. Yulji-ho smiled, responding that it was their turn now. However, one of the guys, Yeon Nung-chin, excitedly gets up from his seat and, hitting his fist on his chest, laughs and raises his voice, asking if it is his time to shine now. He ends it quickly. Seeing this, he sits behind and, with folded arms and an annoying facial expression, calls Yeon Nung-chin's name. In response, Yeon makes a fist of his hands, closes his eyes, and chin up, raising his voice and answering yes, sir. While the other members sit beside him, turn their heads and, with a surprised face, look toward Yeon. Then Yulji-ho smiles and, looking toward Yeon, asks him to go and show them what he is made of. With an evil smile, Yeon turned and looked toward Yulji-ho, who answered him yes, sir. The other members stood and sat there looking toward Yeon, gritting their teeth. However, simultaneously, in the Angry Fox Faction Council chambers, the guy with maroon hair surprisingly raises his voice, asking their head what that, sir, was. It was an all-out war. The head with the gray hair sits before them on the chair, answering yes. Then, the guy with black hair makes an angry face, adding his point about how such a thing can happen. Also, another guy sitting beside him with an angry face agrees with him and asks the same question. After this, another man with black hair looking toward their head says, according to the urgent letter from the Peachin Palace, the Northeast was wiped out, and the one behind it was the Righteous Coalition. However, the guy with maroon hair looking toward their leader asks what his clan family head is. Then the head with the severe facial expression answers they must answer them. After this, the guy whose right eye was covered with hair adds his point in the discussion that it would be best to send as many troops as possible. He sits before him on the chair, and, looking toward that guy, says many of their men will be sacrificed. He answers that he knows, but they can't refuse, so they should do their best to support them, doesn't he think? In response, the guy with maroon hair asks if he thinks they will notice, and, even if they do, what they gain from it. And in response, the guy whose eye was covered with hair remains silent. Then he, looking toward their head, says Ma Yong-moon and Muk-yong-do-moon have already made their moves. The head remained quiet, and after a while, he gritted his teeth to ask if that was true. Then one of the guys from them answered yes, sir. The leader remains silent. Then, after a while, he looks toward Ma Yong-moon, and Muk-yong-do-moon says they will gather everyone except a few guarding the family house. Ma Yong-moon and Muk-yong-do-moon put their fists with their palms, heads down, and salute their heads to answer yes, sir. Then the head looking toward them says they will join the leading battalion without a vanguard, so be prepared. And they answer yes, sir. While on the fighting ground, Axe family members surprisingly ask to look. It's the Namgung family. The Namgung family sent someone out, and Yeon, holding his sword, stepped the stairs, and people there were slogging for them. However, in the discussion committee, the elder looks toward Min and says it's the Namgung family's first fighter. She looked ahead toward the ground and smiled, responding yes, elder. Then she turned her eyes, saying they would not disappoint him. Elder looks toward her smile, saying she doesn't need to say it for him to know. Then the elder looked toward the man with dark gray hair who sat beside him and asked what he thought. And the man with dark gray hair looking toward the elder answered that he felt good about the fighter. He seems very skilled. Elder smiles, looks toward both fighters, and asks if it is right. He also thinks so. Anyhow, they will know when the fight's over. After this, Yeon stood before Boo and, looking toward him, raised his hand, saying he was Yeon Nong-chin of the Namgung family. Please teach him a lesson or two. Boo places his spear before him and clenches it, answering that he is Ak-bu. Then Yeon pulls his sword out of the sword sheath and, looking toward Boo, says now. Yon swings his sword, and Boo also swings his spear and looks toward Yon, thinking he is strong. As Yon swings his sword, the dark aura spreads behind him, and Boo, looking toward him, says he might be overwhelmed if he doesn't get himself together. Yon jumps up and sees this, and Boo is surprised. Also, the ground from where Yon jumped up, the ground gets cracked from there, and dust, smoke, and stones spurt from there. Yon, carrying his aura flying in the air, moves toward Boo and swings his sword at him. But before he can harm him, Boo lifts his spear and places it before him. Yon's sword collides with Boo's spear, and Boo pushes his sword and grits his teeth, thinking it's sharp. Also, the flame-like aura was released from Boo's body, and then the fight started between the two. Boo swings his spear, thinking his strikes are sharp and coordinated. However, he won't lose. While creating his aura with his left hand, Yon swings his sword with his right hand to attack. But before he can attack, Boo swings his spear, creates his spinning magic, and explodes Yon's aura. The aura explodes in the air, and the tiny particles of his aura break and scatter. And then Boo, while using his magic and angrily gritting his teeth, extends his spear toward Yon. Using his spinning magic, Boo moves upward in the air and moves his spear toward Yon, while Yon stands on the ground swinging his sword and dodges Boo's attack. Then Boo, using his spear magic, sends his spinning magic toward Yon, while Yon stands there angrily and looks toward Boo. Using his magic wave, Yon moves quickly from side to side, swings his sword, and breaks Boo's spin magic. Seeing this, Yon's team members excitedly get up from their seats and start cheering for him. Simultaneously, the other family members sat there and were surprised. With a surprised face, one of them asks what the Namgung family is good about. His companion sat beside him, folded arms responding. He knew right when he heard everything collapse that he thought it was over. However, while swinging his spear to attack Yon, Boo grits his teeth, thinking about why he is so relaxed and the Namgung family, and he wonders why they hadn't come out before. While Yon stood before him swinging his sword, Boo started sweating and grinding his teeth, thinking he couldn't believe they had been hiding this power. He can't be underestimated like this. Then, Boo jumps upward and swings his spinning magic spear, raising his voice Hiat. But before Boo can attack him, a dust explosion occurs before him, and from that dust, Yon, with his sword in his hand, jumps toward Boo. Seeing this, Boo, holding his spear, is surprised and stops there angrily, thinking he is so fast, while Yon spins around Boo with his angry white eyes. A red aura starts releasing from Boo's eyes, and he grits his teeth angrily, thinking he will get him at this rate. Yon, in that explosion, angrily jumps toward Boo. However, an explosion occurs, and Boo's spinning magic surrounds that explosion, and the Ak family members are surprised to see it. When Boo's spear is stabbed in the ground and the ground where his spear was stabbed, it gets cracked. Boo knees down with his sword thrust backwards into the ground while Yon stands behind Boo, hitting his sword with the spear handle toward Boo's shoulder. Moreover, the people standing in the stadium started cheering and raising their voices, which was terrific. Surprisingly, Boo's team members raised their voices. The Namgung family stayed caught up. While Namgung's family sits there with folded arms, one raises his voice, stops dragging it out, and finishes it. Boo quickly pulls back his spear from the ground, turns and glares at Yon, and says Namgung family indeed. Yon stood before him, pointing his sword toward Boo, squeezing his eyes, saying he was flattered. After this, Boo, with an angry facial expression, activates his spinning magic and points his spear toward Yon, saying Hiat. While Yon stood before him, he swung his sword, and Boo, pointing his spear toward him, jumped toward Yon to stab his spear in Yon. while Yon quickly moves side by side and dodges Boo's every attack. Boo jumps in the air, pointing his spear toward Yon, and Yon quickly moves. As the fight continued between the two, Boo, while jumping in the air, tried his best to stab his spear at Yon, but Yon, flying in the air, dodged his attack. See this? Namgung's family members are surprised, and the elder sits in the discussion hall and surprisingly says it's a walk of the moon and clouds. Further, the elder laughs, saying that's right, yes, that technique can demonstrate such graceful movements. How many of them exist in the world? The guy with dusty hair color sits beside the elder and responds that's right. It's none other than. Then the elder looks toward Yon, who jumps upward and says walk of the moon and clouds. For sure, how long has it been since he saw this technique? The guy with dusty hair's color turns and looks toward the elder, smiling, responding he can't remember since the sword master showed him so long ago. In response, the elder laughs while Min sits in the discussion hall looking toward the elder, and that dusty-haired guy remains silent. Then she closed her eyes and remembered the martial arts training she had during her time as a member of the Namgung family. Remembering that time, she gets emotional, and the tears start flowing from her eyes. She, while closing her eyes, thinks, finally, the martial arts of the Namgung family are being acknowledged. Then she opens her eyes and wipes her tears with his right index finger. On the other side, the fight continued between the two, and Boo was still pointing his spear toward Yon to attack. And Yon was still moving side by side and dodging Boo's every attack. However, Boo gets angry, seeing himself defeated, and starts twirling his spear using his spinning magic. Then the explosion occurred. The dust smoke spread there, and Boo's spinning magic was twirling around that explosion. After this, Yon lands on the ground, and Boo stands beside the dust smoke, angrily looking toward Yon. Then Boo looked toward Yon in disguise and remembered when they both were fighting in that dust smoke. He thought he was confident the end of the spear touched him, but why didn't he get hit there even once? After this, Boo's hand, in which he holds his spear, starts trembling, and looking down at his arm, he gets speechless. Yulji-ho sits there smiling, thinking it's over. Boo closes his eyes and chins up to look up, take a deep breath, and sigh. Then he looks toward Yon and smiles, saying he is fantastic. He cannot catch his movement. Further, he clenches the handle of his spear and bends before Yon, saying it's his defeat. However, Yon puts his sword in the sword sheath and, looking toward Boo, says he has worked hard. Meanwhile, the members of other families who favored the Namgung family started cheering up. Then, in the discussion hall, a man excitedly gets up from his chair and claps, saying it's the birth of a new master. The Namgung family is fantastic. After all, it's unique. At the same time, the elder smiles, adding his point of a tremendous spirit, and that girl with teary eyes smiles. However, one of the guys from the Namgung family sits in the stadium angrily, gritting his teeth and sighing, saying if it were him, he would finish it in one go. Further, he asks why he is dragging his feet, and their master sits behind folded arms, looking toward that guy, smiles, saying well, it's a light warm-up for the next opponent. The guy with maroon and black hair sits below the stairs to their master, turns their eyes, and looks toward him. The guy grits his teeth, turns his head, and looks aside. Then the master smiles, saying look, he comes out right away. That guy angrily looks toward Yon and responds that the Pang family members enter the ground to fight with Yon. The master sits there smiling, thinking the Pang family means it's just the beginning, while Yon and the Pang family members angrily look at each other. After this, both Yon and Guang Pungdo stood before each other on the fighting ground. The elder sat there looking toward Guang, says he didn't expect that child to step forward so soon. Then he says the Peng family is determined to win. A man with gray hair sits beside the elder, looking toward him, and asks if he knows who that child is. The elder turns his head and looks toward him. He responds that he is sure he knows him as well. He is Pengguahi. Surprisingly, the guy asks Pengguahi if he means Guang Pungdo. The elder responds that's right. Then the guy, gritting his teeth, says if he remembers correctly, he was powerful enough to lead his family clan. The elder adds his point he is the son. Then, the elder turns his head, looks toward the guy with dark brown hair, and asks if he is there. His name is Peng Magoon. Was it the guy looking toward the elder? He smiles, answering yes, that's right, sir. After this, the elder, looking ahead toward the ground, says he is among the top 5 of the family, and the guy with gray hairs looking ahead responds, which means this match will be very entertaining. While the lady sat, she was silently listening to both of them. However, on the fighting ground, Yon activates his power, and the veins of his hands start bulging. He looks toward Guang and thinks he will be able to win this time, too. Guang angrily looks toward Yon and pulls his sword from the sheath, saying that the Namgung family hasn't forgotten what they have done to them. Then he angrily points his sword toward Yon, activates his power, and says, how dare he slice the arm of one of their family member. Also, the red lightning aura starts twirling around his sword. In response, Yon remains silent, pulls his sword from the sheath, and activates his power. The lightning blue aura starts to be released from his body and moves upward. After this, Guang abuses Yon and runs toward him, swinging his sword. Yon stands before him angrily, looking toward Guang to swing his sword, too. Also, Yon's aura twirls around him. Guang jumped up, swinging his sword and raising his voice that he would tear him to shreds. As Guang starts swinging his sword at Yon, Yon also raises his sword to dodge Guang's attack. Both of their swords collided, and their aura was twirling around them. However, both of them push each other's swords, and then, holding their sword, they jump backwards. After this, both of them, with their angry white eyes, ran toward each other and swung their swords at each other. Also, their aura was still twirling around them. Guang, shouting, swung his sword at Yon while Yon quickly moved backwards, and his sword passed by him. Looking toward the sword, Yon thinks such force is trying to corner him from the start. Guang, with his pointed aura, ran toward Yon, swinging his sword also. Guang's aura was coming toward him from behind. Moreover, his aura was cracking and blasting the ground, moving toward Yon, and Yon saw that aura from the ground coming toward him and quickly stepped backwards. However, Yon moves backwards and reaches the boundary of the fighting ground. As he tries to move back, his foot hits the boundary wall. He turned his head to look back while Guang stood with his sword. Also, the dust and smoke from the ground were moving toward Yon. After this, Guang, with an evil smile, moves his sword back to attack him, asking if he has nowhere to run. Then, he points his sword toward Yon and shouts, "Then die now." As he moves his sword toward Yon and sees this, Yon is surprised. Then he quickly jumps upward, puts his foot on Guang's sword, and moves from there, spinning in the air with his aura. When Guang sees this, he stands with his sword extended forward and is surprised. While turning in the air, Yon lands on the ground behind Guang. However, the people of other families sat there, were surprised, and then surprisingly raised their voices. It's incredible. Also, the people stood on the second and third floors to watch that fight excitedly, making fists and raising their voices. It was terrific. Then the guy with a green gown among those people asked his friend if he had just seen that. How many times did he spin mid-air? His friend responded by asking if the Namgung family had made a comeback. Moreover, the guy with black hair from the Namgung family angrily keeps his hands on his knees, looking toward Yon, taking a puffy breath. Then he angrily grits his teeth and sighs, asking, come on, why is he doing all of that? He didn't do any of that stuff when he fought against him. One of the guys sitting on the seat above him, looking toward him, smiles, saying, brother, what is he so worried about? He still needs to show half of his skills. He hears this, the guy with black hair and a surprised face pout, asking, but still, and the guy sitting above him adds, just be patient. He probably has a plan in mind. However, both Guang and Yon stood before each other then. Guang angrily looked toward Yon, remembering the time when Yon put his foot on his sword jump upward. Guang, remembering that time, grits his teeth, thinking this idiot dared to use his sword as a stepping stool. He will never forgive him for this humiliation. On the other hand, Yon angrily looks toward Guang, thinking his pride was probably shattered by how he dodged his attack. He will come at him with all he's got now, and then he clenches his sword, thinking it's rude to keep dodging. After this, Yon looks toward Guang, smiling, saying he guesses he has no choice. Then he swung his sword, asking if he should become more serious now. Hearing this, Guang angrily looks toward Yon and asks what becomes more serious. Suddenly, Guang was surprised when Yon's sword started shaking before him. From Yon's sword, his aura emerged, and Yon, pointing his sword toward Guang, ran toward him. Seeing this, Guang stood there surprisingly, thinking, what the hell? Yon swung his sword at Gwynag. But in time, Gwynag places his sword before him, and Yon's sword collides with Guang's. Also, the bright aura explodes near them, and lightning magic starts spinning from that aura. While Yon stood there pushing Guang's sword, Guang also pushed Yon's sword backwards. Guang, in anger, activates his red lightning aura from his sword and angrily looks toward Yon, saying no chance. Suddenly, he is surprised when the pointed aura sword moves toward Guang and stabs him, and he opens his mouth in pain. He thinks, what the hell is this just now? Also, a lot of pointed aura swords pass by. Guang grits his teeth and angrily looks toward those swords, thinking his sword is multiplied. How did this thing happen? No, he has no time to think about such things as Guang stood there thinking this all while Yon, swinging his sword from behind, moved toward Guang. While Guang stood there, he was lost in his thoughts. Yon, spinning in the air, swung his sword on Guang, and his pointed swords were spinning around him. Yon moves in the air side by side to attack Guang, and Guang sits between swinging his sword, surprisingly asking where all those swords are coming from. Guang could not understand what was happening around him because Yon and his pointed aura sword surrounded him from all sides. Guang also tries to break Yon's pointed swords with his red aura. While the leader of the Namgang family sits there, think of a combination of the walk of the moon and clouds and sword strikes. Then he looked toward Yon, who stood in his aura, lifting his sword and thinking he would shake up the opponent with fast attacks using the kite technique. Shake off the opponent's attacks smoothly with unlimited unbounded Yon Nongchen. He trained only one swordmanship technique and reached a master's level. Then he smiles, thinking, that's right, that's what unbounded sword arts are all about. Guang stood there shouting, and his aura was blasting around his body. His clothes were torn, and he got injured. Then he thudded on the ground and said he couldn't lose like this, and the blood flowed from his mouth. Seeing this, the guy sitting beside the elder excitedly says it's over, and the elder excitedly responds that it's right. Then the elder, looking toward Min, waved his hand, saying it was a fantastic battle. In response, she remained silent. Then, after a while, she smiled with her teary eyes and looked toward the elder, who responded that it was. However, Yon stood there, raised his sword, and smiled. Righteous coalition. After its formation around the 9 united sects, the alliance grew big enough to stand head-to-head against the Peachin Palace. 50 years ago, the coalition nearly disbanded after the war against Peachin Palace. However, disbandment was postponed in case the Peachin Palace grew powerful again. However, the 5 prestigious families were the first to leave, followed by the Shaolin Temple, the manhwa sect, and, more recently, the Zhongnan sect, and other families have been leaving the coalition, and because of that, the Righteous Coalition lost its power, and the balance of power between the Peachin Palace and the Alliance has been tilting. However, in the Righteous Coalition's secret courts, the head of the court, Wang Huiyan, with the record file in his hand, raises his voice at the workers and doesn't miss a single detail. They must question every detail no matter how trivial it is, and the worker, while checking the file records, answers yes, sir. After this, the beggar's sex lord Jiang gets there from behind, asking Wang if he is a busy man and why he is calling for him. Wang surprisingly turns his head to look. Then he covers his nose with his hand and angrily looks toward Jiang, asking whether he has been drinking again. Stink. Jiang has a hiccup, then he responds, asking what he wants and raising his voice. He is the sect lord. What's the problem with him drinking? He needs to use honorifics when speaking to him. Wang, pointing toward Jiang, asks if he is being serious, and Jiang blushes and laughs, answering he is just joking. Then Wang shouts at Jiang and requests his brother please stop drinking so much, and in response, Jiang laughs, responding, asking what he thinks he drinks because he wants people to keep calling him here and there. How can he refuse them? Wang raised his eyebrows and angrily gritted his teeth, sighing and saying okay. He followed the Supreme Elder around, and now he has got his drinking habits. Jiang, while hiccuping and showing his hand gestures of slight wink and laugh, says that the joys and sorrows of life are all in that one glass. And in response, Wang angrily looks toward Jiang and remains silent. Then, after a while, he says something happened. Jiang grabs Wang by his shoulder and then looks toward him, pressing his lips and asking what kind of something it is. Further, he laughs, asking if it is something like the Peachin Palace is preparing to attack them. Wang silently listens to him angrily, looks ahead, and doesn't respond to him. While Jiang looks toward him, laughs, then asks him when, and Wang squeezes his eyes, looking ahead, answer he doesn't know the details yet. After this, Jiang looks toward the workers and waves his hand, asking if it is not a little dispute that they usually have here and there. While Wang stood there with his back to the worker looking ahead, adds he has got the news that the Dark Path families and sects had been gathering. Hearing this, Jiang angrily turns his head, asking Wang what that means, and Wang, with a severe facial expression looking aside, answers yes, they are going all out. However, in the Juge family, Juge Wang Heian sits in the room on a chair, and surprisingly asks if it is inevitable. And the guy named Juge Juke sits before him on the chair, and looks toward him, answering, yes, young Nim. Further, he, looking aside, says there have been sightings of unusual movements, so they should prepare for the worst. In response, Wang Heian nodded. Also, the tea was lying on the table before them. Then Wang Heian placed his hand under his chin, looking toward Juke, and responded yes, that would be for the best. Their priority target would be the main branch. Then he makes a fist of his hand and looks aside, saying for this to happen when the father is away, while Juke sits there looking toward him, adds don't worry about it too much. Then Juke, looking toward him and squeezing his eyes, says it's the main branch of the family they are talking about. The Juge family is not, and never has been, an easy target. However, looking at him, Wang Hyun says they should prepare themselves further. After a while, he adds that he got and alerted the outposts and ensured the servants were also prepared. Moreover, he says that if a fight drags on longer than expected, he should provide enough food and water and send a carrier pigeon to the father to inform him of their situation. Juke gets up and joins both of his hands, slightly bending before Wang Hyun answers, "Will do, sir." At the same time, the martial arts competition took place among the Hwangbo family. The Namgung family started participating on the second day of the competition. He sent out Yeon Nengchen, who had easily defeated Akbu and Peng Magun, and also defeated Peng Ilbo as the fight continued between Yeon and Peng Magun. Both of them, using their magic, were attacking each other. Yeon strikes his sword at Peng Magun's arm, and his sword slips from his hand and falls. Then, Yeon stands there angrily, looking toward Peng Magun, saying it was a good fight. While saying this, Yeon thinks 3 in a row is challenging as the atmosphere has started changing. The people of other families in support of the Namgung family sit there, surprised to see that another member of the Peng family goes to the ground to fight. One of them surprisingly extends his hand and looks at that right there, and his companion sits beside him with folded arms, sighing again. While Yeon stood there, surprisingly turned, thinking again. However, the fight that had started in the inn had continued into the martial arts competition. The battle for pride between the Namgung and Peng families had begun. The vital member of the Peng family steps toward Yeon with his sword in his left hand, and with his right hand, he makes a fist. Yeon looked toward him, stepping toward him, thinking they meant another one from the Peng. He guesses it couldn't be helped thinking this all Yeon sighed. The member of the Peng family pulls his sword from the sword sheath. He strikes his sword, throws the sword sheath backwards, and then winks, saying he is Peng Yosung. He guesses there is no need for words. Hearing this, Yeon sighed and swung his sword, responding immediately. Yosung ran toward Yeon to attack, and in response, Yeon also stood there with his sword. Yosung swung his sword at Yeon. But before he can harm him, Yeon swings his sword to dodge Yosung's attack. Their swords collide, and the red spin aura emerges from where both swords collide. Yeon pushed his sword and clenched his teeth, thinking about what power Yeon had activated his spinning magic, and swung his sword at Yosung's arm. Yosung shouts and, using his magic, starts swinging his sword at Yeon. Yosung, while swinging his sword, runs toward him while Yeon quickly moves backward to fail his attack. Yosung swings his sword at him but jumps up and down from side to side and misses his every attack. Seeing this, Yosung gets furious, and he, while using his spinning aura, shouts and runs toward Yeon while Yeon, moving backward, grits his teeth, thinking his speed has gone down. However, Namgung family members sit in the stadium and are surprised that the maroon-haired guy sits there with folded arms and says he is worn out from the previous fight. Another guy with black hair sits beside him and responds yes, it seems he has reached his limit. As the duel fight on the ground continued, they attacked each other using their spinning magic. While watching that fight, one of the guys with black hair gritting his teeth and looking toward his team member says it's his turn now. Another guy with black hair sits beside him angrily, gritting his teeth, and answers his companion no, it's his turn to show off his skills. However, both of them start arguing over this. One angrily looks toward his team member, waves his hand, and shouts no, it's his turn. In response, the other angrily gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying let him have a go. As they both were arguing, Yulji-ho sat behind them and struck them on the head. Then he, with the stick in his hand, waved his other hand and raised his voice at them. He asked how dare they fight before the Supreme Elder, and he had already decided. Both of their head gets bumped, and they both, while grabbing their head, start crying while the other team member sitting behind them smiles, and the elder sits beside the boss and closes his eyes. Then Yulji-ho calls one of their team members, Kang Yu, and asks him to get up, and Kang Yu, behind those two, excitedly gets up and looks toward the boss, responding yes, sir. As the fight continued, They attacked each other using their spinning magic. Young, in his powers, was more potent than Yon, and during the battle, Yon moved backwards. Then, gritting his teeth, she sighed, thinking this was exhausting. What should he do now? Then he turns his head and looks toward his team members. Yulji-ho and Kang Yu were standing there, and Yulji-ho, placing his hand on Kang Yu's shoulder, was guiding him about his fighting turn. Looking toward them, Yon sighed, thinking it looked like Kang Yu was up next. Then he puts his sword back in its sword sheath, sighs, thinking it can't be helped, and says fantastic. After this, Yon held his sword joint in both hands and slightly bent before Yasung, saying it was his loss. Then, in response, Yosung put his sword in a sword sheath to answer it was a great fight. After his turn, Yon moved toward the stairs to the stadium while Kang Yu stood before him, holding his sword downstairs. Kang Yu looks toward him and smiles, complimenting he did well. Yon slightly bends his head before him and thanks him for his appreciation. Then Kang Yu steps ahead and climbs the stairs, and then he passes by. Yon pats his shoulder, saying now then, and Yon steps down the stairs and smiles. However, Kang Yu stood on the fighting ground, smiling, asking if he could get started. Also, the dark aura spread behind him. The fight started between the two, and the dust and smoke spread all around them, and in that smoke, both were fighting. Also, the stones flew in dust and smoke. After a while, in that dust smoke, Kang Yu, pointing his sword toward Yasun, stood before him while Yosung, injured and profusely sweating, sat on the ground, and his sword was lying beside him. Sees this, Peng's family members are surprised. One of them surprisingly says in one strike how this could be possible. Also, the other team members sit there amazed, too. Surprisingly, a guy in the stadium said he couldn't see his sword now. While a guy from that team asks, the Namgung family still stands strong. However, the leader of the Namgung family sits there with folded arms, smiling, thinking Kang Yu is now capable of fully controlling agile sword arts. Thinking this, the leader remembers when the elder taught Kang Yu the different sword fighting methods. Also, he remembers when Kang Yu got injured and was lying on the bed bandaged due to that tough training. Kang Yu doesn't accept his defeat and starts learning more and more fighting methods. Remembering that time, he thought he had learned from the Supreme Master. They won't need to sub in another fighter if this keeps up. On the other hand, on the fighting ground, Kang Yu points his sword toward Yosung and asks if he wishes to continue. In response, Yosung sits before him, squeezing his eyes and gritting his teeth. Then Yosung sits there, placing his hands on the ground and answering that he is lost. Moreover, from then on, Kang Yu won against the Peng family's Peng Jian and the Peng family's pride and joy, Peng Yonui. He is also called the Ascending Dragon. As the fight continues between Kang Yu and Yonui, both of them swing their sword at each other, and during that fight, they try hard to dodge each other's attack. While fighting, Kang Yu, holding his head, pouts and winks, thinking he has put too much energy into this fight because he believes it will be his last. But he is so tired now. As Kang Yu defeated all Peng family members, the Peng lost all their confidence. It was then a guy named Peng Han entered the fighting ground. Seeing him there, the people of other families in black outfits were surprised and surprisingly said no way, this can't be. Kang Yu turns and looks toward him, thinking that person is Peng Han. Has it come to this? Meanwhile, Peng Han makes a fist of his hand and steps toward Kang Yu. Surprisingly, the other team members wore black outfits and looked toward Han. One of them says they think Peng Han stepped up. His companion beside him surprisingly asks if this is okay. Sitting in the discussion hall, the elder runs his hand over his beard and says that fellow could be. And the guy wearing a purple crown cap sits beside them, surprisingly asks, It's not like he doesn't know why, but is this okay? Also, the guy sitting beside the elder with dark gray hair waved his hand, saying, "Don't be like that. Everyone has gathered there." Further, he says he is a fellow martial artist, and they should think of it as him wanting to teach a valuable lesson to a junior. Hearing this, an elder, with his hand on his beard, adds, "Well, if he says it like that." However, on the fighting ground, King Yu looked toward Han, pressing his lips and thinking, did he notice his agile sword? It's just power that's been gathered up and released all at once. As explosive as it is, it requires an immense amount of inner kai. Further, he thought no one else would step forward once he defeated Ping Yonui, but wasted too much energy. After this, King Yu angrily looks toward Han and says he can only use it once more, and in response, Han pulls his sword from his sheath. And with a severe facial expression toward King Yu, he will let him have the first strike and give him his best. King Yu clenched the handle of his sword to pull it from the sheath, answering him, "All right, then be careful." The people and all the family members of the different groups sit there to watch the fight and chant their slogans for those they were in favor of. King Yu and Han stood before each other, holding their swords, and the dust smoke emerged around them from the ground. Looking toward him, King Yu thinks the distance is merely a few meters. Then he presses his lips and activates his magic power to calm down. To use agile sword art, he needs to be calm and collected. When he looks toward Han, the red aura emerges from his eyes, showing his anger. King Yu looked at him, thinking, what's with this uneasy feeling? Can he do it? Then he clenched his sword, thinking, no, get it together also. King Yu's eyes turned red. He activated his powers, and the sky blue aura surrounded him. He stood in that aura, thinking he only had one chance to collect all the kai in his body, and let it explode. King Yu's aura surrounds the fighting ground area in the waveform. The aura spins and surrounds them. The bright light spreads there, while both members angrily run toward each other, holding their swords to fight. Moreover, the dust smoke and King Yu aura surrounded the area where they both were fighting, and the people sitting there watching that fight could not see. A guy sits there to watch that fight and surprisingly asks if it is over, and the other one, his companion, sits beside him and surprisingly adds what happened. On the other side, King Yu runs toward Han, extending his sword toward him, but he is surprised to see that Han grabs his sword with his left hand, and Han's red aura spins around King Yu's sword. Surprisingly, King Yu stood there holding his sword while the people in the stadium raised their voices. He caught the blade with his hands with such inhuman power. While King Yu sighed, he clenched his sword, joined his hand, and slightly bent before Han accepted his defeat. Han silently stood before him with no expression while the people cheered for the Peng family, saying Peng Han was the winner and terrific. Han, by listening to the praises of his family, remains silent and turns his face with no expression. While Yulji-ho sits there with an angry facial expression, looking toward Han, thinking, is he as he was thinking? Meanwhile, Han turns and looks toward the people sitting in the discussion hall, saying he wishes to challenge the Namgung family's head. Hearing this, all the Namgung family members are surprised while Min sits there and gets speechless. Then the elder, gritting his teeth, asks how. Then he angrily gets up and raises his voice at Han, asking how dare the Peng family's head. A guy with black hair and a green gown, the head of the Peng family, sits in the panel next to the elder panel. With a scared facial expression, he turns and looks toward the elder, responding, yes, sir. Then the elder turned his head and raised his voice, looking toward him, asking if he could do this. With a surprised face, the head of the Peng family responded, well. As he answered, the elder angrily added that his nephew had his arm cut off, but his nephew was asking for it, wasn't he? Further, elders shout at the head of the Peng family, comparing each other's martial arts, encouraging the ones that have lost, and congratulating the fruits of the winner's hard work, which is what this martial arts competition is about. But what is this? It's enough that he is fighting with personal feelings involved, and the family's adults are telling him to quit now. The head of the Peng family starts sweating, and in response, he, with a scared facial expression, grits his teeth and remains silent. A man with a purple gown and crown is looking toward the elder, and the head of the Peng family, stroking his beard, adds that it's not good to see something like this. However, the head of the Peng family gets up from his chair, puts his hands on the table, looks down with a scared facial expression, and answers, "He will do, sir." He will tell him to stop immediately, and Min adds her point. It's all right since the water's already been spilled. Hearing this, the man with the purple gown, the elder, and the guy with gray hair turn their head and surprisingly look toward her. Then she looks toward Han and adds that she shall learn a valuable lesson. In response, Han silently looks toward her. Therefore, the head of the Peng family, looking toward the elder, says that's a bit. Then, the elder, looking toward the Namgung family's head Min, says, "Look there, this is not a matter that will be solved so easily." While she stood in the panel, she took off her black upper gown and replied that the Namgung family has never backed down from a fight, let alone one challenge. Then the elder, looking toward her, says he knows that very well, but this matter is different. Hearing this, she responds that if she doesn't accept the challenge, everyone gathered there would see it as the Namgung family running away from a fight. After this, she removes her black gown and, with her sword in her hands, slightly bends before the elder, saying she is grateful that he worries about the well-being of the Namgung family and her. Further, she says she shall keep that close to her heart. Although she still lacks the skill, she plans to give it her all regardless of the outcome. Hearing this, the elder stood in the panel and surprisingly looked toward her. Then she turned while the elder stood behind and extended his hand toward her, asking her to wait a second. But she doesn't listen to him and goes to the fighting ground. Then the elder turns his head and looks toward the green gown guy, says to Peng, the guy with the scarred face, and asks, "Yes, sir." The elder says that he will be held responsible for whatever happens. The guy gets scared and, looking toward the elder, thinks he should ask that he has mercy on him. Hearing this, the elder screams at him, asking what? Have mercy, and the guy with gray hair sits beside the elder angrily, looking toward that guy, asking him if he thinks this is a joke. The guy with the green gown starts profusely sweating, and in response, he looks toward the elder, and that gray-haired guy says that's not it. His brother is very emotional right now. If something goes wrong, he will hear this. The guy with gray hair angrily, looking ahead and pressing his lips, adds that he has got it all wrong. The guy with a green gown fearfully asks then. The guy with gray hair, looking toward the Namgung family head, says no matter what anyone says, she is the head of the Namgung family. She is a family head who knows she might lose, but still accepts a challenge with bravery. Then he angrily looks toward the green gown guy and asks if he wants them to have mercy in a fight where one emerges as a winner and the other as a loser. Further, he asks if he thinks requesting something like that is an act of ridicule and absolute disregard for her and the Namgung family. And in response, the guy with the green gown, looking down, remained silent. Then he fearfully gritted his teeth and responded that he was too hasty with his words and didn't think it through. After this, the guy with gray hair looking toward the Namgung family head steps into the fighting area and says, "Well, think on the good side. This could be a chance to let go of the past events." In response, the guy with the green gown pressing his eyebrows remains silent. However, the Namgung family head and Han stood before each other on the fighting ground. Conversely, a guy with maroon hair sits on the chair yawning and says he knew this would happen. All the fun fights are done, and the boring ones are left. A guy with dark gray hair sits beside him with the water pot in his hand and asks him if it is his fault he didn't wake him up in time. Hearing this, the guy with maroon hair shouts at him. He didn't wake him up in time. Does he know just how much he loves fights? Then the guy with dark gray hair looking toward him answered that of course he knew, and in response, the guy with maroon hair pointing ahead shouted at him, asking him if he must know how long he had been waiting for this competition. Also, the food on plates and the meat bones were lying before them on the table. The guy with dark gray hair responds, of course he does. Then the guy with maroon hair looking toward him asks, and he must also know that he tried to wake him up for a good hour. Hearing this, the guy with dark gray hair leans against the chair's back, tapping his index finger on his face, and looking ahead, asks him if he did. The maroon-haired guy shouts at him, and he says he didn't hear this. The guy with dark gray hair shouts at him, shut it, he idiot. Then he pointed toward the maroon-haired guy, saying if he pouts over such a trivial thing, his precious jewels will fall off. Further, he shouted at him. They watched the essential part of the competition anyway, and the maroon-haired guy shouted, asking important, then pointing with his hands and looking toward him. He asks if he meant the fight between a guy who's about to collapse and an idiot who's been blinded by revenge for his son. The guy with dark gray hair clenches the neck of the pot and turns his head to smile, saying to take a look at the actual fight starting. Surprisingly, the guy with maroon hair looks toward the fighting ground. However, on the fighting ground, the fight continued between the head of the Namgung family and Han. Both were attacking each other using their spinning magic, and their spinning magic surrounded them. Also, the dust and smoke spread there, and due to their spinning magic, explosions were occurring around them. The head of the Namgung family swings her sword at Han, and in response, he also swings his sword to dodge her attack. She, while pushing his sword angrily, looks toward him. He, in response, also swung his sword, thinking he was sure that he would be sworn at, but he didn't expect her to accept. Moreover, she swings her sword and falls him backwards in the air. Then, she moves in the air around him to activate her water magic. And he, looking toward her, thinks, but the water that's been spilled cannot be undone. He would plan to go along with her attacks for a while and end it quickly. But he was wrong to think that. She used her water magic to swing her sword, and in response, he also used his magic to swing his sword, and his spinning magic waves moved around them. Furthermore, Han stood in the air to fight her, thinking she was not someone he could easily win against. And if he doesn't give it his all, he will lose the Namgung family, who has a great family head. However, she uses her water magic to strike her sword at him. As the sword hits him, he in pain grits his teeth. Sees this, Elder excitedly gets up, raising his voice. Was the Namgung family head's martial arts skill this good? The guy with dark gray hair sits beside the elder and surprisingly says it's incredible. Also, the man with a purple gown surprisingly says his thoughts exactly. Also, one of the guys from another team with a brown outfit laughed, adding the Namgung family's name. Also, the members of the Namgung family sit there excitedly and start slogging. Their leader sits there, pressing his lips, and says she is doing well. Then he looks toward the Namgung family head and asks if it's hard for her to win, right? An older man sits beside him, looking ahead to what it would be. Then he slightly squeezes his eyes, saying that experience can't be overcome quickly apart from skill level. The leader, in response, pressed his lips, adding that she wouldn't lose so quickly, and the older man beside him answered that she wouldn't. She is the head of the Namgung family, which might be a chance for her to break down the walls that hindered her improvement, and serve as a stepping stone for her to grow further. The leader sits there silently, listening to this all. On the other side, the fight continued between the two, with the head of the Namgung family using her magic water waves. She moved her hand, and Han, with his sword in his hand, activated his aura, screeched his shoe on the ground, and moved backwards. Then Han stood between his aura, moved his sword backwards, and set his feet, asking her if she could continue. While she stood in her water magic wave, which surrounded her all around, she thought she used too much strength at the start. It will be dangerous to let this fight drag on. Then she takes a deep breath, thinks, calms, and empties her heart, and let the blood, sweat, and tears of yesterday shine. Thinking this, she moved her hand upward in which she held her sword. Then she folds the thumb of her left hand, leaves the other 4 fingers open, and slowly moves her hand upward, thinking she will fight with her own martial arts style. Also, her water aura turned purple, and then she closed her eyes, moved her hand, and lifted her right foot. Further, she lets her toes stay down while lifting her heels. Seeing this, Han silently thinks those movements are beautiful. What does she plan to do to the Namgung family head? While using her martial arts techniques, she moves upward, then slowly steps down. Also, the pink flowers spread around her, and she swung her sword. She thinks, let the wind carry her body and shake the heavens. The flowers bloom and endlessly dance, and then she does her magic, slowly stepping down, lifting her hands, and the black circles create before her. While Han stood behind, thinking when she could be, suddenly those flowers and black and white waves moved toward Han from the sky, and he stood there in those waves circle and flowers thinking, just what is this? However, those flowers turned into lightning bullets, and these bullets moved toward Han and stabbed his body. Han shouts, and the members of the Namgung family sit there and are surprised. One of them says it's fantastic. The other one sits on the bottom step excitedly and says yes, the family head is the best. Another guy sits beside him and surprisingly asks what kind of sword technique is. Sitting on the top step, their leader asks them. He wonders if he thinks it has yet to have a name. They all turn backwards and look toward their leader. One of them surprisingly asks, "Can't be, sir?" Their leader answered them well, as if he was the one to name it. The accumulation of droplets from deep pools. The water of heaven and earth began with a drop of dew in the morning, and both heaven and earth are covered with hundreds of flowers blooming beautifully. Walking as if stepping on the grass during spring, he asks if the Walk of Spring Sword Arts would be an appropriate name. Hearing this, the members of the Namgung family, looking toward their leader, excitedly, responded, "Indeed, even the name sounds lovely." The leader closes his eyes, sweats, and clears his throat, asking if that is the case. Then he says, "Anyway, focus on the match. If they keep on watching, they will learn a lot." Both of them respond, "Yes, sir." However, at the same time, inside the Hwangbo clan, Hwangbo Joke sits before the food table on the floor. Also, before him, Hwangbo Joke's adopted son, Hwangbo Ryu, was seated with Joke with a smiley face, looking toward his son, saying, seeing that Hwanho had come all the way there. The martial arts competition was enjoyable. Looking toward him, Ryu replays, which appears to be the case. Joke nods, and then he clenches the head of the pot to fill the cup of tea for him and his son. While filling the teacups, he asks him if he has made up his mind already. With no expression on his face, Ryu answers, "That's right, father. It's because of filial piety." Then Joke, with the teacup in his hand, takes a sip of tea and nods, adding filial piety. Ryu tells him that if he wants to ask why, he can't just turn away from his bloodline once the realization hits him. Then he turned his head and looked toward the corridor side, remembering when the Namgung's family head and her companions passed by. Remembering them, Ryu says he was someone they didn't know existed until now. He only took a look at them once. He knew it as soon as he saw them. Joke was surprised, and Ryu remembered the Namgung family head and said the woman was his sister. Furthermore, he slightly bends his head and closes his eyes, asking her to stay back and rebuild their collapsed clan, thinking about what she has been through. It made his heart ache like crazy, and then he sat there with his fist on his legs, head down, apologizing to his father. Joke, with a worried facial expression, extends his hand toward Ryu, saying don't be sorry. There is nothing he can do about it. Then he, looking down, says but keep this one thing in mind, sometimes human principles can be more complex and demanding than filial piety. Even if he does abandon the surname Hwangbo and use the surname Namgung by his bloodline. Hearing this, Ryu gets emotional and, looking down, starts crying, calling their father while Joke closes his eyes and smiles, asking whether he should leave the clan and whatever he wants to do. If he decides to have his own family and children, as he is his son, those kids will be his grandchildren. Then he asks Ryu if he understands. Ryu bows to his father, responding that he will keep that in mind. On the other side of the fighting ground, the fight continued between the head of the Namgung family and Peng Han. The leader of the Namgung family stood beside the older man, watching that fight. He says he thought it was time for Peng Han to show his skills. In response, the older man says he was once called the hot-blooded madman, and won't be defeated just like that. However, Peng Han stood there injured, holding his sword. Thinking it was a fascinating sword technique, he let his guard down. However, he could see a gap as expected, but her sword technique was still inadequate. The head of the Namgung family stood before him, holding her sword, and stared at him. After this, Han, activating his powers and looking toward her, says well then, let's do this properly for once. Saying this, he quickly moves from there and gets at her back, saying Nmagung family head, and she stands there in that dust smoke, turning her eyes to look. In a second, he moves from her back to her front side and swings his sword at her. She, on time, places her sword before her. Han's sword clanks with her sword, and the duel starts between the two, and Han uses his magic blast attack on her. While moving and swinging her sword, she thinks he just changed his sword's trajectory and swiftly penetrated the gap. Then, while swinging her sword to dodge his attack, she thought, as expected, of the difference between their experience. She couldn't catch a break at all. Han stood before her with an angry face and swung his sword at her. She, with her sword, was trying to dodge his attack. As the duel continued between the two, the dust and smoke surrounded the area where they were fighting. Han uses his spin magic and surrounds himself with his magic, and due to his magic, the smoke spreads upward while she stands there in that dust smoke, placing her sword before her. Surprisingly, she thinks his ridiculous speed and tremendous power make her unable to go down like this. She has to end this there. Thinking this, she closes her eyes, activates her magic, and swings her sword. Her magic surrounds the sword and moves upward. As she was activating her magic, seeing this, the leader of the Namgung family stood there surprisingly, thinking, how could it be that pose? The head of the Nmagung family stood there, opened her legs, closed her eyes, placed her sword before her, and moved her left hand to activate her magic. Her magic in a circle surrounds her and moves toward Han while Han stands there, placing his sword before him, active his spin, lightning magic, placing his sword before him, and putting his left palm on his sword. Also, his eyes are turned golden, just like his spinning magic. He is doing this all looking toward her, thinking she is coming at him with all her power. However, the eyes of the Namgung family head also start glowing, and she swings her sword and jumps toward him. And he also uses his magic moves toward her to dodge her attack. The dust and smoke surround the area, and their spinning magic also surrounds them and moves toward the people sitting there. As the duel starts between the two, The wind of their magic waves moves toward the people sitting in the stadium. The members of the Namgung family sit there surprisingly, placing their hands before their faces, and Shush asks how the wind can be so mighty. While their leader sits there pressing his lips, he thinks the elixir she took shows its full potential. Thinking this, he answers Shush, "That's the Emperor's sword arts." Shush turns and looks toward their leader, surprisingly asking Emperor's sword arts. Their head sits there, folded arms looking ahead. Answer, "That's right." Unlike her sword technique earlier, which focused on being smooth, this is a sword technique that increases her strength and power. They all sit there looking toward their leader. Then Shush asks their leader if the family head is giving it her all for victory. The leader, pressing his lips and squeezing his brows, answers that's right. Moreover, looking toward the fighting ground, the leader thinks using the Emperor's sword arts is only a battle of strength. Either side is bound to break and be broken. From here on, the winner will be decided based on who has mastered their martial arts more perfectly and trained their inner Kai more. On the other side, on the fighting ground, the head of the Namgung family raised her voice and swung her magic sword, and in response, Han also swung his sword. The strong gust of wind and their spinning magic surrounded them both. As the duel continued, they turned their sword and jumped up in the air. Also, the tornado of strong gusts of wind moved from the ground upward, and their spinning magic surrounded that wind tornado. After fighting up in the air, they both land on the ground. Han stood before her, surrounded by his magic, took a deep breath, and looked toward her, thinking he wasn't expecting something like this to happen. His body is a mess right now, and then he clenches his sword with his shaking hand, thinking he only has one more chance. While she stood before him, surrounded by her magic, she angrily looked toward him. However, they angrily looked toward each other and placed their swords before them. After this, both of them, swinging their swords, run toward each other to attack. Han swings his sword to attack her, but before he can attack her, she jumps up and dodges his attack. Then she stood in the air, closed her eyes, and chin up, thinking she made it all the way there thanks to everyone's help. Then she remembered when she learned that sword fighting technique, remembering when she felt she couldn't have done it if she had been alone. Then she swings her sword, opens her eyes, and angrily looks toward and moves toward him in the air, thinking she will carry on the Namgung clan's future. After this, she stood in the air using her spinning magic, swinging her sword and shouting while the strong wind tornado was created there, and her spinning magic surrounded the tornado. Her spinning magic tornado wind spurts in the martial arts hall and moves upward. However, due to that wind, everything starts flying. Even the food on plates and cups lying on the table in front of the people sitting in the discussion halls falls on their faces and gowns. The elder looks ahead toward the fighting ground, and that wind says what a staggering blow this power is, and the man sitting in a panel of elders says, "It's fantastic." Also, the food lying before him on the table flies in the air and falls on his face. The guy with gray hair sits beside Elder, bringing the teacup to his mouth to drink the tea, but before he can take the sip, the tea falls into his mouth. Also, he is holding the cup and says to Elder, and the guy sitting beside him that's what he is talking about. Moreover, the guy with gray hair sits beside Elder, looking toward the family head spinning magic surrounding the tornado, and says they are coming into sight now. And Elder asks, in that case, who won? However, on the fighting ground, they stood before each other, surrounded by the Namgung family's head spinning magic waves and tornado waves moving upward. Han and the head of the Namgung family stare at each other, and then the head falls to the ground on her knees, and the hand in which she holds her sword is bleeding and thud to the ground. Then she, with the bleeding mouth, looks toward Han, takes a puffy breath, and accepts her loss. Han, looking toward her, was sweating. He also sighed and responded that he thought their family head had conceded. While she sits there, head down, she hardly speaks, saying she is flattered by his words. Then she thuds face down on the ground. Sees this, the members of the Namgung family raise their voices in the family head. However, the other family members with brown costumes sit there and are surprised. Surprisingly, one of them says he wonders what will happen to the Namgung family now. The other one of his team members sits on the stairs below. He surprisingly asks if he knows right since their family head got beaten up. Will another person come forward? It's a shame since she put up a good fight, while the leader of the Namgung family sits there and asks what the condition of the family head is. The older man sitting beside him responded. She faints for a moment. She only has to rest, and she will be better soon. Hearing this, the leader closes his eyes and sighs, saying he is glad, while the older man turns his eyes and looks toward him. Suddenly, he gets surprised and starts sweating to see when all the Namgung family members sitting ahead of him start looking toward him with smiley faces. After this, the leader holds his head, sighs, and begins to cry like a child, saying this is crazy while the older man sits beside him. He turns his head and looks toward him, laughing, asking, just like he said, "Isn't this a good opportunity? A perfect opportunity to publicize the Namgung family." The leader, with a depressed facial expression, responds, "Please don't tease him." Then he, with a severe facial expression looking ahead, remains silent. Then, after a while, he sat there looking toward the head of the Enmegung family lying on the fighting ground and fainted. He thought this would be a good experience for her. So, he didn't stop her. As he sat there looking toward the fighting ground, he extended his hand toward Kang Yu, asking him to give him his sword. Kang Yu sits there, turns, and surprisingly looks toward their leader. He asks for his sword and then throws it toward his leader. The leader clenches the sword and sighs, saying that's right. After this, the leader gives his sword to Kang Yu and smiles, saying, "Look for a while." Kang Yu, with a surprised face, holds the leader's sword. After this, the leader of the Namgung family members jumps up in the air, saying that he is off while the team members sit there and look up toward their leader passing over them. Also, the older man, with folded arms, sitting behind the Namgung family members, says that since he decided to do it, he did it correctly. The leader stood down the fighting ground stairs, turned his head, and looked toward the older man, and he replied that's a given. However, the leader with the sword steps up the stairs. Seeing this, the guy with maroon hair sits there excitedly, making a fist of his hand to say he's there. He came out. His friend with dark gray hair sits beside him excitedly and asks to look. Didn't he tell him it's natural for him to step forward? Moreover, in the discussion hall, the man with dark gray hair sitting beside Elder says he is the one he is talking about. Elder turns his head and surprisingly looks toward him. He asks if he knows him, and the dark gray-haired man looks toward Elder, smiles, and answers that he is someone that his brother Duan Jian has met. But even his brother said he had no idea what his skills were. Hearing this, Elder, brushing his beard and looking toward the fighting ground, says he looks young. He's that skilled. On the other side, in the fighting ground, the leader stands before Han with his sword, and, looking toward him, says he is Yulji-ho. While Han is activating his magic power, looking toward Yulji-ho, he takes a puffy breath and responds that he is Peng Han. Yulji-ho angrily looks toward Han, presses his lips, and adds that he will admit defeat if he can take even one strike from him. Hearing this, the Peng family members sit there and get furious, and one angrily raises his voice about what he just said. The other one sits below the seat to him and also surprisingly asks for one strike. Moreover, on the fighting ground, hearing Yulji-ho's words, Han angrily looks toward him and says he is bold. Also, Han's hand, where he holds his sword, starts shaking in anger, and his aura spreads around him. After this, he angrily strikes his sword, and his brightening aura emerges from his sword and spins upward. Han stood there shocked when Yulji-ho stood in the distance, pointing his sword toward Han to activate his power. Yulji-ho's blue aura in waveform surrounds him and moves upward, and the dust storm spreads around him. And he stood there angrily, looking toward Han and sending his aura toward him, saying, "Block this one." The aura gets near Han and starts blasting. Seeing this, Han stands there with his angry red eyes, surprisingly thinking how he can't breathe. Also, the aura moving toward him started turning into a red lightning bullet and stabbed Han's body. And Han stood there surprisingly, looking toward Yulji-ho, thinking he was just holding a sword. But he feels like he is being slashed all over with a sharp knife. Yulji-ho stood there with his angry white eyes, releasing his magic aura toward him. Also, his hair was flying backwards in the air. Yulji-ho's bullets were stabbing Han's body, and these bullets were so painful that Han's eyes turned red like those bullets and started cracking. However, Han's patience ended, and he stood there, moving backwards, shouting while the bullets moving toward him turned into a circle form. Seeing this, the guy with dark gray hair sits in the discussion hall beside Elder, surprisingly saying that's the state of the intangible blade. Also, the Elder sits there surprisingly and says, "Goodness gracious." And the man with a purple gown sits there and asks how he can be at that stage when he is that young. On the other side, in the fighting ground, Han, while shouting in pain, thuds face down on the ground. While Yulji-ho stood there pointing his sword toward Han, he released his aura. As Han thuds down, the members of the Peng family become speechless. Yulji-ho stood there, putting his sword in sheath, sighing, and, with a surprised face, saying that he hadn't even started yet. Also, his aura ends, but the dust and smoke remain. Namgung family members sit there and are shocked to see the performance of their leader, Kang Yu, with a wide open mouth. They ask what on earth it is. The family head sat there with a surprised face. She trembled and sighed, saying, "Emperor Swords Arts." The Namgung family members sit before her and surprisingly turn their heads, asking the family head. Then she gets up from the seat and sits there, and hardly speaks, saying that's the real Emperor Sword Arts, while the older man sits beside her, folded arms, looking ahead, and responds, "That's right. That was the sword art that put him in quite a bind in the past, and every time he saw it, it was a great martial art." Yulji-ho stood there after defeating Han, turned his head, and looked toward the discussion hall. Then angrily looked toward the head of the Peng family. He raises his voice. He challenges the Peng family's head. Hearing this, the head of the Namgung family is surprised, and the other people sitting in the panel are amazed, too. While the head of the Peng family was looking toward them, his eyes turned black, and his eyes started glowing. Also, another member of the Peng family, while eating, turns and looks toward the head. After this, the head of the Peng family gets up from the chair, places his hands on the table angrily, looks down, and replies that this young man is quite bold. Further, with his angry red eyes and an evil smile, looking toward Yulji-ho, he says okay, he will accept his challenge. Hearing this, Yulji-ho silently, looking toward him, presses his lips. After this, the head of the Peng family and Yulji-ho stood before each other, and a strong gust of wind blew around them. The head of the Peng family, looking toward Yulji-ho, says that it was incredible. Then, with an evil smile, he says, "Indeed, who else could have reached such a level at that age?" Yulji-ho heads down and closes his eyes, answering that he is flattering him. He still has a long way to go, so he hopes the family head will teach him a lesson. Hearing this, the head of the Peng family squeezes his eyes, responding he also. Then, with an evil smile, he angrily looks toward Yulji-ho and says he also looks forward to his cooperation. However, the head of the Peng family starts using his mana, and he sends his mana toward Yulji-ho, while Yulji-ho stands there with an angry face, looking toward the head. He thinks he has a tremendous amount of Kai, but the rumors have yet to unfold. He is fantastic, so rather than a sword, he will use that. Also, Yulji-ho's hair was flying backwards due to the head's mana wind, so he put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled. As Yulji-ho whistles, a hawk, while flying, throws the bow toward Yulji-ho, and he stands there and catches that bow. After giving that bow to Yulji-ho, that hawk flew away, and Yulji-ho stood there holding that bow angrily, looking toward the head. A strong wind blew on the fighting ground, and the head saw that bow in Yulji-ho's hand. He angrily pressed his lips, asking an iron bow what he was doing. Yulji-ho extends his hand ahead, holds his iron bow, and smiles, responding that he is more used to this than a sword. The head angrily presses his lips and grits his teeth, adding to do as he pleases. Then he clenches his sword, saying, but by the time he regrets it, his mana is spinning around his sword. Then he looked toward Yulji-ho, swinging his sword, and smiled. Also, the wind was blowing around him and moving upward. While Yulji-ho stood in that strong wind, pointing his bow toward him, he responded that they would have to wait and see. After this, the head of the Peng family, pointing his sword toward Yulji-ho, sends his spinning magic, and the wind storms toward him. While Yulji-ho silently stood before him in the distance, the Namgung family members sat there. Surprisingly, said the wind. With his angry glowing eyes, the head of the Peng family, pointing his sword toward Yulji-ho, says he will let him make the first move. Yulji-ho also activated his powers, and the veins of his hand started blagging, with which he clenched his bow. Also, his blue magic started spinning around his hand, and he responded to the head fine. After this, Yulji-ho, with his left hand, points his bow toward the head and, with his right hand, makes a fist and moves backwards. Then, with his bow, he sends his mana storm waves toward the head, while the head stands there, pointing his sword toward Yulji-ho grits his teeth thinking this, while the Peng family members sit there waving their hands, shouted shaking. Also, due to Yulji-ho's magic storm, a strong wind blew there, and due to that wind, the members of the Peng family shouted. The head of the Peng family stood there gritting his teeth, thinking how he could. Then he clenched his sword, and his hand was shaking. He angrily looks toward Yulji-ho and thinks his opponent still pulls on an empty string without any arrow. That's all he is doing. After this, the head stood there, opened his legs, pointed his sword toward Yulji-ho, moved his left hand with the sword, and created his mana. Then he sends his mana toward Yulji-ho, thinking it's all over for him once he loses his momentum. From Yulji-ho's side, he sends his magic wave toward the head, while on the head side, he creates a shield with his magic. See this? The other family member with the bald head sits there, says Blade Veil. Then, one of them with the black dot on his forehead surprisingly raises his voice. It's a Kai veil that only the most outstanding master can produce. The other one with the 6 red dots on his forehead sits beside him, raising his voice as expected of the Peng's family head. After this, Yulji-ho's eyes turned red in anger, and the place of the ground where he stood started cracking, and using his bow to create his mana storm, and sent that storm waves toward the head, while the head of Peng's family stood there pointing his sword toward Yulji-ho. Think impossible. Yulji-ho's magic was getting more potent than the head's, and it was difficult for the head to control Yulji-ho's magic with his mana. The head stood there trying to control Yulji-ho's magic wave, thinking this power couldn't be. He remembered now that he had heard it from his father. Further, he recalled that his father stood under a tree when he was young and said he appeared out of nowhere in Purim. His appearance was a great stroke of good fortune for the Miram martial arts world, and he, with a scared face, stood behind his father and listened to him carefully. Also, the dried leaves of the tree were falling. Moreover, his father says the guardian deity was defeated and ultimately fell to the Peachin Palace. Had it not been for him, they wouldn't have fought to such an extent. His appearance, in which he defeated skilled masters with an arrowless form, is still vivid to eyes today. Hearing this, the head of the Pang family surprisingly asks his father if he shot an arrow without using an arrow. His father replies that's right, and no one can raise their heads in front of him. Then his father turns and, pointing to his forehead, says that at any moment, a shapeless Kai arrow could fly in. They didn't know that back then. He surprisingly looked toward his father. His father adds its name is none other than, and then the story shifts to the present, where the head stands before Yulji-ho, and looking toward him, he says invisible arrow. Then he thinks, in that case, is he the ghostly archer? While Yulji-ho stood there, pulled the bowstring and threw an invisible arrow toward the head of the Pang family. As the arrows moved toward him, he, holding his sword, quickly jumps from there, saying that it won't work a second time. However, in the discussion hall, the guy with dark gray hairs sits beside the elder, and surprisingly says it's not a simple invisible arrow. That's none other than the Kai arrow manipulation. The head stood there to dodge Yulji-ho's attack, but he could not, and Yulji-ho's magic in the waveform quickly moved toward the head. He swung his spinning magic sword while the head returned to the waves approaching him. Seeing this, Elder quickly gets up, saying invisible arrow and even Kai arrow manipulation. Then, surprisingly, he asks if he is the descendant of the ghostly archer. The guy sits beside Elder with a smiling face, looking toward Elder, adding that there is no doubt that he is the descendant of the ghostly archer. Then he asked who could cast an invisible arrow and use Kai arrow manipulation. On the other side, the guy with dark brown hair says no wonder it was strange from the start, and the guy with maroon hair sits beside him with a smiley face, looking toward him, and adds then that the guy means that Hyang Nim is a descendant of that person. His friend with dark brown hair sits beside him excitedly and answers, "Of course, who else would dare to embarrass the Pang's family head?" Hearing this, the guy with maroon hair quickly gets up from his seat and hits his fists on the table, asking really? Also, when he hits his fists on the table, the food before him moves around, and the chopsticks fall into it. After this, one of the guys from the Namgung family sitting in the discussion hall excitedly gets up from his seat and looks toward the fighting ground, smiling. He wondered how long he had last seen these kinds of martial arts. He is the ghostly archer's descendant. On the other side, on the fighting ground, the fight continued, using their magic to attack each other, and the people sitting there favoring the Namgung family slogging for Yulji-ho, saying it's the ghostly archer's martial arts. The descendant of the world's #1 has appeared. However, the explosion occurred there. The head of the Pang family stood, and then he, using his spinning magic, quickly moved from side to side. Also, his spinning magic appears upward in circle form, and he angrily swings his sword near Yulji-ho. While Yulji-ho silently stood there holding his bow, he moved backwards. The head of the Pang family swings his sword at him, but before he can attack him, Yulji-ho quickly moves from there and gets at his back. The head of the Pang family angrily turns his head to look, and then he stands there angrily looking toward Yulji-ho and asking if that footwork could also be from the martial arts of the world's #1. Yulji-ho stood behind him, looked toward him, and answered that it was not from their family's martial arts. The head of the Pang family takes a deep breath, and then, with an evil smile, says that it's a unique martial art, and he is amazed. While Yulji-ho closes his eyes and heads down, responding, he is flattered by his words. After this, Yulji-ho lifts his bow and pulls the bowstring, saying it's time to end it. Also, his spinning magic was moving around his bow, and the head of the Peng family stood before him, surrounded by his spinning magic, and angrily asked what. Moreover, from Yulji-ho's bow, a bright wave of light emerges upward, and his spinning magic surrounds his bow, and the strong gust of wind surrounds the area of ground where he stands. When he sees this, the head of the Peng family is shocked. His eyes start glowing, and he grits his teeth, thinking that arrow can't be. Meanwhile, Yulji-ho, with all his might, sends that invisible lightning white arrow upward, and his eyes glow, too. However, Yulji-ho's magic spread on the fighting ground, and even his magic lightning fell on the people sitting in the discussion hall. And he stood there, turning his arrow upward and releasing his lightning bow. Elder and the dark gray-haired guy sitting beside him, looking toward Yulji-ho, stand in his lightning magic and surprisingly say that's fire blaze. The guy with dark gray hair, moving his fist near his face, says it's impossible, and Elder sits beside him with a surprised face and asks how someone so young can unleash such a terrifying martial arts skill. The guy with dark gray hair answers him, which is said to be comparable to when the absolute triple blades were unleashed. Then, with a worried facial expression, he says they must stop that, which may become a terrible disaster. Also, the guy with a purple gown, surprisingly looking ahead, asks if it's that tarrying, and the member of the Namgung family sits there in the panel. Answer him, it will be worse than that, and there is probably no one there who can stop that. On the other side, on the fighting ground, the head of the Peng family, with all his might, was trying to dodge Yulji-ho's magic. He thought he tried to completely block his overwhelming energy by unfurling his kai, but it wasn't enough. After this, the head of the Peng family stood there in his magic and moved his foot, thinking, but he is Peng Mustang. Even if he collapsed, he would never back down. While Yulji-ho stood before him with his magic arrow, he sent his magic waves toward him, thinking he was Peng's family head. He doesn't easily back down and give up, and his eyes glow. After this, he moves his arrow toward the head, thinking, well, then, he has no choice but to end this. Suddenly, Yulji-ho is surprised and stops there when the guy with dark gray hair sits beside Elder in the discussion hall. He angrily gets up from his seat, looks toward Yulji-ho, and abuses him. Further, he says he can't even finish this immediately, and that if he had been there, he should have come and greeted him right away. Don't cause any unnecessary disturbance. Hearing this, Yulji-ho turned his eyes and looked toward that dark gray-haired guy, remaining silent. Moreover, he looks toward Yulji-ho with his angry, glowing eyes, saying it doesn't matter who wins. He will only cause a rift between the Peng and Namgung families. If he stopped now, he would save the Namgung family's reputation and end this anyway. Yulji-ho, pointing his arrow toward the head of the Peng family, remains silent. He sees the guy with dark gray hair and presses his lips, saying that's the right end. Yulji-ho didn't listen to him and kept doing his work. He sees that guy squeezing his eyes angrily and shouting at him, asking what ends this. In response, Yulji-ho remains silent. Suddenly, a colossal lightning explosion occurred there, and Yulji-ho stood in that light, gritting his teeth, and his eyes were glowing. The guy with dark gray hair stood there shouting no, and Yulji-ho spun a wave light toward the head of the Peng family. However, Yulji-ho released that arrow and left that bowstring, too. A bright light falls on the head of the Peng family, and he silently stands there, placing his hands before his face. Sees this, Elder and other members in support of the Namgung family sit in the discussion hall and quickly get up from their seats, their mouths open wide in surprise. Moreover, a fire explosion occurred there, and the smoke spread upward. After some time, when the fire ends, and only the smoke remains in the martial arts ground area, the members sit in the discussion hall, including Elder, the dark-haired guy, and others who are surprised. Elder surprisingly asks that, and Yulji-ho stands there in the cracked ground dug with the broken arrow in his hand and says, "This is it." Then he looks toward his arrow and says it's broken, while the head of the Pang family stands before him, holding his sword, and surprisingly, looking toward him, remains silent. After this, Yulji-ho waved his right hand and left hand, held that broken arrow, and showed it to the head of the Pang family. Sees this, the head of the Pang family asks what, then says right, and Yulji-ho closes his eyes and heads down before him. He thanked him for his understanding, and then he turned and stepped toward the stairs to leave the ground, while the people stood there to watch the fight, slogging and clapping for the Namgung family. Moreover, the head of the Pang family stood behind and was angrily looking toward Yulji-ho. Then he, pressing his lips, thinks there is no way this display of strength would suddenly end. This is pathetic. While Yulji-ho stepped ahead, pressing his lips, he guessed that was good enough. However, in Righteous Coalition's palace, the Master of Heavenly Arts sits on his throne, while having his food, and asks what the Peachin Palace owner is on the move. The guy with black hair and a blue gown stood before him, head down and folded arms, and answered yes. Then, the Master of Heavenly Arts, with a cup of tea in his hand, asked for why. In response, the guy remains silent and sees the master angrily but doesn't ask why. The guy answers him, asking, "Isn't the reason apparent enough that even a child would know?" He intends to eliminate the Righteous Coalition and dominate the Miram world. The master, looking toward him, asks what he is saying that he would even come here and barge in. The guy looking toward the master answers that it's not only him, but also the entire Dark Path martial arts sect moving. Hearing this, the teacup slipped from the master's hand, and he surprisingly looked toward that guy and asked what they should do. They had to compose themselves. The guy squeezed his eyes, thinking he must be crazy. Why would he ask him that? And how can someone who claims to be an elder of the shaman sect? Further, he thinks the Light Path's focal point is Miram, a formidable warrior of the Righteous Coalition. Meanwhile, a guy named Sage with an orange gown gets there, saying they must call a meeting first. Also, the orange-haired guy was a sage of the heavenly arts, an actual person of divine strength. The guy with the blue gown turns his head to look, and the master sits there looking toward the orange-haired guy and says he is there. The guy with a blue gown, looking toward Sage, pressing his lips, thinks he is there, the unfortunate master with the ear of a horse. He looks toward Sage, and in response, Sage, with an angry face, looks toward him, too. After this, the master, looking toward Sage, asks if he has heard that the Peachin Palace owner is coming. Sage stood beside the blue gown guy and, looking toward the master, answered yes. He heard a bit about it on the way there. First, they must gather the key figures within the alliance, the elders, and experts in various fields to devise a strategy. As he said this to Master, the guy with the blue gown turned his eyes and looked toward Sage. Hearing this, the Master surprisingly responds that's right, then says, "But the Shaolin." The guy with the blue gown looking toward the master adds that he has to let him deal with that. It's not only the Shaolin, but Mount Hua and Zhongnan, the 5 prestigious families, must also be united. After this, he turns his eyes and looks toward Sage, asking if he thinks so. Elder, in response, Sage, looking at him, remains silent. Then, thinking for a while, he answered, "Well, they should. Even though they might not belong to the same alliance, they need to unite their strength to overcome the current situation." After this, the master extended his hand toward both of them, asking them to do all those at once. In response, both joined their right hand fist with their left hand palm, slightly bent before the master answered yes. After this, the guy with a blue gown looking toward the master says they will do as he says. Hence, the Righteous Coalition's letter was delivered to each sect. However, in the Dragon Spring faction's palace, Lu Hui, who has maroon hair, sits before the Dragon Spring faction's head, Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang sits on the mat, looking toward Lu Hui, and says, "Eldest child, he doesn't know if this is okay. If one has received the fate of the Peachin spirit, there is no escaping it." Looking toward him, Lu Hui answers that he will take care of this himself, so don't worry too much, father. Lu Jiang responded to him right, he understood, then extended his hand toward the window beside him. The sword was lying in the holder. He picks up that sword, saying that from this point on, he points that sword toward him, saying he will leave everything to him and lead his men well. Lu Hui takes that sword from him, then, clenching that sword in his hand, looks toward Lu Jiang and surprisingly says, "Father." Looking toward Lu Hui, Lu Jiang answers that he has sat inactively for far too long despite having no abilities. It's time for him to step down. Lu Hui sweats, adding, however, that Lu Jiang, looking toward him, initially said that he had planned to formally pronounce him head of their faction shortly. But things have turned out like this. Further, he says, please use this sword to bring honor to the name of their faction. And in response, Lu Hui, clenching the sword in his hand, remains silent. After this, he makes a fist of his hand and hits his fist with his right hand palm, answering that he will accept his orders. Lu Jiang looks toward him, slightly smiling, responding that's right, and then he thanks him. After this, he asks him where he plans to attack Lu Hui. Looking toward him, Lu Hui answers yes, and they will strike the pillar of the Righteous Coalition with all their might. However, at night on the market side, the crowd was hustling and bustling, and in the street, there were red light bulbs whose light spread there. A man with a black and blue costume stood there in the street, clearing his teeth with a toothpick. Asks his friend who stood before him, "The martial arts competition earlier was terrific, right?" His friend with the brown costume answered. He couldn't take his eyes off of it even for a second. On the other side, the elders and all the heads of different families sit at the dinner table in the meeting hall. The guy with dark gray hair sits in the left lane and says he sees, so that's what happened. And in response, Yulji-ho, looking toward him, adds yes, eldest grandpa. After this, he looked toward Yulji-ho and smiled, saying it was great to hear he was always concerned about how the Namgung family sect has been struggling. In response, Yulji-ho looks toward him slightly, smiling, saying it has already been 3 years. The guy with dark brown hair sitting beside the eldest grandpa turns forward and angrily looks at Yulji-ho. He adds that's right. Then he asks him why he is pretending he hasn't met him. Yulji-ho folds his hands and laughs, saying he initially planned to greet him. After the martial arts tournament ends, he gets up from his seat and places his crossed hand on his legs bent before him, saying he is sorry for his late greetings. Please accept his apologies. And in response, the guy with dark brown hair with a wine pot in his hand says forget it. He will consider his apology if he drinks 3 cups of punishment alcohol. Also, the head of the Namgung family sits beside Yulji-ho, looking toward that dark brown hairs guy. Also, the guy with the blue crown and costume is looking toward Yulji-ho, and that dark brown hairs guy smiles. Yulji-ho holds the glass and points it to that dark brown hairs guy and laughs, adding no worries. He can accept not only 3 but 100. In response, the dark brown hairs guy filling the wine glass angrily, gritting his teeth, says this guy is indeed such a smooth talker. Then the dark brown hairs guy angrily looks toward the eldest grandpa, asking if he isn't the same person he has been rumored to be, Hyungnam. In response, Hyungnim laughed, asking what else he would expect from someone of his blood. Of course, it's only natural that they resemble each other. Also, someone sitting beside them was slurping the food, and that slurping sound was reaching them. After this, Hyungnim fills Iluji Ho's wine glass, saying they received a cup from him as well, and Iluji Ho respectfully stands before him, holding the cup, thanks him, calling him eldest grandpa. After this, Iluji Ho, with his right hand, puts that wine cup to his mouth while he places his left hand under his right hand. Seeing him drinking wine, the member of the Namgung family sits beside the elder. He drinks so well, and then he smiles and serves the wine to Iluji. He says to let him pour himself a cup, too. Iluji Ho stood before him, moved his cup toward him with his right hand, and waved his left hand, responding, "Thank him, Elder Byok-ryokwan." The elder sits beside him, leaning against the chair, and closes his eyes. The guy with a blue crown and costume sits beside him, closes his eyes, and smiles. After this, the head of the Peng family, looking toward the Namgung family head, asks if her body is okay. She looks at him and says she feels much better after rest. Hearing this, the Peng family head looks toward her and smiles, saying he is glad she stopped. He can't tell her how shocked he was when she was on the verge of collapsing. She looks toward him and smiles, responding and thanking him for his concern. Then, he, with a smiley face, adds anyway from this point on. Let's put aside the unfortunate incident between the Peng and the Namgung families. She left it in the past. She looked ahead and smiled, adding that she understood. While he was looking toward her, he hit his left-hand fist with his right-hand palm and thanked her for her generosity, Namgung family head. After this, someone pours the drink into the Namgung family head's cup, saying here, "Please receive a cup from him." She holds the cup and smiles, responding yes. After some time, Elder sits there with the wine cup in his hand and, looking toward Iluji Ho, asks him for a blazing arrow. Then, he says he is well aware of his invisible arrow and Kai manipulation arrow, but that was a martial art technique he would never see before. In response, Iluji Ho, while having food and looking ahead, answers that it was a martial art his father had created. Then he pointed ahead, saying that he was channeling and unleashing the power of extreme yang, which had accumulated within the body. He used that kind of martial arts technique. Hyungnim, holding the wine cup and looking toward Iluji Ho, says that if his memory serves him right, he has heard that the moon's breathing technique did not have that kind of extreme yang. Iluji Ho, looking toward him, answered yes, that's right. However, while mastering countless martial arts, he obtained the power of extreme yang. Hearing this, Hyungnim, surprisingly looking toward Iluji Ho, asks countless numbers of martial arts. When he asks this, he surprisingly thinks of the former owner of the Peachin Palace. Then, with a surprised face, he asks if he even learned that person's martial arts. The guy with dark brown hair sits beside him on the chair. Holding the pot of wine, he turns toward Hyungnim, asking him who he is talking about on Earth. Elder surprisingly adds, asking that person. Ryokwan sits beside Elder, clenching his fist, gritting his teeth, and adding his point to let him hear who he is referring to. Iluji Ho asks them if they are talking about him. Meanwhile, Chinga slams the door and enters, shouting grandfather. The guy with a purple gown sits there, surprisingly looking toward that guy, and asks if he isn't Chinga. Chinga's, head bowed with puffed breath, stood there while everyone sat there, turned, and looked toward that guy. Then, the guy with the purple gown asks what's wrong. Chinga, with a scared facial expression, heads up and with his hand on his chest, looks toward him and answers from his parents. He just got a message from them that they are in trouble. Hearing this, he gets worried, too, and surprisingly asks what he is talking about. Chunga answered that he meant that as he was about to complete his sentence. But before he could answer, another guy ran into the room, banging against the door and shouting at the superior elder. The guy with dark brown hair looking toward the guy who enters the room surprisingly asks if he wasn't the one who used a bamboo spear from the Tain faction. What is he doing there? Elijah Ho turns his eyes and looks toward that guy. The guy with the letter in his hand raises his voice, telling the Peachin Palace is on the move. Hearing this, the Namgung family's head, looking toward him, thinks of the Peachin Palace. Also, Elijah Ho squeezes his eyes, thinking if it's the Peachin Palace. Then he remembers someone who sits in the garden pouring his wine cup and thinks, could it be that person? It's impossible. After this, that guy ran toward the dark brown hairs guy and threw that letter toward him, saying this was an urgent message. The dark brown hairs guy puts his wine pot on the table, turns his head, and looks toward him. Then he catches that letter and, looking toward it, says hand it over. However, the guy with dark brown hair started reading the letter. The Peachin decree was written in the letter, the directive of total mobilization issued by the owner of the Peachin Palace. Then, reading that letter, he says it's for real. This concerns the Dark Miram sect's defeat because of the Peachin decree. Hearing this, Elder surprisingly asks what, and the guy who brings the letter surprisingly says many forces have already been gathered. Chinga stood beside that guy, surprisingly adding grandfather. They must return immediately. After this, the guy with the purple gown looks toward Chinga and says they do not need to rush like that. Hearing this, Chinga clenched his fists and added that half of their forces were already there if those people were deliberately targeting their homeland then. Then he raised his voice, asking if he had forgotten in the past after their Zhuge clan endured an unforgettable ordeal. They accumulated an unimaginable amount of martial arts techniques and strategies. Hearing this, the guy with a purple gown shouted at him, asking him to trust his father and uncle. There is still time to plan countermeasures and leave tomorrow. Chunga, in response, answered that he understood. After this, the guy with the purple gown waves his hand and, looking toward Elder and other seniors, says to think that's something that shouldn't have happened. The situation in Dawngate has recently been troubling, and it has ultimately resulted in this scenario. Then, he asks them what they want him to do. The representative of the independent sect, Jin Yob, sits among those ground people, clenching his fists and looking toward the purple gown guy. He raises his voice since their alliance leader has already given a decree. It's time to crush the ambitions of those villains with the righteous coalition at the center. Since the top 5 means the top 6 prestigious families have gathered there, he believes that Master Guak would also lend the power of the Samgwang Mun. However, Hyungnim smiles, adding his point and asking that he means they should go under the righteous coalition. Chinyob answered him no, that's not what he meant to say. And Hyungnim turned his eyes, asking, of course, they will fight together. Further, he asks if they haven't fought together, combining their strength in the past. Then, looking toward Chinyob, he says yes, even back then, they were an alliance, though it wasn't a subjugation. Chinyob, with an embarrassed facial expression, looks toward Hyungnim and answers right. After this, Elder, making a fist of his hand, adds that it would be wise to inform everyone gathered there about this information. This is not just their fight. The guy with brown hair and a blue gown looking toward Elder responds that he is right. They should concentrate their forces as much as possible. He will call each family there right away, and then he asks how they thoroughly make preparations. However, another guy with black hair and an orange cap on his head responds that's right, and they will help them and fight together with them. After this, the guy with dark brown hair looks toward the family head and asks her what she thinks about this Namgung family head. If the Peachin Palace is on the move, then as he is about to complete his sentence, The family head of the Namgung family adds her point. Likely, their Namgung family sect is also in danger, and no matter how she thinks about it, this isn't something that she can solely decide on her own. Ilijuho sits beside her and, with a severe facial expression, attentively listens to her. Then he, with his hands on the table, gets up, saying the family head is correct. Then he, looking ahead, says, first of all, he thinks it is so that they confer about this matter with their sect members. So he asks for the understanding of the elders and other family heads. However, Yulji-ho stood there, placing his hands on the table, slightly bending his head, adding that they were sorry for this and should leave first. Also, the head of the Namgung family gets up from the chair and makes a fist. Her left hand hits her fist with his right palm, closes her eyes, and slightly bends her head. After this, the elder sits there and, looking toward the Namgung family head, calls her name. She turns and looks toward the elder. Then, the elder, looking toward her, apologizes to her, and her face turns blank. And she responds, "Don't be," then says they will be on their way. After this, the Namgung family head and Ilijuho leave, and the elder sits behind, looking toward both of them, squeezing his eyes, thinking, why can't they help each other every time? However, the elder sighed, thinking the situation of their Juge family was also urgent. Ironically, the Namgung family sect also holds power within the Peachin Palace. After this, at night in the Namgung sect, a group of people covering their faces, wearing the same brown costumes and weapons belts flying in the air landed in the sect. However, at night, the members of the Namgung family sit in the meeting hall at the court of the Hidden Dragon. When a guy asks if the Peachin Palace is moving north, could it be the head of the Namgung family looking ahead? She answers him yes, it's an all-out war. Further, she says Peachin Palace and Righteous Coalition. No, it would be more accurate to refer to them as the Light Path Murim and the Dark Path Murim. They are martial artists, so they will be entangled in this conflict. Hearing this, the older man sits on the chair in the left line, looking ahead, and adds that he guesses it is bound to happen sooner and later. If they do, everyone there will be busy with their preparations. Looking toward that older man, the family head responds that's right. However, they haven't decided yet, so she would like them to gather first and discuss it. The older man turns his eyes and looks toward the family head, adding good, that would also be nice. After that, as their long meeting continued, all of the members of the Namgung family suggested various directions, and the opinions were divided into two directions. However, the guy in the meeting with a red cap on his head shouted, as many of them have said there, that he also believes it's best for everyone. So, stay there and act together with the other sects. Then, the guy with brown hair sitting in the meeting turns his head and angrily looks toward that red cap guy. He responds that there are several elders and accomplished warriors. They are left behind in their sect, including Elder Guak. They can't just leave them be. After this, the guy with the purple cap on his head raised his voice. He was right, they have to go through them. Of course, there is no doubt that it will be an arduous road, he asks. But shouldn't they at least take that risk for their family's elders? Ilijuho, looking toward that guy, responds that this will be a tough choice. If they do something wrong, all their efforts may be in vain. However, the family head will make the final decision, so think about it carefully. Saying this, he looks toward the family head while she sits there with a blank face. After a while, she looked down and responded that she had decided. They all silently looked toward her to get to know about her decision. She looks ahead and says they will be staying there to fight. The older man sits there and adds that he sees. Then he looks toward her and says that's what she decided to do from the start. She looked aside and responded, and it was not. However, she determined they wouldn't attack a powerless martial arts sect. Further, she says she hopes that nothing worrying will happen, while the older man adds his point to the discussion that he is also thinking. No warrior would attack a person who has never taken up martial arts. Moreover, the guy with black hair and purple hair belt on his head angrily clenched the fist of his hand and raised his voice. Then, let's show them what kind of palace the Enmagung family is. Iluji-ho sits there angrily, looking ahead to the table and raising his voice. Someone shut him up if they don't wish to suffer the same fate as him. All the members wearing the same purple costume sit behind that guy and get surprised when that guy turns his head, shows them his fist, and laughs. After this, they all quickly get up, grab him by his neck and arms, and cover his mouth while he tries to speak, asking what's happening. However, they all dragged that guy and took him outside the meeting room. As they all sit there, meanwhile, from the door, a guy enters, asking to please excuse him. The guy with maroon hair turns his head, asking what. At the same time, another guy with a red cap on his head was looking toward those purple costume team members to drag their member to take him out of the meeting room. After this, the maroon-haired guy gets up and goes to the door. Then he holds the door, looks at the guy, and asks him who it is. Then, the guy enters the meeting hall and stands at the door, while the maroon-haired guy, pointing toward him, tells the family head that the customer is there for her. The family head surprisingly looks toward that guy asking the customer. Then that guy hits his right-hand fist with his left-hand palm and bends his head before her to greet her. While greeting her, he tells her that he is Hwangbo. Then he chins up and looks toward the family head, saying he means his name is Namgung Ryu. Hearing this name, the family head, with a blank face looking toward him, asks Enmagung Ryu. After some time, Iluji-ho stood in his room before the door with his hand on his mouth, thinking he had heard from Elder Guak that the former head of the Namgung family and the matriarch got married to continue the strong bond between their two families. However, the relationship between the two was not harmonious, and Min could not endure it. The matriarch returned to her maiden family when Min was 5. However, during that time, the matriarch had already conceived another child outside her marriage. And when the patriarch of her maiden family found out about it, she already entered into a new relationship with someone from the Hwangbo family. That's how the child ended up being raised in the Hwangbo family. It's that boy earlier, Hwangbo Ryu. Moreover, he sighed, thinking he wasn't expecting to see him at this time, and he didn't know what to say to Min. After this, on the terrace at night, the head of the Namgung family, Min, sat in a chair and had her drink. Iluji-ho came from the door, stood behind her, and asked her why she was drinking by herself when she couldn't even handle alcohol well. Min turns her eyes to look, asking her brother. Then she turns her head and, with an angry facial expression, looks toward him and asks if he is there to convince her. Then she, pressing her lips, says there is no chance for Iluji-ho to come to her and sit on the chair before her, saying he hasn't even opened his mouth yet. She squeezes her eyes while she sits before him with a wine cup. After this, he picks another cup from the table and moves it toward her, saying don't be like that, and gives him a cup first. She, surprisingly, looks toward him but remains silent. After this, she pours his wine cup, and he, holding his cup, says he will get straight to the point. Then he asks her what she is going to do. In response, Min, with a sad face, answers that she doesn't know. Then he holds the wine cup, looks toward her, and says even if she denies it, he has the blood of the Namgung family and is her real brother. Hearing this, she raised her voice at him. What does he mean by real brother? She doesn't have a younger brother like him. In response, Iluji-ho, taking a sip of the wine and looking toward her, says that the sect elder Guak had told him about it before they left. Min angrily looks toward him and raises her voice again, saying Grandpa Guak is wrong. She is the one telling him that she doesn't have a younger brother. Yulji-ho, surprisingly looking toward her, says no. She already knew she had a younger brother, and if she hadn't known, she wouldn't have been so surprised when he showed up. Further, he asks her why she is denying it so much. Avoiding him is not an option. While she sat before him, she hit her fist on the table and shouted stop, and she already knew everything, so stop. Further, she raises her voice at him, but nothing will change. She can't deny they share the same blood, but he is from the Hwanbo family. Hearing this, Yulji-ho looks toward her and presses his brows, adding that it is not the boy's fault. In response, she angrily asks him if it is her fault. Then she says she once longed for that woman. She cried and yearned for her. But she didn't even come back after all of that. Then she looked down and remembered that time she shouted at that woman who left her husband and her little child. She despises her and hears this all. Yulji-ho gulps the wine and looks toward her, saying she hates her mother. Then he puts that wine cup on the table before him, saying this is not something for him to judge. But that boy came there to help her in such a difficult time while she turned her eyes and looked aside and remained silent. Moreover, Yulji-ho, looking toward her, says he abandoned everyone he knew and the place he was in for 20 years. Only thinking of her as his only blood relative then, he asks her if that isn't enough. While she looks down, presses her lips, and remains silent. After this, Yulji-ho gets up from the chair, places his hands on the table, and, looking toward her, says think over if it's enough. But if it's not, he will do whatever she wants. Yulji-ho stepped toward the door to leave the room, saying that until then, he would let him stay there while she sat there looking ahead and remaining silent. When he left the room, she sat there looking toward the sky, sighing, saying earnestly that she must be drunk. On the other side, at night in the Namgung sect, there was fire everywhere, and the people's houses were burning in that fire, and the smoke and ashes were moving upward. That group of people who attacked the Namgung sect were killing the people with swords while the people there were shouting for help. The dead bodies were lying on the ground, and their houses were burning before them. A guy with a brown costume stood before the man, pointing his bloody sword toward him. While that injured man with a scared face and trembling voice looking toward him shouted, asking are they people? What the hell do they want from the Namgung sect? With his angry red eye looking toward him, that hooded man responds that they want nothing. They are just doing what they were told to do. Also, his companions were swinging swords at the people, and the blood of those people was spurting in the air. However, that injured man sitting on the ground adds that not even one person here has mastered martial arts in their family. Then, with his trembling voice, he asks how he can be so cruel to people who don't know martial arts. The man with red eyes responds because all of them are also members of the Namgung sect, and their objective is to make the Namgung sect disappear from the face of the world. Hearing this, the man with teary eyes shouts and abuses him, saying this can't be while that red-eyed man grabs him by his neck, throws him on the ground, and presses his neck hard. The man lying on the ground, injured, tried to speak, but he was unable. His tears were flowing from his eyes, and his teeth broke and fell out of his mouth. Also, the blood was flowing from his nose and mouth as that hooded man was pressing his neck, and he was lying there, remembering the time when Elder Guac stood, his hands folded back to see off his grandson and granddaughter along with other team members. Before leaving, the team members, wearing purple and blue costumes and holding swords, waved their hands and smiled. Yulji-ho, looking toward his grandpa and the people of their sect, smiles, saying they will be on their way. Please take care of the Namgung sect. Further, he remembers when Min, the head of the Namgung family, smiled and asked Elder Guac if they would be back soon to take care of himself. However, that man lying there remembers their words, thanking everyone, his lady, he is sorry, while his tears are flowing and dripping downward. And that brown costume red-eyed man pressing his neck killed him. On the other hand, in the Hwangbo family's house, Hyung Nim runs into the room, shouting that they are in big trouble. Everyone sits on the tea table, turns their head, and surprisingly looks toward him. Yul-ji-ho, looking toward him, surprisingly asks why he is so loud this early in the morning. Hyung Nim, with a bloated breath, says Namgung sect. Then he stops there, and the guy with a blue costume sits on the chair, looks toward him with a worried facial expression, and asks him what's with the Namgung sect. Hyung Nim raises his voice, saying the Inmagung sect has collapsed, and they have all been killed. Hearing this, they all become speechless, and the elder Guak, with an angry face, thinks it can't be impossible. Yul-ji-ho angrily gritted his teeth and raised his voice. Where did he hear that? On the other side, Min surprisingly gets up from the chair and shouts, asking the dark brown hairs guy what he just said. Everyone has been killed, and Elder Gibang sits there on the chair angrily, asking the guy with dark brown hair what the hell he is on about. The guy with dark brown hair holds the letter with his trembling hand and stares at it, answering, although it's hard to believe that's what happened. Meanwhile, Yul-ji-ho slams the door and enters the room, shouting at Elder Gibang about how it could have happened. The guy with dark brown hair and angry black eyes extends his hand, holding that letter toward Yul-ji-ho, saying he is there to read this. Yul-ji-ho snatches the letter from his hand and starts reading it, while the guy with dark brown hair tells him this came from the elder of the Taean faction. While reading that letter, Yul-ji-ho grits his teeth, thinking the tragedy occurred with just 3 or 4 arrows shot. Although the information from the elder is highly credible, can it be disseminated this quickly? As Yul-ji-ho stood behind, they trembled in anger, and the guy with dark brown hair turned and looked toward others, saying the attack seemed to have started shortly after the fall of the Peachin Palace. In this situation, he thinks this is the worst case possible. Further, he, in anger, pressed his lips, saying, and it happened again. However, all the members sit there surprised, and Elder Gibong asks why they are hesitating like this. Min stood there, placing her hands on the table and looking toward Yul-ji-ho, raising her voice and asking her brother what was written there. She wanted to know as well. Yul-ji-ho, holding that letter, remained silent, and the guy with dark brown hair sitting there with a blank face also remained silent. Yul-ji-ho, staring at the letter, trembled in anger and pressed his lips, thinking it was right. Even if he hid it, she would find out about it soon. Maybe it's better to tell her now. After this, Yul-ji-ho regains his spirit and answers that not one person has survived the building, which has been burned down. Hearing this, Min gets shocked, and the tears start flowing from her eyes further. Yul-ji-ho says, of course, those with enemies within the Namgung sect came, and they said that nothing was left, not even livestock and vegetation. Only the scorched main gate stood there hearing this all. Min covered her face with her left hand, thudding backward on the chair. Yul-ji-ho quickly extends his hand toward her, saying he is sorry. With her teary eyes looking down, she responds that this is all her fault. She should have decided to go back to the Namgung sect right away. Yul-ji-ho, with an angry red face, turned his head, saying don't blame herself. It would have been too late even if they went back on time. While Min puts her hand on her face, adds no, that's not true. Everything is her fault. She is responsible for this if she doesn't insist on attending the 5 Dragon Branch meeting. The fallen ones, including Grandpa Gok, wouldn't have died so miserably. However, the guy with a purple costume angrily grits his teeth and says those people are worse than beasts. The rest of them are just ordinary people, and the head of the Pang family adds his point angrily, raising his voice, that's right. They even hurt the people who don't even know any martial arts. They did something outrageous to insult the dead people. And then the guy with the blue costume sitting beside Min asked, isn't he like that in the first place? He feels sorry for the owner of the Peachin Palace. Then he looks aside and waves his hand, adding that when they reveal their greed, he has already expected this outcome. Furthermore, he raises his voice that the Peachin Palace is just a gathering of trash that has no sense of dignity as human beings. As they all were talking, suddenly, there was a gust of wind in the meeting room with small stones in the air, and the room door split into two pieces and fell before them on the floor. They all turned their head to look, asking who it was, and the elder with a brown gown stood at the door angrily, looking toward them and saying, don't speak ill of their enemies. Those people from the Peachin Palace aren't as bad as they think. In response, Min remains silent with teary eyes looking aside. Yulji-ho, looking toward the elder, also remains silent. Then he looks toward the elder and calls him. The guy with dark brown hair turns his eyes and looks toward Yulji-ho. He thinks, elder, is he someone from the Namgung sect? Further, he looks toward the elder, thinking he looks familiar and has seen him before. While Hyungnam sits beside the elder, looking toward him, he thinks he looks familiar. Where has he seen him before? Also, Ryokwon, looking toward the elder, believes he isn't the superior elder from the Namgung sect that he saw at the court of the Hidden Dragons. But at that time, he definitely couldn't hear or speak though. After this, the guy with the blue gown gets up and angrily looks toward the elder, asking whether he is from the Namgung sect and what this incomprehensible behavior is. And if the Peachin Palace is not as bad as he says, why did they commit such acts? The senior elder sat behind silently, looking toward the elder. After this, the elder, looking toward Yulji-ho, calls his name, asking if that is what he also thinks is the dust and small stones in the air behind him. Further, the elder asks if he also believes that the Peachin Palace is responsible for this mess. And in response, Yulji-ho remains silent. Then, after a while, he angrily gritted his teeth and looked toward the elder, responding that he didn't think that was the case. But with the whole situation, as he was about to complete his sentence, the elder looking toward him adds his point. No, there is some kind of a mistake there. Then he asked Yulji-ho if he had forgotten who he had met before he came there. Yulji-ho remembered that guy, looked aside, and answered that he knew. That's why this was even more confusing. However, the elder, looking toward him, raises his voice, saying that the guy knows more about his relationship with the Namgung sect than anyone else. He wouldn't do such a thing unless he's gone mad. Hearing this, Yulji-ho raises his voice. That's what he also thinks. But it is undeniable that the Namgung sect has fallen into such a pitiful state. In response, the elder looking toward him remains silent, and Min sits there, presses her lips, and stays quiet. After this, the elder closes his eyes, adding that he is right, and then he asks Yulji-ho if he is considering fighting him. Yulji-ho, with an angry face, pressing his brows and looking ahead, answers what he thinks will probably happen. Moreover, the elder folded their arms behind, looking ahead, considering he did not know where things went wrong, but something seemed off. The fact that the message about the coup from Gibang means that it was written before the tragedy occurred. After this, they all got up from the chairs one by one, and the elder stood there looking toward them, asking if he could see the message from Gibang. The guy with dark brown hair looking toward the elder replies yes. Then the elder, looking toward him, says he needs to check something. If it contains any false information, the elder looking ahead says he thinks Gibang will have to be cleansed by their blood. Hearing this, the guy with dark brown hair silently looks toward the elder, surprised, and the guy with the blue gown angrily raises his voice at the elder, asking if he wants to kill them. Even though he is their senior, he should know what to say and what not to say. Then he asks the elder if he thinks that this is a place where he can joke around. However, in response, the elder activated his powers. With his angry red eyes looking toward that blue gown guy, he answered and kept talking. However, the head of the Tang family, angrily waving his hand, raised his voice at the older man he heard speaking in defense of the Peachin Palace. Now, he had to explain himself. The older man stood in his magic aura and angrily looked toward the head of the Tang family, asking what to explain. Further, the red aura starts releasing from his eyes, and he angrily looks toward the head and says he had lived his whole life without explaining himself because he did not need to do so. Hearing this, the head of the Tang family gets furious and looks toward the older man, grits his teeth, and the golden aura emerges from his eyes. While the older man looking toward him says it seems like he is the family head of the Tang family, consider this him sparing his life. Moreover, the older man activates his powers, and his eyes start glowing. The aura emerging from his eyes spreads there around him, and the waves of his aura move toward the head of the Tang family. The head of the Tang family stood there surprisingly looking toward the older man, thinking killing intent was enormous. Who on earth is he? However, the older man stood before him, folded his arms back, and angrily sent his magic aura from his eyes toward the head. He said, considering the dignity of the Dark King, this would be the only time he would let him go. The older man's magic aura hit the head of the Tang family, and he was about to fall back, but before this, he grabbed the table and could hardly stand there. After this, the head of the Tang family, looking down blankly, thinks that, as the head of the Tang family, he didn't expect to be insulted like this. The head of the Tang family stood there, grabbing his head with his right hand and putting his left hand on the table. Meanwhile, the head of the Tang family angrily gets up from the chair, and, looking toward the older man, points toward him, saying let him ask him just one question. The older man stands in his aura and asks him what it is. The head of the Tang family responds that such a thing is unlikely and probably impossible. Then he asks, but just in case, does he have any connection to the Peachin Palace? While Yulji Ho stands behind, his blank face remains silent, and the guy with dark brown hair sits beside Yulji Ho angrily looks toward the older man to get the answer. Yulji Ho, looking toward the older man, presses his brows, saying that now is not the time. Elder, the older man looking at him, asks if he does. Hearing this, Yulji Ho angrily grinds his teeth, while the elder with a blue gown sits behind him. Looking at that older man, he says they can't let him go like this. Also, the head of the Tang and Pang family angrily looks toward the older man and adds that's right, while Min sits between them and silently looks toward the older man. However, Yulji Ho raises his hands and, looking toward his people, requests them to please wait. Then he tells them about the older man and that he has some connection to the Peachin Palace, but he is currently the superior elder master of the Namgung family. Hearing this, the head of the Tang family, pointing toward the older man and angrily looking toward Yulji Ho, asks what. Further, with his left hand on the table and looking toward Yulji Ho, he asks what's important here. He has some connection with the Peachin Palace and has insulted the Tang family. The older man, looking toward the head of the Tang family, surprisingly asks to insult the Tang family. He did, and the head of the Tang family turned and angrily looked toward the older man, raising his voice. Yes, when he insulted him by mentioning his great-grandfather's nickname, his fate had already been decided. He sees the behavior of the head of the Tang family toward the older man, Yulji Ho, who is angrily looking toward him, thinking that he is a crazy guy. It seems like he has to take care of his corpse seriously, while the older man angrily looks toward the head of the Tang family and abuses him. However, the older man, folding his left hand back, moved his right hand and with his right hand activated his powers. The red wavy light released from his hand. He angrily looks toward the head of the Tang family and says that while he didn't clash directly with the Dark King, he was a worthy opponent. Also, the red glowing aura starts releasing from the older man's eyes, and he creates his magic powers with his right hand and angrily looks toward the head of the Tang family. Adds even if he were still alive, he would not dare to look him in the eyes. But how can someone from his blood be so foolish? Also, the red aura spreads behind the older man, and he, with his magic aura, creates the invisible sword in his hand. Hyungnam saw that red aura emerging behind the older man and the invisible sword that appeared in the older man's right hand. He gets speechless, quickly gets up, turns his head, and looks toward the older man, asking who that older man is. Yulji-ho stood beside Hyungnam and told him they had to stop the fight first. Then Yulji-ho, with an angry face, adds that if they gather everyone there, they might be able to stop them. But he can't guarantee how extensive the damage will be. Hyungnam turned his head and looked toward Yulji. Ho responded that he was right. He understood. Then, the guy with dark brown hair stood beside Hyungnam and said he had seen that older man somewhere. Hyungnam asks him who he is. Then the guy looking toward the older man says, "But there is no way it could be him." Then he tries to remember the older man, saying who precisely that man is anyway. It is frustrating to figure out who he is. After this, the older man sends his magic aura waves wind toward the head of the Tang family, and the head angrily stands there in that strong wind, looking toward the older man. He shouted at the older man with his left hand on the table and his right hand fist before his face. Who the hell is he identifying himself with his level of ability? There is no way they don't recognize him. In response, the older man stood in his magic aura angrily, looking toward the head of the Tang family, remaining silent. Then, after a while, he responds that he is Fei Sheji. Hearing that name, the elder and everyone who stood there looking toward Fei Sheji was surprised, while Min, head down, sat on the chair among them. While Fei Sheji stood in his strong magic aura wind, holding his invisible sword, he remained silent. After this, the head of the Tang family placed his fist on his mouth and looked toward Fei Sheji, surprisingly calling his name. Also, the head of the Peng family surprisingly asked who he was, and Hyungnam, with a surprised face, added his point by asking the Sword Emperor. However, the guy with dark brown hair looking toward Fei Sheji says he is sure of it. Even though his appearance has changed a lot, the look in his eyes remains the same. He is the Sword Emperor, while the guy with a purple cap and blue gown looking toward Fei Sheji surprisingly thinks this is impossible. It has been over 50 years since he held the position as a senior member of the Pantheon Palace by a rough count. This man must have been far past his prime. However, the elder stood there looking toward Fei Sheji, surprisingly asking how such a legendary man could be. After this, Fei Sheji, with his right hand, lifts his invisible sword, and with his left hand, he makes a fist of his hand, adding "Bring it on." As they all stood there looking toward Fei, Sheji and Mia sat there and raised their voices. Everyone didn't act recklessly and stayed where they were. After this, Ryokwon stands beside the elder and asks what he is doing. And Fei Sheji raises his voice with an angry face and glowing eyes. If they don't come, he will go to them. Min gets up and angrily looks toward Fei Sheji, raising her voice at him. "Elder, please stop. The Namgung family has been beaten down." Hearing this, Fei Sheji gets surprised. Then Min, with teary eyes looking down, starts to tremble, saying she doesn't know the reason, but that's what happened. So please don't do something like that in front of her. Fei Sheji stood there clenching his fist and holding that invisible sword, looking toward her. He responded that he apologized for showing her that side of him in front of her. After this, his aura and invisible sword disappeared, and his eyes normalized. Then he looked toward her, says he didn't mean anything else by doing that. As she already knows, he also can't believe something like that has happened. Her great-grandfather Jeomyeonpong was the first to make him experience the bitter taste of defeat. Hearing this, her face gets blank, and she remains silent while he looks toward her. He adds that the individual who created rumors about him could not draw his sword. He was one of the 3 individuals he acknowledged, and he didn't want to see his friend's family fall apart, which was the only reason he helped her. Hearing this, Min, with teary eyes, stood her head down and closed her eyes. Then, Fei Shejia angrily turned, saying he was returning to the Namgung family. So, until he knows the whole story, don't jump to conclusions about whether the Peachin Palace is responsible for what happened to the Namgung family. Then, they will know the best price they have to pay. As he stood his back to them saying this, Yulji-ho stood behind and called him, adding let him be the one to go to the Namgung family. Fei Shejia turns and looks toward Yulji-ho, surprisingly asking him, and Yulji-ho answers yes. Instead, please go to the Peachin Palace. It is his responsibility to collect the bodies of their family members. Furthermore, he, looking toward Fei Shejia, says they are still being humiliated because their bodies have not yet been interred, and he has to look at how they died and the insults they had to bear and deal with them accordingly. Moreover, Yulji-ho gets angry, and the red aura starts to fall from his eyes and spread behind him. Looking toward Fei Shejia, he adds no. He will have to give back to them 10 times, 100 times, thousands of times more. While Fei Shejia stood ahead of Yulji-ho and looked toward him, he thought that was quite an enormous killing intent. Once the truth comes to light, will there be someone who can bear his killing intent? Then Yulji-ho, holding the sword in his hand, extends his hand toward Fei Shejia, asking him to please take the spirit of the wind with him. Fei Shejia, looking toward him, asks what he means by that, and Yulji-ho, with a severe facial expression, replies that there is no meaning to it. He is just giving it back to its owner. Hearing this, Fei Shejia, looking toward him, thinks no meaning. Is that the case? This guy used to be a farmer. Since something happened to the Namgung family, he shouldn't entrust this sword to someone else. Then he remembered when Yulji-ho, holding that sword in his hand, stood before the owner of the Peachin Palace, asking if he knew what kind of sword this was. The owner of Peachin Palace, clenching his fist, stares at the sword, answering that he knows that he got that sword from Yulji-ho. While Yulji-ho stood before him, he added that this sword could go to another family if anything happened to the Namgung family. In response, the owner of Peachin Palace, staring at the sword, remains silent. Furthermore, Yulji-ho adds that he can't say what might happen, and the owner of Peachin Palace laughs, looking toward the sword. However, Yulji-ho, with a severe facial expression, looks toward the owner of Peachin Palace and asks if nothing has happened to the Namgung family until they return. The spirit of the wind will officially welcome a new owner. That's the gist of it. Hearing this, the owner of the Peachin Palace slightly laughs. Then he clenches that sword and loudly laughs, adding those words he likes to hear, then responds, "Fine, it's a deal." Remembering that time, Fei Shejia thinks. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the owner of Peachin Palace failed to keep his promise. Furthermore, he looks towards the sword in Yulji-ho's hands and thinks he is willing to return this sword unharmed. It is essentially a declaration of severing ties with the Peachin Palace that has spanned for generations. After this, Fei Shejia takes the sword from Yulji-ho, clenches it, and stares at it, responding to Yulji-ho and saying he understands. Then he looks toward that sword, thinking he will do whatever it takes to prevent that from happening, so wait and see. However, Fei Shejia, holding that sword in his left hand and clenching the fist of his right hand, turns and steps ahead with his angry red eyes, saying that he will be on his way. Also, Yulji-ho stood behind him and was looking toward him. However, in the court of the hidden dragon, Yulji-ho steps ahead to leave that place. Min runs after him, calling him his elder brother. As she calls him and asks him to stop, he stops there to listen, then turns and looks toward her. Min, looking at him with a worried facial expression, says she must go with him also. The other team members get there outside the court and stand behind him. Yulji-ho, looking toward her and pressing his brows, responds that she has not heard this. She surprisingly asks why, and he answers right now, as they are preparing for a big battle as head of the Namgung family. It is more critical for her to focus on how she will keep everyone safe. As he was about to complete his sentence, she interfered, but Yulji-ho adds that he knows what she is going to say. Then he entirely turns and stands before her and, looking toward her, says, "Don't worry too much. Leave the prominent family's business to him." Then he, looking into her eyes, says she needs to lead them. Then he looks toward the team members standing behind Min and calls Kang Yu and Hwang's names. Both of them look toward him and respond, "Yes, sir." Yulji-ho asks them if they guys take it upon themselves to help the family head, and 4 of them hit the fist of their left hand with their right palm and bend their head before him, answering together in unison, "Yes, sir, they will keep it in mind." After this, Yulji-ho, looking toward Min, says she must think very carefully before deciding if something is challenging to solve and ask for help. And let's handle what he talked about yesterday after he returns. In response, Min nods and closes her eyes, answering that she understood. Then Yulji-ho turns and, stepping ahead, says he will return as soon as possible. While Min stood behind, looking toward him, he added that she would be counting on his elder brother. Then she, with a worried face, looked toward him, leaving think please stay safe. However, Yulji-ho stepping ahead and leaving that area, calls Cheol Wang, the white and black eagle, and asks him to let go with him. Cheol Wang is flying in the air. Follow him. After Yulji HP and the superior elder master left the Hwangbo family's court, the 6 families selected 50 of the family's best martial artists and sent them to save the endangered family. To effectively cut off the Peachin Palace's forces, they focused their troops on the Righteous Coalition's Tae branch in the northwest. While that happened, the Dragon Spring faction's palace burned the Righteous Coalition's Seokju branch. Numerous battles were being fought simultaneously. Not even a day after the Peachin and the Chief Decree went into effect, the Righteous Coalition. At the start of the war, he was being pushed back in battles with the Seokju branch, Jujong, and the Dachang branch. But they were fighting harder than ever to make up for lost ground. The 2 forces were only fighting with numbers. The real black and white fight had yet to start. However, in the Peachin Palace, the owner held a meeting. A lady and 3 men were in that meeting. The lady wearing a black net veil was reading the letter. She says that numerous martial artists are gathering and joining the Righteous Coalition, and their forces are weakening. The owner sits beside the chair, looking toward the lady, asking what he knows about the Righteous Coalition's reputation, which has gone down. The lady turns her eyes and, looking toward the owner of Peachin Palace, answers that they probably had no other choice. From their point of view, it was the only group of forces that could fight against the Peachin Palace. Also, the 6 families are moving toward the south, and she has yet to get a report about which branch they are heading to. However, the owner, holding the teacup in his hand, taking a sip of tea, and looking toward the lady, responds that they will know soon enough. They are moving to where they can fight against them anyway. Also, the letter was lying before the owner on the table. Meanwhile, a man in a purple and blue costume slams the door and enters the meeting hall, shouting, "Lord the owner." and 4 others turn their head and look toward that man. Moreover, the owner places the cup of tea on the table and looks toward that man, asking the bloodless group captain what is with the serious face. The captain clenches the sword with his left hand and makes the fist of his right hand kneel before the owner answers, "The Namgung family's fallen." Hearing this, the owner, with a surprised face, asks the fallen why, and the captain, sitting before him, head down, answers well that they were ambushed and wiped out. Hearing this, the owner raises his voice to ask the captain what he is talking about, when, and who the captain is. Looking toward him, answer, 2 days ago at the break of dawn. They have yet to find out who was behind the attack, as the captain was about to complete his sentence. The owner angrily gets up and, pressing his eyes, raises his voice. He orders everyone to leave the Namgung family alone, and when he passes down the Peachin decree, he specifically asks the other families and factions to keep their hands off. Then he placed the fist of his hands on the table and shouted at the captain, asking, "But what's this?" They were wiped out. After this, one of the men with the mark on his forehead gets up and places a hand on the owner's shoulder, asking him to calm down. Further, he places a hand on the owner's shoulder and asks him if it is not his fault. "Isn't that right?" While the owner angrily presses his eyes and, gritting his teeth, shouts at the captain that he will give him 4 days to find out who was behind it. Further, he angrily raises his voice at the captain once he finds out, brings the head of whatever faction it is, and cleans up the rest. However, the lady stood beside them, looking toward the owner, adding that he couldn't do that, her lord, and in response, he angrily looked toward her to ask what. She seems to be asking him to answer, as they are facing an all-out war against the Light Paths. If they punish them at this point, they will put down the other factions following behind the Peachin Palace. Looking toward the owner, the man with the mark on his forehead agrees that the punishment can be put off until after the fight. The owner, angrily trembling and gritting his teeth, remembers when Yulji-ho gave the sword to him. Remember when the owner raised his voice and promised the sword master and Yulji-ho. But how can such a thing happen? However, the lady placing her hands on the table and looking toward the owner says they are not asking to exempt them from punishment. They ask that he put it off to a later date. With a blank face, the owner hears this, head down, and presses his lips. Then, the lady looking toward him adds that there is a chance that it wasn't done by one of their forces. After this, the man with a mark on his forehead asks the lady what she means. The lady stands before him, looking toward him, and answers that a third force might be behind the attack to provoke the Light Paths. And the man with the mark on his forehead adds that it makes sense. Furthermore, in response, the owner of Peachin Palace presses his lips to remain silent and then calls the captain. The captain stood before him, head down, and responded yes. "My lord," the owner, placed his hands on the table and, looking toward the captain, says head to the Namgung family and figure out exactly what happened. Then, with an angry face looking ahead, he says if it was a third party, follow their trail and figure out who they are if it turns out to be one of their factions that ignored his orders. Then, he followed his orders from before. In response, the captain hits his left-hand fist with his right palm, answering yes, sir. However, on a foggy pivot road, the 4 Heavenly Blood Alliance superior elders sat fishing in the 4 Heavenly Blood Alliance. A man, Zhongtian's warrior Shindu, gets his form behind calling the superior elder, and the superior elder, while fishing, smiles, asking just what's so crucial for him to raise his voice. Further, he asks him not to see the fish running away because of him. Shindu stood behind the superior elder and answered his apologies, but there was an urgent message from the family head. Superior elder sat his back to Shindu and smiled, saying, judging by his action then, that he asked if it must be urgent. In response, Shindu stood behind, smiled, and answered yes, he saw. Furthermore, he says the former elder of Peachin Palace Sword Master, Fei Sheji, has appeared. Hearing that name, the superior elder stops fishing there and surprisingly asks what that man who went missing 50 years ago didn't, but how. Shindu stood behind and responded. The message was from the family head, so it was most likely true, and the descendant of Bowblades had also been sighted. Hearing this, a superior elder with an angry face asks for a bow blade from the former world's #1 martial artist. Shindu replies that the problem is that they are related to the Namgung family and significantly hinder the faction's activities. However, surprisingly, the superior elder sitting there turns, asking what, then asks him where they are right now. On the other side of the forest, Yulji Ho, sitting on his horse, was coming very fast. Chiol Wang flying in the air was following him. Yulji Ho, pulling his horse's bridle, raises his voice. Giddy Up and his horse start running faster. The dust, smoke, and stone from the ground rise upward due to the horses running away there. After some time, Yulji Ho splashed water from the stream to wash his face, and his sword lay beside him on the stone. Also, his horse was eating the grass beside him, and the sun's rays fell there. After washing his face, he wiped it with his gown, and then while wiping it, he looked aside and said they should have arrived at the Namgung sect by now. Then he stood there, making an angry face. He remembered when he sat on his horse, passing the forest side, and, on the way, he asked two men about the way. Thinking about them, he angrily grits his teeth, asking those idiot herbs gatherers what if they pointed him the wrong way. Meanwhile, his stomach starts growling, and he puts his hand on his stomach, saying he is also hungry. Then he turns his head and looks toward Chiol Wang, who is sitting on the tree branch, and raises his voice, asking him to hurry and go nab a couple of rabbits. Hearing this, Chiol Wang quickly flies from there to get the rabbits for him. Then he stands there looking toward Chiol Wang, flying from there. He says it's been a while, but today's lunch will be rabbit meat, as Chiol Wang, while flying, was finding the rabbits for him. Suddenly a guy throws an arrow toward Chiol Wang to kill him. As the arrow moves toward Chiol, he makes a noise and moves backward, and the arrow passes by him. Yulji Ho stood there, saw this, and raised his voice. What kind of idiots would suddenly shoot an arrow? Then he turned his head and looked toward the tree's side, thinking he thought it came from around there. Yulji Ho stood there angrily, pressing his brows and gritting his teeth, abusing them, considering such rude idiots.